at this time.
So with that, do we have an actual motion, or no, we just are looking for motion? Yes. Yeah. So with that, the request for postponement of the special appeal hearing was requested for our commission regular meeting of August 12th, 2026. So I would look for a discussion and or a motion to either accept that continuance request or postponement request, or to deny.
Commissioner Slattery here. Given the magnitude of this hearing, the number of people in the audience, the logistics that went into creating this, advertising it, and the time collective of folks in the room, I believe it's in the best interest of the public and of this, the appeal to hear this, to host the hearing today. So I would propose a motion to deny the request for continuation.
Do we have a second?
Commissioner Willoughby, I would second that.
Thank you. Solange, would you like to do a roll call vote, please?
Chair Hensler,
Aye.
Commissioner Robbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Giudiano,
Aye.
Commissioner Willoughby, aye. Commissioner Case,
Aye.
Commissioner Engel,
Aye.
Commissioner Cecil, aye. Commissioner Slattery.
Aye.
Thank you. We have 8 members in favor.
Thank you. All right, we will move into communications. Really, the only communication that I have today, besides the long preamble that I gave you at the beginning, is, as you noticed, Commissioner Clemens isn't with us today. He had a family emergency, was unable to attend. Mr. Walker?
Kevin Walker. Kevin Walker, Planning Director. I have no communications.
Okay, well, with that, we will move into new business, item 4A. And Solange, if you could read that into the record, please.
Item 4A, appeals of the administrative decision approving the development plan modification application for Carberry Ridge, filing number 1, lot 4, establishing a data center use in the existing industrial building and site improvements of the approximate 21.96 acre site BP zone located at 1565 High Tech Way. Your presenter is Daniel Sexton.
Good morning, Commissioners. Daniel Sexton, Planning Manager for the city's Land Use Review and Development Review Enterprise Department, or divisions, I should say. So again, as was noted, we are here to discuss the appeals of the administrative decision which approved Corporate Ridge filing number 1, lot 4, administrative application, which was a major modification to the existing development plan for the site. So just giving you some context here on the administrative decision and how we kind of arrived at our decision, and some background on the property. So the site, as highlighted here in blue, is just over 2 acres. Through the review process, we were determining what was the existing use of the property, which according to the previous entitlement was a light industry use. The proposed use of the applicant, which was identified as a data center, which is according to the definition of light industry per the city's Unified Development Code, is a similar use listed under that use category. So from all appearances, from a land use perspective, that use did not require a use change to the property, but did require staff to evaluate the scope of change that was being proposed for the site. I'll also note on this site of the property, it does denote some of the areas of change on the site, which staff considered in its determination of a major modification envisioned build-out of this area is an industrial property. This site, as noted previously, was business park. Prior to the adoption of the Unified Development Code, this site was zoned PIP, which is a planned industrial park. And that has been the zoning on the property since annexation into the city in the 1970s. So really from this property always to contain and be utilized of their kissing camels on the south side of the image on the right. Now, in terms of the project itself, sorry, this is really with the project, as I noted, we did an administrative review of the application, evaluating all the proposed changes that the applicant had desired for the property, including, as I noted before, that generator yard and chiller yards adjacent to the existing 400,000 plus building, which was proposed to be retained and to house ultimately the data center use. So with this project, just to be clear, there was no proposed demolition of the existing primary structure on the site, but other ancillary structures that had been developed over the years on the property were proposed to be removed in order to accommodate the various yards. Through the review on the southern edge, as I noted before, in response to, and I'll kind of touch on in greater detail in the remainder of the presentation, but there are some changes proposed along that South Douglas Creek area to kind of mitigate the visual and aesthetic impact of the proposed use to the adjacent residential properties and development. We did have, in accordance with the administrative decision, which was issued in mid-June for the property, within the 10-day appeal period, 6 appeals were filed. One appeal was ultimately not found to be consistent with the determination of an affected party for their ability to appeal. They were outside of the 3-mile radius. And had not actually provided public comment during the administrative review process. The remaining 5 appeal applications were determined to be complete, and hence why we're having the hearing today to discuss those applications, each with their unique perspective. There is some overlap there, which the appellants will get to, but in large part, each with their unique perspective as to the basis and grounds for their appeal. Touching on the process from the administrative side, as I noted before, we had taken this application in earlier this year. I guess the specific date was March 12th of 26. We went through 4 review cycles. Review cycles include distribution of revised plans, comments, both public and agency, to the applicant for consideration, revision to the project plans. Ultimately, that decision, as I noted earlier, was issued in mid-June, and then we had our close of our appeal period on June 22nd. Just also as a note, this project, while it did receive from the city a rapid response certificate, that does not change the regulatory structure in which the administrative decision was made, such that really, from a processing standpoint, the only pivot with that rapid response certificate is on the initial intake side. Typically, an application of this scope or scale would typically have a 4-week review cycle. That was shortened down to a 3-week review cycle to align with the other agency partners that are reviewing the application. But there's been no incentives, there's been no consideration of the project with respect to offsetting of fees with that rapid response certificate. Simply put, it just elevates the review when an initial or resubmittal is provided, elevates it to the top of the list for the review agencies to consider as it relates to their larger project review queue. Stakeholder engagement, as many of you here today in the public are well aware, this project, to a degree, kind of took on a life of its own from a public engagement, largely due to the interest from the community, both from the surrounding residents' perspective, but also the broader community as a whole. We did conduct, from a standard city code process, 3 notifications for the application. 2 were prior to the previously held neighborhood meetings that were facilitated by the applicant, as well as 1 public notice that was issued for the hearing today for the appeal. That public notice per city code requires that to be posters on the property, postcards issued within a 1,000-foot radius of a subject property that is being considered for an application. We did get, well, within that radius, I should say, community as a whole. We did conduct, from a standard city code process, 3 notifications for the application. 2 were prior to. In addition to that, as the project went on, we increased the level of engagement, doing email notifications based on the members of the public that had expressed interest in the project and continued to provide public comment through the course of the administrative review and, of course, in advance of the hearing today. I'll note, while this slide here does show plus or minus 1,500 public comment, I will say, as of this morning, to be honest, it's probably around 2,000 written public comments that have been submitted for the project. And those public comment do represent positions in opposition and support for the administrative decision. So again, it's not just narrowly focused on one side, complete opposition to a project or the decision. There is a broad breadth of the community that did identify support for the project as well as opposition. On the screen, I won't kind of touch on a lot of the pieces there from the opposition side because that will come up as part of the kind of grounds or basis for the appeal. But then we also had, from the support perspective, they're kind of looking at from the economic perspective, the redevelopment of the existing vacant industrial site and building. From the agency reviews, I won't kind of touch on all the wording here, but just to give you a sense, with any administrative project that is a major modification, such as this, we did distribute it to all of our agency representatives through the course of those 4 review cycles. And as the review cycles progress, essentially what you have is you have an applicant or project team that resolves those issues through changes or clarification of information that is provided. Through the cycle, we had our traffic engineering with the data center. There's not a lot of persons on site. There's not a lot of trip generation. So very early on, the decision was made that there was no traffic study that was required for this site, and that the adjacent public infrastructure was sufficient for the proposed use. Now, as we get into stormwater and the engineering development review, both of those groups did require supplemental studies that were provided for the project so that both the applicant could clearly explain to city staff how the proposed project was in accordance with city code and design manuals and specifications that the city has adopted. For specifically the Engineering Development Review Division, I will note we do rely on a third-party independent consultant, Colorado Geologic Survey, to review that report. They did provide a response back indicating that there was adherence or compliance with the city's regulatory process. Now, in terms of Colorado Springs Utilities, they did, again, as a review agency, participated in that process. I will note at the conclusion of the 4th review cycle, there were still certain matters and items that had been noted of concern or question, I should say, from the agency reviewers. However, through dialogue with that reviewer as well as the design team, it was determined that the vast majority of those items or issues were really related to a construction drawing type of design or detail that could be provided at a subsequent stage should this project be approved. And with that kind of decision, there was an acknowledgement through the administrative approval where conditions of approval were applied to the project. And those set specific triggers for information or specific design details to be provided to Colorado Springs Utilities before construction drawings could be issued for any utility improvements. And then last kind of note is the landscape reviewer, just given the adjacency of the industrial site to the residential uses to the south. Staff evaluated the current state of landscaping on the property with respect to its adherence to the current UDC standard, and with the applicant's agreement or willingness, I should say, to install the 30-foot screen wall, which is one of the buffering techniques that's allowed under code. The compliance or determination was made that from a landscape and screening perspective, that the site was adequately screened and buffering the adjacent residential use. Now, kind of touching on the review criteria, because as I said, this is a major modification. Really from a staff's perspective, there's 4 criteria that we have to follow in our decision-making process. Now, bear in mind within those 4 criteria, specifically I'll kind of note 1C on the screen there, which is a determination of adverse impact. That's a pretty broad regulatory criteria, which actually allows city staff and agency partners to kind of fold into that bucket, if I kind of frame that the best way possible, folds their kind of review authority in that kind of determination of adverse impact to make sure that there's no known or identified issues with the site or its proposed development scope. In terms of the reviewers, they also kind of rely, or city staff in its review, I should say, rely on the agency reviewers under criteria 1A, which is really looking at the compliance provisions to the applicable sections of city code. But I'll kind of touch on each of these here now in a little bit greater detail. I know this is a lot of information and text on the screen. I'm certainly not going to read it word for word to you all. But through the review process, in terms of criteria 1, where we're looking at adherence or compliance with the applicable UDC regulations and city code, there was ultimately through the administrative decision, we were able to arrive at the conclusion that the applicant and the design for the site had accurately depicted information and provided sufficient information and detail to ensure that all of the applicable, whether they're development standards, use-specific standards for the project, were met. And that does include or extend beyond just the UDC into, say, the drainage control manual, the city's engineering criteria manual for certain design specifications. But ultimately, as I said, we were able to make a determination that that criteria was met. Now, in terms of the second criteria there, which is looking at previous stipulations or conditions that were applied to previous approvals, because again, this is a modification of an existing development plan. Staff evaluated the historical record as it relates to entitlements on this site and found no such conditions or stipulations that would prohibit or restrict the use and the proposed changes that the applicant had sought for the project. And so the determination, again, was made that they had complied with that criteria. Also, I'll note in here, as I had previously discussed, is the data center use that the applicant has proposed for the site is one of those similar uses that's identified as light industry, which was a previously approved use for the property. Now, in terms of the adverse impact, I'm not going to touch on this a lot because I've got some other slides that are going to hone that a little bit more. But as it relates to compatibility with the city's comprehensive plan, so Plan COS, we did an evaluation of the various typologies within Plan COS, and we're able to identify, or determine, I should say, based on the site's location, the proposed use, that the project, with its slight modifications to the property, the continuation of the light industry use as a data center, was consistent and compatible with the visions and goals of Plan COS. Specifically, when we think of the thriving economy, the Garden of the Gods corridor has always been identified, honestly going back to the envisioned kind of build out of the property back in the 1970s. which was envisioning a very robust kind of business park, industrial center. Many properties have been developed that way. There is an evolution or transitioning occurring within that corridor today, where we're seeing a lot more consumer-based commercial users being developed or redeveloped to the east end of the corridor near I-25. But by and large, as you kind of move west through the corridor, you get into the larger lots, larger properties, where they are industrially developed or there's large office complexes. Now, specifically on that adverse impact criteria, one item of great importance, I think, for both the community as well as staff through the review was evaluation of whether the proposed project was going to be able to comply with the city's noise ordinance. So through that administrative review, we did request an acoustical sound study to be prepared by the applicant's team, by their own in-house or a third-party vendor to them. They did prepare that for us. Staff reviewed that 3 times administratively, asking for clarifications, questions, just to kind of hone the analysis within that document. And then ultimately, the decision was made to, I should say, send the analysis to a city-hired independent acoustical engineer to look at the analysis, the numbers, the input, the output that was provided, and ultimately, both in the report and through the third party or the independent consultant that the city hired, a determination was made that both in daily operations, the site will not exceed, and knowing that this is a 24/7, 365 facility, so they are beholden to nighttime sound limitations as well as daytime sound limitations, which are adjusted per code. But ultimately, that evaluation or analysis determined that they could develop this site based on the scope of infrastructure that was proposed, the noise mitigation barriers that they were proposing around both the generator and chiller yards, which have an acoustical dampening component to them. And then as an additional kind of mitigation, while not directly spoken to within the sound plan, because it was a last minute kind of, or a later addition, I should say, by the applicant team, the 30-foot sound wall on the south side of the property. So I'm sure both on the applicant side and the appellant side, they're going to speak to kind of how noise transmits and how that kind of can impact individuals' perception of noise. But ultimately, through the review of that noise study and the independent evaluation of the noise study that was requested for the project, a determination was made that this would not be an adverse impact. Now, I'll also note, as kind of a honing of that acoustical evaluation, and actually I got ahead of myself here on this slide, but what you can kind of see on the screen is some kind of noted quotes from the city's independent noise consultant, which is really kind of speaking to their methodology for the analysis in terms of the inputs for the analysis, as well as the outputs and whether it does align with the city code. As an additional layer on this, the city staff did look at and had our independent consultant look at the project's noise study with respect to the state's noise code, which largely aligns with the local ordinance in terms of its decibel limits and how you have exceptions in certain emergency situations and so forth. So ultimately, the important thing to note from these 2 slides is that, the city did request a study. It was independently reviewed, and it was determined that it did comply with city code requirements from a noise emissions perspective, given the type of use in terms of land use as industrial and the adjacent receiving land use as residential. I will note at the bottom of the slide is the applicant, because there was concern from the public through the review process of how the applicant and ultimately with development of the site would have to comply with those regulations, and some concerns or questions about the city's enforcement capability to mitigate any issues should they arise. is through the process, and this is in the commission's packet, as a stipulation of the approved development plan, the applicant did enter into a development agreement with the city that sets forth some performance measures for how the site should be improved, which align with the approved development plan, as well as performance measures for the establishment of a sound monitoring plan for the project, and the posting of an assurance in the form of a $1 million financial bond, security, some type of financial instrument to ultimately hold the property accountable if it's deemed that they are non-compliant and non-responsive to the city's efforts to address potentially the noise concern. And I'll let the applicant team speak more specifically to the parameters of the sound plan. Now, there were additional issues raised through the public process that really, again, fall under that adverse impact analysis. And what I will note is staff really through this process did have to kind of flex the guardrails of what code allows, because for many of the items on your screen as it relates to kind of the environmental, air quality, heat island effect types of impacts, is there's not very clear regulatory parameters in code today. There's not clear regulatory standards in which the city would have to require a property or development to adhere to. So looking at the environmental side as it relates to significantly impacted flora and fauna, the city today relies largely on its hillside overlay and streamside overlay designations for property, which have fairly restrictive parameters in kind of guiding how development and land use can occur on private properties that have been identified to contain those significant flora and fauna. I will note this property does not contain any of those overlays. And as well, through the review, staff also looked at the prior entitlement record to see if there were any additional determinations or considerations that were of bearing that we needed to look at. The only one that was noted, which I was kind of highlighted in a prior slide, was really the geologic considerations of the site, which, as I noted, we did have a geologic study done to determine whether the proposed development would be impacted by the known hazards on the property, largely subsurface in terms of the composition of the soils and rock formations in the area. Ultimately, that determination was made that none of the proposed improvements would impact that currently known hazard on the site. Now, from an air quality perspective, the city, to a degree, is largely limited in what we can do. Air quality and emissions within the state of Colorado is administered by the Department of Public Health and the Environment, and specifically their Air Pollution Control Division. They set the standards and the requirements. Locally, we do not have any regulatory structure to govern or limit those emissions. Through the review process, the staff did make inquiries to the developer as to their adherence to those state level requirements and mandates. They have acknowledged that post decision and post kind of resolving any potential appeals or litigation on the property, that prior to development they will be seeking those state level emissions permits and approvals. Again, they don't really, from a local land use perspective, kind of filter into our decision-making process per city code. Now, from a heat island effect, the other kind of major concern that was raised from the public, staff did a fairly extensive evaluation of comparable communities as it relates to this issue, both up and down the Front Range as well as nationally, to identify what jurisdictions have such types of regulations or standards that they impose on most or on some development per their local codes. We didn't really find much of anything as it relates to any type of regulatory structure or guidance. And then after further evaluation, looking at kind of the science behind it and the research, is really, it's in an untested area. We all understand and know that from a development perspective, all impervious surface does generate a certain degree of heat island and does affect the local kind of temperature of a certain locale. However, in reviewing this application and on a site that was vast, or the vast majority of which was impervious prior to submittal, well, and today I should say is impervious through structures and asphalt, is staff determined that there was no reasonable mechanism in code and no reasonable basis looking at our comparable communities for setting with this project specifically, because we have yet to establish such a standard for any development within the city, any type of heat island control or restriction. So ultimately, it was determined that that was not potentially an adverse impact that we could weigh as part of our review criteria. Now, I will note again from that last slide, which identifies the adherence to Plan COS and the typologies. I had previously kind of touched on this, but this kind of gives you graphically an illustration of identification for the Garden of the Gods corridor. The site is noted there as part of that kind of thriving economy and seeing kind of the maintaining of an employment sector for this corridor, even knowing that there's adjacent land use compatibility considerations that from staff's perspective in reviewing what was proposed by the applicant, we determined that they had identified reasonable information to show conformance with Plan COS. Now, pivoting from that administrative decision, getting into the appeal, this is just a quick informational slide in terms of the five main appellant groups. Staff is limited because I know there was a lot of public concern raised about who could appeal and why members of the public that, say, for example, lived out on the eastern side of the city could not appeal this application. So while we do accept public comment through the entire administrative process and of course collected that comment for the hearing today, ultimately the parameters are for an individual or entity to be identified as an affected party, they have to reside within or have a property interest within 1,000 feet of a property, or they have to have participated, basically establishing preserved standing. They have to participate in public comment or conversation in the community and have to reside within a 3-mile radius of a property. So the stars on the screen identify for the 5 appellant groups and individuals their kind of adherence to that requirement in terms of the measurement, and staff did an evaluation prior to accepting those appeals to determine whether they had participated in the process. The appeal criteria is also kind of an important thing for today's conversation, because really, you know, the concern or question that is levied against Planning Commission as you all consider the parameters of the appellant's appeals is really in 2A, B, and C as it relates to the administrative decision and staff's review of the administrative criteria for that decision. And so, you know, as in terms of the compliance statement there, that's really just our staff level determination of noting that the appellants have established themselves as an effective party and the legitimacy of them to appeal the projects. Big picture, which I'm not going to go into these in great detail because of course the appellants are going to speak to their reasoning and rationale for their appeals, but generally speaking, looking at the documentation that was provided to city staff, you know, really what it kind of lands on from staff's perspective as it relates to the decision-making criteria is really in the effective party kind of component. I'm sorry, not affected, adverse impact to the community. So kind of touching on some of those topics or subjects that I just presented on a moment ago, as well as kind of the procedural steps that staff undertook in its review and its determination of major versus minor and whether the decision making should have been elevated from the start as opposed to acting on it as we determined through our review of code at the administrative level. I will note in that vein, though, staff did have the option through UDC to refer this item, but as a result of our reviews through those 4 review cycles, we ultimately chose not to refer the application because based on the information we were receiving from the applicant team and the design team, we felt there was reasonable confidence on our side to be able to make that decision administratively and be able to effectively determine whether the project adhered to the applicable criteria or not. So with that, we do have, and I can slide through them here, but we can also bring this back up later. We did provide the commission with optional motions, which kind of speak to a variety of manners in which the commission could potentially act on the property. I will note for the members of the public, this information is not provided as a means to reinforce that a predetermined decision has already been made walking in here. This is an effort that the city does provide to all decision-making bodies, whether it's planning commission or city council, to help facilitate final decision actions. So as I kind of flip through here, these kind of various motions. Do note, whether they would deny an appeal, whether they would reverse an administrative decision. They may choose to approve some of the appeals, but not all of the appeals. So there's a variety of options that are ultimately provided to the commissioners as they go through their deliberation. And as you'll note specifically on these, is there's some gaps in here of information where they have to effectively opine on how they intend to proceed. So with that, are there questions of the commission? I will also note, as it relates to some of the topics, specifically utilities pieces, we do have utility staff present to be able to answer any questions if there's any at this time. Otherwise, we can bring up any information later through discussion.
Thank you, Dan. Do commissioners have questions for Mr. Sexton or for city staff at this time? Okay. All right.
Okay. Look,
And I
at my
guess
time.
your time's up.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We will then move to the appellant presentations. And we'll give you folks. Sir, we don't take questions from the audience. No, sorry, when I asked if there were any questions, it was to the Planning Commission members. We will not be taking public comment until later this afternoon, and you can sign up to speak if you wish to do so. So at this point, we'll move to the appellant hearings. I'll give you guys a few moments to get yourselves organized. There are some chairs here onto the stage right, I guess this is, my right anyway, for you to take a seat. And again, this is for appellants who have provided their names and information to present. This is not for public comment. We'll be taking that again this afternoon.
stage 3, highest stage of emergency drought declared by our governor, Jared Polis, as of June 4th, 2026, and you made your decision on this application that was originally submitted March 12th, 2026. So I just want to remind myself and others, what we're appealing today is everything that was submitted March 12th, nothing after. I don't care about the emails that came later. That's not the appeal that we're talking about. So we're talking about everything that the Radin Incorporated submitted March 12th. And this decision was approved by this planning commission June 11th, which is 6 days after the stage 3 emergency drought was declared in our state. So, let me say, the proposed Taurus AI data center submitted March 12th, 2026, which is the application number DEPN/26-0039 to modify the development plan for approximately, it says 21.96 acres. Yes, I took this picture. This is right behind where they want to build it, by the way. It's Douglas Creek is immediately adjacent to this facility. And basically, this is 1565 High Tech Way, was approved by y'all, like I said, June 11th, on page 2 that was submitted to us by the city planner, Daniel Sexton, in charge of this project yesterday, July 22nd, 2026, on page 2 from the legal team, from the applicant, Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, and Schrepp, I hope I'm saying that right, LLP. It says that they do not, that it was approved by y'all, the Planning Commission. They do not see that this applicant would create more adverse impacts on the surrounding properties than the development approval or permit proposed to be modified, quote. So I asked the Planning Commissions, because you're going to have to respond to this, to prove that exactly in detail, not just like, oh, it makes sense. No, you need to prove in detail in a legal way how this does comply with the UDC code. And you also need to, if you cannot prove that Radin Incorporated in their original application, March 12th, nothing after, we're talking legal here, does actually comply with UDC and will not create adverse effects on the surrounding environment, then you could possibly approve it. But I don't think you can prove that, so this should be null and void. In addition, nowhere in the original proposal submitted March 12th, 2026, not July 22nd, 2026, the one that we're appealing, nowhere in there is there any written information or written indication of an agreement in the original proposal that what Radin plans to do with the wastewater or toxic wastewater byproducts such as glycol, which cannot simply be put through the sewage system. It cannot simply be put through the sewage system. There is no bond.
As I indicated.
I'm explaining myself, thank you. There is no bond. There was a bond that talked about the acoustic effects. Nothing that talks about the wastewater effects. There's no written information, there's no written promise, there's no written indication in the original application what they will do with this wastewater and their proposed 36 chillers, which says it could be up to 72 chillers in their computing facility, which we have found in Wyoming from Meta's 7,100,000 square foot data center. You can find it on Fortune.com, you can find it on Forbes.com, you can find it on Syracuse.com. I could keep going, but I won't. It released a rare bacterium that completely contaminated their city's water system because they tried to run the wastewater through the sewage. Can't do it. I'm a biologist. I went to school for 10 years. You can't tell me that it's not going to do harm because you literally just admitted also in your own slides that there's basically in conjunction with heat islands, completely untested environmental effects. Because at the time that in 2020, when they talked about how this original site, 1565 High Tech Way, would be zoned for a microchip plant, there was no larger understanding of what data centers are and what they did. And I would like you to explain how that fits into the UDC, because I don't think you can, and that is on you to explain this. We're going to go back. We have it all written down. Okay. So also in January 2029, when you adopted Plan COS, this was with y'all, the Planning Commission, stating that you will build a city to create build a great city that matches their scenery. When people think of matching their scenery, they think of Pikes Peak, they think of Garden of the Gods. They don't think of a large compilation of computing facilities in a man-made box making large noises that also creates heat islands. That is not why people come here. $272 million $272 million is brought into the city by Garden of the Gods, not by an alleged data center. People don't come here and they're like, let me see the data center.
Folks,
no,
please.
not
Please.
happening. And it's not in your own plan on your own website, coloradosprings.gov/PlanCOS. That is your own wording. That is your own plan. And you're not abiding by UDC code or your own plan. So I would love to make an emotional appeal, but I honestly don't think you care. So we're going to stick to the legal facts because we're winning.
Thank
Okay,
you, Ms.
sorry.
Cloth. Please.
But it's up to you. You need to answer these questions in a legal
Ms.
way,
Cloth.
or you need to. This plan needs to be null
Yeah,
and void
Ms.
because
Cloth.
it does not follow these. It does not follow.
Thank you
your
so
own
much.
Plan. Thank you. You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, the time to settle between speakers or applause during speakers only cuts into those speakers' time. I will remind you of that. I will ask for folks to be removed if you cannot maintain decorum, and I ask you to give respect to your own speakers. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I'll start the clock myself. My name is Nick Valentine, and I am speaking asking the Planning Commission to appeal Project Taurus. I go to Garden of the Gods every day, and I'm Springs born, and that's how I learned of this very issue. Driving on a weekly basis to Garden of the Gods, you could feel the presence of what's to come. Not just the signs, but the awareness in the community we've heard loud and clear. I'm not the only one taking today off out of my work schedule, taking time out of my life for research. I'm not the only one who's awake of what is going on. The noise pollution is very obviously an issue of data centers. Every time you hear about a data center, those on the front lines are complaining. They are in pain. This is no issue that's fixed with an acoustic wall. Data centers, you can't pull a Depeche Mode. You cannot enjoy the silence. There is a consistent theme. These residents have headaches, vertigo, nausea, ear pain, hypertension. You're trying to raise your kids in that community, good luck. You're going to want to move out, and something may want to move in. These complaints about data centers aren't even always about the level of the noise. Who cares if it enters the city ordinance, if this is so consistent for public health and well-being that the 24/7 noise is becoming dismantling for the well-being. They are not able to enter the recovery sleep they need. They even have constant ringing in their ears. When they can't hear it, they feel it. That's due to infrasound. It's felt and not heard. Infrasound begins below the audible acoustic spectrum, below 20 hertz. And boy, does it hurt, because infrasound has a different power in its structure. Long wavelengths make it go beyond a mile, beyond many miles, hundreds of miles, without losing much energy at all. In fact, you can see in the bottom right picture an obstacle such as solid rock or even the hill at the proposed Taurus data site will not stop infrasound. It will pass and bend around through refraction, diffraction. It is not absorbed by air molecules. This infrasound is powerful because it is even something that our bodies don't protect against. Our cavities in our heart, our stomach, and our chest, they enhance and resonate this infrasound. And it can cause illness and further symptoms that we saw in the earlier slide, where when you're constantly exposed to this resonating influence, even 5 hertz can resonate in your chest. That is in the infrasound spectrum. You'll be feeling the nausea. You'll be feeling the vertigo. If you move near a data site yourself, you would easily feel it. The data is clear what is causing this. The residents are saying, we don't know what happened, we just feel different. What happened was something new came into the land that wasn't planned for, that the community had yet to awaken up the consequence of. The humming of the cooling chillers, the whirling of the fans, and even when they use their emergency diesel generators, are going to generate infrasound 24/7, 365 days a year. Even in the city's memo where they're bringing up the additional acoustic wall as a solution, keep in mind first, Radon paid for the report. I don't buy a suit that won't suit me. I won't pay for a report that doesn't report well on me. They're independent from the city sound individual. He even acknowledges a problem. You see in the city memo, it states, during this review, the sound consultant also advised city staff that scientific research on infrasound and low-frequency sound remains limited, and that no consistent regulatory framework exists nationwide to address these issues. What I find interesting is that shortly after that, the memo even states that research has not established a measurable level linked to health impacts. I don't think this is a sound statement on sound because research was easily found to prove otherwise. What is interesting is that this research I found was published in Noise and Health, June of 2021, well before today's date, 5 years ago. And in this study, something else I think is very funny. You'll hear the impacts of the study. But even in their conclusion, they state numerous independent laboratory research from around the globe has been performed, resulting in similar findings supporting this conclusion. This is not limited research. This is easily linked to health impacts because this study they did in Germany. Those undergoing heart surgery allowed tissue to be removed from their heart and put in vitro. That way it could have electronic pulsations, creating a stimulation where it is a beating heart. 2 segments are created. For 2 hours, one segment experiences no additional change. For simply 1 hour, the other segment is given 100 decibels on a zero-weighted scale of infrasound. They even did 110 and 120. Keep in mind, they started at 100 decibels on a zero-weighted scale. That 100 decibels of infrasound at 16 hertz is still going to fall inside the city's code. It will be at 45 hertz on the current A-weighted scale. And yet, in their research, they concluded that 100 decibels on zero-weighted of infrasound has negative effects on cardiac function. Now we're understanding why hypertension is happening around data centers. People aren't just feeling something, there is negative health consequence with a clear data linked to it. And the danger already is that acoustic barrier will do no good. We've already shown in the last slide, infrasound doesn't give a care. If something's in its way, it will find a way, just as we as a community will today. Thank you. Further though, I want to recognize that this code, the UDC, the Unified Development Code, is outdated. It is using an A-weighted scale, which was made for barking dogs, loud block parties, and construction noise. We have a modern world that was never foreseen, where the 365, 24/7 chiller effect is infrared sound, not infrared sound, it is infrasound having a devastating effect. So at a minimum, we need to reconsider the A weighting. A-weighted scales purposefully cut out any infrasound. Anything that we can't audibly hear is cut out, diminished, taken out. Even a C-weighted scale would be meeting in the middle, where we would at least have some way of taking into account these lower frequencies that have a clear effect. And when you speak of what law does this break, what does this affect? Look back at the Noise Control Act of 1972, one reason why the city even has a noise ordinance under 9.8.104. It is declared it is the policy of the United States to promote an environment for all Americans free from noise that jeopardizes their health or welfare. This presentation, along with many others, you'll see the health and welfare clearly is jeopardized. The noise is clearly pollution. This is a problem. Even 30 decibels on an A-weighted scale is the sound of silence. So as you hear these applicants saying this will only be at 40 decibels, 45, keep in mind our awareness of what those numbers mean is so skewed. You will feel it when you hear it. In conclusion, I'm asking the City Commission to build trust with our community, not build noise. You've received so much noise and emails and calls. Let this not be your future. Let this moment not be a stain in your past. You can make a change that will better last. Our community, the families, it'll be wiser for the future of our community. You see those in our state, Denver has a unanimously approved moratorium banning data centers, at least for a year, while they do impact studies. Monument is heavily considering banning them, currently has a moratorium, as they even work on new zoning laws. Why don't we do a moratorium and we work on changing our code? There's time to build this bridge with the community, build trust. And just continuing with a few more numbers, Jefferson County, another neighbor, 10-month moratorium. Woodland Park, even closer, 18-month moratorium. Boulder County, 6-month moratorium. We have our doors open, and there's a running theme of out-of-state companies coming in-state and pulling out before people wake up and recognize the consequences. Now's our time when people are awake, where you don't have the pressure to be in the world arena yet. Right now, you're on a small stage. Wait long enough, you'll be on a big stage with more eyes on you than you can count. I respectfully ask you to decline Project Taurus. One final note, names are important. Symbolism is important. People don't name their child nothing. They name them something for a reason. Greek mythology shows Taurus is Zeus disguising himself to secretly kidnap Europa, a princess. This gets better, folks. But wait, there's more. We'll pull Billy Mays. So when he kidnaps her to the island Crete, he wins her over with gifts. Just as you're trying to be won over by Radon, who is Zeus. Zeus is lightning, he is power. You are trying to be won over by someone hiding who they are. They will win you over with wonderful promises of tax revenue? Is that all it is? I was trying to come up with a better answer, and that's something, I'm not trying to be rude here, but you understand that even if Zeus is able to win over a princess with gifts, their kids, 2 of the 3, become rulers of the underworld. So these kids, even if you get one kid who's giving you tax benefits, the 2 other kids are going to be misery for the people and a stain on our community. Let us say openly together, Project Taurus is not for us. Thank you.
Before we begin, for the record, I have just passed out Integrity Matters objection.
Can you use the microphone and state your name, please?
This is before we begin. She's for that.
Okay. Well, but I don't know if folks can hear what you're trying to say without the microphone.
Please restart the clock. Before we begin, this is Integrity Matters objection to the waiver that the City of Colorado Springs signed for their attorney, Brownstein, to also represent the applicant Radon in these proceedings.
Miss Gale, I think this...
A lot
Ms.
of
Gale,
what was said in advance were things pointed out by Brownstein. Brownstein was the one who went after the appellants for whether or not they met the
Ms. Gale,
special.
I think that this should be part of your presentation because this seems fairly informative and information. So why don't we I don't think that this can be a precursor to your presentation. This seems party to your discussion. That's fine. We can reset the clock. That's fine. We'll reset the clock, but I think that this should be part of your formal presentation. Exactly. Thank you. Sir, I'm going to ask you to be kind or to leave.
Test.
Okay, thank you.
So
Hi
please
there.
reset the clock with
We will
this new
reset this clock.
information.
Yeah.
Anybody that is speaking will need to introduce themselves into the microphone, first and last name. Thank you.
Trevor, do you have any other comments?
As to, sorry.
Anything? I just want to make sure if you have anything else you wanted to add as
No,
we
at this
begin.
time.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
All right. Hello, my name is Catherine Kent. I'll be introducing our appeal of the Project Taurus Development Plan Major Modification. We're here today because a decision that changed the use of a 22-acre campus was made at a staff desk. We're here to talk about what the code required and what the code does and what the record does not contain. This presentation includes 5 consolidated appeals, 34 appellants withstanding, and 7 independent grounds. Our pro bono counsel, Kat Gale, will get into more of that with you. We wanted to express a huge thank you to everyone not being paid to be here today, and a thank you to the others who put in appeals and ceded their time to allow Integrity Matters to put forth a full and comprehensive argument, more commensurate with the time the developer will be receiving. Today you'll be hearing from me, Kat Gale, Deirdre Aiden-Smith, and 2 experts, John O'Brien and John Forshee. We're also joined today by Ron Grambecker, say hi Ron, who is spending his birthday here in support of the neighborhood. We're hoping your birthday gift to him will be to send us back. Ron's house was the first house on our block. He moved there for the peace and quiet. Ron is a 100% disabled, housebound Army Special Forces veteran with a service dog. The city planners have this information, but no one reached out to him about his accommodations and what needed to be done to protect him in these plans under the ADA. All right, we're gonna see if I can get the slides to work, guys. All right. This is where I live. You can see Chelsea Glen to the left up on the screen there. This is my home, my neighborhood, and the place my husband and I envisioned raising our young children. A football field to our north is the campus we are discussing in this appeal. Here you can see that the loudest, hottest, and constantly running approved equipment on the site was placed on the side facing the houses. When we moved into this community, this facility was meant to be a solar manufacturing plant. When we moved, and when many of my neighbors moved in, it was an Intel chip fab. We understood and expected that it would be light industry. The reason we find ourselves here today, well, specifically light industry, I'm gonna talk about that for a second. Light industry refers to light industrial uses and complementary services that are clean, quiet, and visually unobtrusive. Warehouse-like buildings in industrial areas with limited public-facing activity is where the resemblance ends with data centers. Many modern cities, for the record, treat data centers as a separate, unique category. Older or less specialized local laws place data centers under light industrial because they look quiet, while the opposite is true. The reason we find ourselves here today is because while we also expected this would be light industry, we expected that the city of Colorado Springs would protect its people and enforce its own code. I'll pass things over to Ms. Gale to talk more about what this appeal is asking for today.
What we ask for a reversal or a remand, not that the commission redecides or approves de novo. Every ground of our appeal rests on a documented record defect or missing finding. We ask the commission to hear the appeal de novo under section 7.5.415C1. What we do not ask is that it act in the first instance. Slide. You are making a quasi-judicial decision. You are meant to decide independently with the full record before you. A decision applying the wrong legal standard or resting on findings the record does not support would be an abuse of your discretion. Section 7.5.415A7 has the entire planning department file becoming a part of the record. That's the minutes, that's the maps, that's the emails, drawings, reports, and applications. You are not bound to the June 11th decision. That is precisely why we are here, because the June 11th decision was deficient on its face. Slide. The standard commands us to brief how the criteria for the relevant application have or have not been met. And those are the criteria. You cannot decide whether the decision was erroneous without examining the criteria it applied or failed to apply. The city published a written criteria analysis on June 15th, 4 days after the decision. If it cannot tell the appellate body the criteria are off limits. Fine. 7 grounds, each pled separately under 7.5.415A2. Affirmance of this decision requires every finding. One ground alone defeats the approval. Slide. The code requires a development to protect public health, safety, and welfare. The memo applied only section 7.5.516D. It never reached 7.5.409. That is the criterion where this site's real hazards live. 30 to 60 diesel generators and fuel storage above the Douglas Creek Fountain Creek drainage, 72 chillers with their noise. Your own comment claims no hazardous materials in use, while the approved plan shows the generators and fuel storage. Slide. This is the receiving property. 368 feet, 1 football field from these residences. Figure 11 of our supplement sets out precisely which findings section 7.5.409 required and which are absent. Slide. A major modification acknowledged by the planner cannot be approved by staff. A major modification may only be approved by the decision-making body that approved the original using the same procedure. B1 authorizes the manager to approve a minor modification only. They've acknowledged it's major. The classification is not ours, it's the city's. Filed on the major modification checklist, June 15 memo says administratively approved as a major modification. 25 years of minor amendments inside the approved use. This one changed the use itself. Slide. A major modification must satisfy 7.5.515D1, the development plan criteria, and 7.5.409, the general criteria, compatibility, off-site impact, mitigation, water quality, health, safety, welfare. Again, health, safety, and welfare. Health, safety, and welfare are listed as the primary purpose of our development code. It goes on to say, to promote health, safety, and general welfare, to protect private property from adjacent noise, from adjacent nuisance, such as incompatible uses and noise. That is the purpose of our entire UDC, which you have failed to remember today. Okay, slide. This was approved administratively. You cannot approve administratively a major modification unless you go back to the original. The city confirmed this, and we have tracked it for 25 years. No body, no procedure, and the original approval is not part of the city review. The UDC provides no administrative pathway for a major modification at all. Slide. The contradiction is this. The applicant uses ARDP 00177, the as the original development plan. This is styled as an amendment. AR stands for an amendment request, area of amendments to an approved development plan. That is not the original. The city's database calls it an amendment to a development plan for Intel, disposition, unknown, file designation, DPA. That cannot be the basis of a major modification. Modification is measured against an operative baseline. The instrument identified in that baseline is an amendment that appears nowhere in the record. Slide. Here is the chronology. In 1970, we have the original development plan, zoning ordinance. Then we have another quasi-judicial decided by City Council, moving all the way up through August 8th, 1995, decided by the City Council. Then we come down to the baseline instrument where we have no document. Remember, the code requires a major modification to be made in the same way the original plan was established. Here, it's a mystery. The only administrative amendments we have are minor modifications, each within the approved office and manufacturing use. Slide. Which body approved the original development plan? Certainly not this amendment. Slide. If the original is 1971, 1979, or 1985, that chain goes to City Council hearings. Only the City Council can modify that development plan. If the original is the 2000 instrument, an amendment is not an original, and its file contains no decision document. It is undetermined. Mr. Sexton lacked the capacity, according to our own code, to make a decision on a major modification. Slide. For access to the record, they stated that standing is determined by who made public comment. The entitlement file was assembled while the public was supposed to be reviewing it. The entire online file was posted a month before the first submittal. The record of decision imposing 3 conditions 1 month before the decision found no prior conditions. After the decision, during the appeal period, we discovered a number of documents with conditions that became part of our appeal. There were conditions precedent even in the administrative approvals. Both Brownstein and the planner assert that there were no conditions. That is incorrect. Next slide. We spoke briefly of heat index conditions. Here, let's hear it for the bees. Very, very small temperature fluctuations can wipe out bees, and the impact on other animals so far is anecdotal, but we need to put a moratorium on these until the science has been established. What wall over ground that the city made unbuildable. It's in a floodplain. The recorded 1981 grant of easement, the owner shall not erect or construct any building or other structure, binding heirs, successors, and assignees. The Corporate Ridge plat labels that same quarter, no building storage. The city's own April 2010 review letter required a no-build storage easement there. Slide.
Hello, I'm Deirdre Aiden Smith. I've been a resident of Chelsea Glen for 26 years. And as Kate briefly mentioned, our community is the home of many people that serve the city: teachers, police, fire. My husband was employed by CSFD for 32 years before he retired. I also have 20 plus years in commercial development, overseeing major construction projects in the city. And I do want to thank the Planning Commission for their time. I know you're volunteers, and I am hoping that obviously your adherence to the city's UDC code and the facts we present will sway what has been made. So the sheet before us, M201, this is what was actually approved by city planning. It was in the last package that was submitted. I had begun questioning in March when it was first posted what the mechanical was. As I indicated, I do construction, so my history is based on data. It's looking at what is the equipment, how will it affect a community, what feeds it. So this is the sheet that was actually approved, and as you will note, it is over the amounts that the rest of the DP refers to. It's 72 air-cooled chillers, and it's 60 generators, and it shows a load of 100 megawatts. So I do want to point that out. The next page, please, slide. After this was questioned, and I sent emails to both the city and I actually spoke to the developer about it, I was informed there were some errors made. So after the submittal, or after the approval of June 11th, a corrected page was then sent. So this is not stamped. It was being given as a substitute for what was approved, and they have taken out or saying that M201 is a mistake, and the substitute just states an office plan. However, the thing I want to point out here is the disclaimers that were added on this page that the developer is wishing to swap to. And it states that, the second disclaimer states that it is to be included, but is not relevant to any other parts of the approved DP. So that statement alone makes this page insufficient to any code because it is not supporting anything else that the city has already looked at. So again, UDC, the code itself, Chapter 7, does not recognize any error or mistake in a DP, and that if it is presented in error, typically the city planning will come back and ask that you resubmit, and they have to review that. I state that from the many years of doing projects with the city. We have had to resubmit drawings simply if we have 2 feet off on a patio that's encroaching into what would be a private or public, or if we have a change to a sign. So this should not be a swap, because that is not even ever approved anywhere in UDC in Chapter 7. Slide. So again, we go back to the error. So I have emails with both the developer and with the city on the fact stating that that these are errors. Dan had stated to me that the record will not be revised as it would be interpreted as a subsequent plan modification. And Jason had written an email to me, because we had been in communication for months, because he was working as a good neighbor with the community, stating that it was just an error by his design team, that really the city just needed to know what the office layout would be so that they could figure out parking. That contradicts every other page of the DP, because the first page of the DP submittal references parking, and it's all based on building ratios. It has nothing to do with the page that they're submitting as a swap. So again, the city cannot have it both ways, because both positions are stating that the page is incorrect and that there was a mistake because earlier parts of the DP reference a smaller load of equipment, but then again we go back to the fact that the equipment then is not being identified. And the first part of it is not typical in a DP that they have to state the equipment, but once that question is brought up, whether by the public or by the city, and it was brought up by Austin within the city planning department on the very first submittal, that he needed to have details on the equipment, because that is the only thing that determines both the impact of the community and obviously the noise and the energy requirements. So this page is incorrect. Slide. So we're going to page 30 now, actually slide 30. Sorry, we have to jump ahead. It's out of order in your presentation, and I apologize. It's 30. It's the city cannot have it both ways. You've gone too far. It looks like this. Right there. Okay, so we go back to this. The city cannot have it both ways because you're contradicting the facts is now actually a recorded covenant because they allowed the developer, after their approval letter of June 11th, a statement was released to the public that there would be further documents given by the developer that would be part of the approved plan. Those statements were stated. They did have documents released that they've referenced to. Dan spoke about it, the sound mitigation study, or what they're going to do to ensure that the public or the community is not affected, specifically our neighborhood, and then also the assurances that they put up. So again, we're contradicting ourselves here because if M201 stands, which is what is stamped as approved, so it is now part of the DP, it is of record, it's stating that there's 72 chillers and 60 generators, and it's requiring 100 megawatts at a minimum. None of the sound studies that have been done by any party, independent or the 3 by the developer, are based on that number of equipment. So the DP on that fact alone cannot go forward because the studies are not supporting what was presented. On the other side, if the city's saying, oh, I'm sorry, this is a mistake, and as the developer is saying, then they have to go back and they have to go through the process that they've required most of us in the city to do, which is that they have to then ask that the developer submits a new mechanical page reflecting the correct amount of equipment that is substantiated by their own noise studies and that is capped at the 50 megawatts that he has repeatedly told the public that is all he will ever need. So that was supposed to be the amount that will ever be needed at this site now and in the future. And then the documents that he has presented that the city have tied assurances to have to be revised to be based on that. You can't have it both ways. And at that point, I'm going to go to something that came to us last night. We've done numerous core requests, and there was one that was just released last night from CSU, and I don't unfortunately have it in your packet due to the timing. CSU literally just gave it to us yesterday, so I'm going to have to read it, so I apologize for that. So I am entering into the record a mechanical and electrical design package for Project Taurus, prepared by LE Design Group, project number 25188. Colorado Springs Utilities produced it to me under the Open Records Act. There are 7 sheets, M200, M201, E200, E202, E204, E300, and E301. To explain that for everyone here, M is for mechanical. It would list all the equipment. It will show what the power and how it's going to be stacked. E is for electrical. It details what electrical needs are needed to support that equipment and what they're asking CSU for, which is why it was presented to CSU. Every one of these pages carried the same keynote block: 72 chillers and 60 generators, 100 megawatts, 2 data halls, a mod 1 at 50 megawatts and a mod 2 at 50 megawatts. The date on those sheets is December the 15th, 2025. It is the same date on the approved page that the city accepted, M201, which states this exact same detail. These were prepared for the developer 3 months before the application was filed. Again, one of those sheets, M201, is the sheet that the city stamped and approved. I'm just going to shortly go through a timeline. On June 29th, I asked the Raiden's president, which is Jason, by telephone. We have a verbal conversation. He tells me that I don't know how to read a mechanical design and that I must be misunderstanding the facts. I said, well, I've not built a data center, but I'd be happy to look at a different drawing. And he states that he'll get me the new page tomorrow and that was just a mistake by his design team. On July 1st, the city planning writes that the information was presented in error and only intended to reinforce the square footage allocated to office space. In the same email, Dan states it will not be revised as it would be interpreted as a subsequent plan modification, which would impact each of the appeals, and that city planning has discussed possible solutions with the applicant, which will be presented at the appeal hearing. So they're already addressing solutions, ignoring what is required by the UDC code. On July 1st at 9:40 that night, the applicant or developer writes me and states, for reasons I still don't understand, one of Raiden's contracted design firms provided that drawing. He says it's a mistake. On July 3rd, City planning, not to us, this is a core record, states that the same page represents a blunder and that Radin will prepare a replacement slide for tonight. Those are core requests, those are emails that we received. On July 12th, now it is non-applicable information from an early due diligence stage before material discussions with CSU, yet the package went to CSU in December. So somehow those mistakes existed for 3 months or more, actually 5 months before being cut. So it's a mistake and it's a blunder. It's non-applicable information according to the developer and the city. So I had 3 different answers in 11 days in 1 page, and that page is still in the approved plan today. So I asked for the mechanical design March 17th. I asked the city, I spoke to Austin, I also asked the developer. I was told the equipment would be ordered later and that due to confidentiality, he could not detail the actual equipment specs. The city says that correcting that sheet would be a new modification. If that is true, then that sheet is material, and you are being asked to affirm a plan the city itself says it cannot fix without starting over. This commission should not go forward on this.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here this morning. Thank you, commissioners. My name is John Forshee.
And I'm John O'Brien.
And together, John and myself will be speaking briefly about the slides that we're going to see, dealing specifically with sound and infrasound and the omissions from the report. I would just like to make a note that John and I have submitted for the record a copy of the D.L. Adams and Associates sound study with comments included by Michael Hankard himself, who is the president and principal of Hankard Environmental. And if you look through the comments, which are interposed between the pages of this document, you'll see his own not glowing assessment of this record. Rather than go through all of his comments, of course, we've submitted his comments for the record, and I would just like to bring the attention to a comment from page 12, where finally the report by D.L. Adams and Associates includes a table of useful data, and Michael Hankard himself finally acknowledges this is good detailed information. If the rest of this report had similarly detailed information, I could independently audit this analysis, which is to say he was not able to independently audit the analysis based on the lack of data inputs, omissions, vagaries, and inconsistencies that he identifies throughout the rest of the document. First off, noise compliance was judged against the wrong limits. An independent acoustician says, I'm looking at the wrong thing. The compliance finding uses the wrong yardstick and then measured the wrong machine. Compliance was measured against light industrial limits, not the state residential floor a for-profit operator cannot exceed. Also, the periodic 5 dBA reduction was omitted. The residential night floor is 45 dBA. We've talked a little, and I'm glad to have heard about the inconsistencies introduced using only an A-weighted decibel scale. And that model ran 36 chillers at around 50 megawatts, never the approved 72 chillers at a full 100 megawatts. Slide.
Is there anybody falling asleep yet? Okay. And just to bring this all, who likes corporate jargon? Anybody? No? Great. Let's circle back, right? The point of this and point of us presenting is the fact that we have 7 grounds to dismiss and stop this appeal. So we have 7. Myself and the other John here are covering G3 and G6. If you can look back at the beginning of our presentation, compliance of sound, right? The sound study was done incorrectly, right? This perfect thing here is saying, like, you look at our presentation, you look at the sound study, it has many contradictions of the free cooling scenarios. It has contradictions throughout it, and they all prove that the sound study can't be used to prove compliance. So that's our main grounds, circling back, right? Bringing it to this ground for dismissal. Their own documents describe that the facility is running most of the time, and while the compliance case assumes it runs quiet, the compliance rests on the reduced load free cooling scenario, and the applicant's own record describes 70-75% of continuous operation spiking to 100%. Their June 21st email concedes that economy mode is only available about half the year.
Slide. We have another completeness gap. 72 chillers appear on the approved plan and were never modeled at any load. So these 34 chillers validated by the city's peer reviewer at 75% load. The 72 chillers on the approved M201 never modeled at any load. This is a completeness gap, not a dispute of predictions. However, a compliance finding for equipment never analyzed is not supported by competent evidence in the report, in the compliance report. Slide.
Next. So, again, sorry, circling back. This entire thing rests on many criteria. All of the criteria and assumptions have not been adequately put into the report. There is no assumptions section in the report. They don't clearly state what they used, how they used it. They don't have the right elevations for our house right at the end of Chutney Court. They use a main receiver point 5 houses downhill from us. So if they want to claim line of sight, the whole line of sight and elevation part was not accounted for. So it could easily reach our house or further up in Kissing Camels. And this one in particular is a major one. They try and use a variable in the calculations of gravel or something 0 to reduce the reflections of all the noise coming off of the chillers. And that's an incorrect assumption. They need to use 0.1 or at least 0.5 because it's paved, which is what M201 and all of the other mechanical plans call out in the plans. They call out a different variable that is used in this acoustic study, so it's completely invalid. And this entire thing is resting on at least this and all of the other data that we don't have. We can't confirm any of it, and no one else can either because it's completely incomplete, to say it so short. I want to get the next slide.
For ground 3, again, propagation. As we've heard a little already this morning, barriers lose effectiveness beyond about 400 feet. Low frequency slips through. Night inversion carries sound over the wall. And I don't think that we can overstate the damaging effects of long-term exposure to low frequency noise and infrasound. These long propagation sound waves go right through any barrier, especially barriers close to the sound source. They travel for miles and miles, and they literally have been shown to vibrate the organs in our bodies. Not to mention the havoc that low-frequency noise and infrasound wreaks on the ecosystem. As we pointed out, we're close to the longhorn ram, the longhorn sheep, birds, a beautiful environment, all of the inhabitants of which will be affected by the propagation of this 24/7, 365 days a year infrasound low-frequency noise. Looking again at propagation, Dudek's Ford Amphitheater, for example, field monitoring measured community sound as the sound the predictive studies did not capture. The same predictive versus measured gap is the same at issue here with Project Taurus. So almost a repeat of some of the noise and noise pollution that we hear with the Ford Amphitheater. Slide.
So this is directly from the sound study, this chart. I drew the red squares very, very professionally, I might add. And you can see all of the frequencies of lower than about 200 hertz, well above the limits. If we ignore for just a minute the whole 5 decibel reduction and all the codes, everything below 200 hertz is above the city limits. So if you want to listen to anything below 200 hertz 24/7, this data center is going to do it by their own flawed, biased report that cannot be proved or validated. So we're going to split this slide if you want to cover the DBA, DVC.
Sure. As we've heard already a little bit, the metric for measuring the sound output of the data center is totally skewed. Using a weighted decibel scale approximates the thresholds of human hearing. So anything above 20,000 hertz, anything below 20 hertz, more or less, will not be captured using the DBA scale. Now, we've pointed out that the C-weighted decibel scale is a non-filtered scale that captures all sound pressure fluctuations, even below 20 hertz and above 20,000 hertz. And there might be the argument that it's not the industry standard yet. Why cannot Colorado Springs be a trailblazer in this regard and conduct DBC level measurements of the infrasound and noise that's being produced? Just as a quick note, DBA certainly discounts the low frequencies that dominate data center noise. Unweighted, the 63 hertz band is a sustained 88 decibels with no abatement. And 88 decibels is louder than your refrigerator, it's louder than the washer dryer, it's a constant noise band that we're going to hear.
And on that note, I'll try and hurry up as much as I can here. The weights and averages, so on that previous slide, anything under 200 hertz you saw well above. And I know that the city limit, you need one number to go by. And to get that number, instead of just using the highest values, it uses an average of all of them. So if you go back one slide, if you get the 4,000 hertz and you average it with 63 hertz, you're going to get an average in the middle, which is nice and low. That seems like cherry picking to me. There's got to be another way to get these values. So even if you use their own study, which this is using, it's finding a number that suits them. So our low frequency, just moving on, low frequency kinetic energy goes straight through walls. We've described that multiple times. All these sound barriers are great. They're a great start to trying to abate the sound, but the low frequencies go straight through it. They shoot straight through it like a bullet through paper. They're not going to stop anything at those low frequencies. Solid mounds of dirt, concrete might help lower frequencies, but the infrasound they won't do anything for. So at a bare minimum, if we're going to use the DBA scale, we need more a better way to get a number or use the maximum values, and we need better walls. So this current analysis that is biased, in my opinion, and incomplete, needs better analysis, better standards, and the code needs to change to accommodate for absolute power, which is the DBC scale. The weighted scale is just way, way too biased. So if you want to go to slide 30, and we'll do 31 here.
Thank you. We're done? Okay. We'll move quickly through here. I just have a quick note about temperature inversion, something not accounted for at all in the DLAA sound study that we've pointed out. Temperature inversion, normally cooler air rises. We see snow on the snow peaks, not on the ground. Temperature inversion is when that dynamic is flipped and we have a layer of cold air against the ground, sandwiched between the ground and a layer of warmer air above it. In these circumstances, and this is a scenario that happens frequently at night, especially at our altitudes, cold air will have sound move slower but farther. And because of that upward band of warmer air in this kind of inversion scenario, sound waves are pushed down into the colder air, so they propagate farther along the surface of the Earth. So what that means in daily life is we could hear a highway under these circumstances that is miles and miles away, which we would not normally be able to hear if inversion was not at play. Slide. Also, the deepest sound that the chillers makes enters the model as 0, which we've discussed using this A-weighted decibel scale. The chiller's 31.5 hertz rumble enters the model as 0. The deepest low frequency bypasses the barrier completely at 63 hertz. Slide.
And this is kind of just repeating what we've already said. The lowest frequencies are skipping straight through the sound barrier, so we can move on.
I have one last comment to make on that issue of temperature inversion, something else not monitored or accounted for in the D.L. Adams Associates study is wind. Sound and sound waves are pushed downwards, downwind, so that we hear more sounds and louder sounds farther away if we're downwind from the source. Fewer sounds, less energy if we're upwind from those sounds. So think of temperature inversion and wind factors, two huge factors in our environment and in our community here, not accounted for, not studied, not reported on at all in the existing compliance study.
And sorry, one last thing that is very important. The sound study is also contradictory because it calls out that the sound barriers need to be full to the ground. And then the second sentence after that, it says louvers need to be accounted for. Louvers are openings in the sound wall that have much less, 20 decibels less sound abatement than the rest of the wall. They don't even account for that. The entire study is done using a free online tool that cannot account for louvers or doors or openings in it whatsoever. I went to the site myself. I tried to analyze it. Even paid version, you cannot add louvers or doors or openings to this thing. And according to the fire department, you need doors to open and get to them. The louvers are not accounted for, and they're a much, much less sound reduction for the transmission rating than the rest of the wall. So also, another reason why the sound study is terrible, and a professional company needs to use professional software, not free online tools, to evaluate the sound propagation.
Deirdre Aiden-Smith, I'm back here for a few moments, and so we're going to go back to the grounds. And so ground 4, comparative impact. There's 2 points here that we want to make. One is that the whole point of that is that the June 11 record contains no comparative evaluation of the new fire, fuel storage, or hazardous materials or spill risk. The prior use, the former semiconductor fab, and later the Bitcoin ran all their on-site electrical through a building, a substation, and utility feeds. There was no outdoor diesel or generator installation. So just as a quick reference, and again, I'll go back to the drawing that's also been in the packet. So these buildings that the city referred to as minor, they're actually quite large. They're between 12 and 20,000 square feet. And so those are being demolished. And so these used to house the electrical, and then none of that was exposed. That was part of the original BP, and that's in all of the documents through there. And so these are being demolished, and you're going to go to exterior yards that have all the chillers. They're sitting them in the setbacks. So we are violating many things that were in the BP for that business park. But in addition, they're being stored outside. There's no comparative analysis of what that risk will be to the community or to the homes that are 368 feet away. So that is a failure in the code. Going back to that comparative impact analysis, again, the modification is removing the surface parking buffer that's been recorded on the property since its first use. And they're then installing the chiller, and at one point they had the generator yards before it was moved. So those are now on the south side. The chillers are facing the homes. That BP, the business park rezoning, cut the rear setback from the 50 feet it had been since the beginning documents to 25, and it eliminated the 30% lot coverage cap. The city did not weigh any of this against the prior use. So again, that comparative analysis is not there. So this is what adjacent means. It's 368 feet to the nearest home. So that is where both sound, noise, heat, whatever you want to call it, is going to go there. And the slide I put up here is just an example. If this is within the lot, so this is where the development, where the chillers and the other equipment will be when that building's gone, and that is how close the neighborhood really is. So that is the backyard for someone. So that is adjacent. And then the next slide, the 45-foot wall, we're just talking about that. That is actually now on the north side because then the generators were moved. So that 45-foot wall is either hiding 30 generators or it's hiding 60. No one's quite clear since the mechanical page is incorrect. So the scale of that obviously is much higher than the housing in that neighborhood. So 2 days before, the next slide, please. So 2 days before the hearing, the city confirmed that the reviews didn't exist. So the city has stated that in Acora, the project is not far enough along to have any hazardous materials, fuel tank, generator, water supply, hydrant, or fire life safety reviews. However, so none of those things have been reviewed, but yet we're approving it. So I'm not quite sure how we got there. And lastly, we go back to the ground 5 of the UDC, which is the equipment is sized for 100 megawatts. Again, it's never been specified. I go back to my March request, which is all I needed to know was the data. I just need to know the equipment. We have contradictory information being presented, but what is approved is the 72 chillers, the 60 generators, and 100 megawatts. Thank you.
Section 7.2.401A divides the business park zone as operations that are quiet and clean, protect the occupants from unintended and adverse noise. The properties that are there now are El Paso County's building, Colorado Technical University, and a food processing plant that makes a thickening agent for people like my mother who had ALS who cannot swallow without the thickening enhancement. All of those are quiet industries. None of them have an impact. An example, they have just changed the UTC to include data centers in the light industry definition. Light industry is industry that is engaged in the manufacture or processing of finished products from previously prepared materials. Commercial bakeries, dressed beef processing, bottling, apparel assembly, electronics manufacturing, and print shops. And somehow, one of these things is not like the other. Data centers got dropped just right in there. When we're going for the data center that was first mentioned as data center and office space, they had 602 parking spaces allocated to the building. That was on their own development plan number 1. On development plan number 2, submitted on April 22nd, 2026, those parking places reduced to 16. Data center development plan number 3, submitted May 27th, 2 weeks before the approval, 10. When we spoke to Jason of Radin, he said there may be 5 employees. So this is not bringing jobs to Colorado Springs. Skip 2. The code gave the manager 1 job before this could proceed without a land use plan. He didn't do it. Section 7.2.401C says, former PIP parcels can be exempt from the land use plan requirement only when the manager determines the development is not of an unanticipated size or intensity. We found, with thousands of dollars of CORAs, no assessment of size or intensity, no determination whatsoever. Again, a gap in the record. It needs to be remanded and evaluated fully. Skip 2. It's with a picture of the guy in Virginia. One more. Okay, so the point we're making in a community context, what facilities this size do? We have Great Oak, Virginia, and Warrenton, Virginia, Amazon, and these projects are half the size of ours. But the strongest precedent is this site itself. When we had 3G Ventures Bitcoin operation between 2018 and 2022, the city measurements were constantly 48 to 50.5 decibels at or over the residential night limit. Same building, same neighbors, a government measurement. Skip 2. We have a double standard here. The city already told the owner that the count on an approved plan governs and cannot change without an amendment. It cannot now say that the count doesn't matter. This is going back to our number of generators, number of chillers, and the effectiveness of the studies that they proposed. Slide 50, the 3 walls. On grounds 3 and ground 6, we have 3 walls. The only document that recites the criteria describes only one, the 30-foot south perimeter over the quarter burdened by the 1981 no structure easement running to the city itself. June 15th memorandum, the only document recites the criteria describes the 30-foot wall. The dimensional standards of part 7.4.2 were never applied to any of these 3 walls. The chiller yard noise mitigation, the generator yard noise mitigation, and take noise seriously. A data center plant needs an uninterrupted power source. Anybody who lives on the west side knows what happens when demand exceeds supply. Almost 6,000 homes were without power. This data center will be needing to run its on-site power plant. That is what it is. 24/7 to maintain the temperatures needed to preserve the chips. Okay, could you take me to slide 53 where the heat goes? We have 100 megawatts of heat that is being rejected into the air beside these homes. The record contains not one calculation about heat. This goes back to needing a moratorium until we understand heat islands, heat impacts on the community, on our environment, on our own businesses. I was telling you about the food processing plant that is producing food for vulnerable population. These people need a clean fuel supply. Their generators are going to have to run higher, longer to run filtration systems because no longer can the air they pull from outside be used without extra scrubbers because we now have a diesel field next door. 2627. Skipping the recording. Okay, so we have slide 58, please. We have 7 independent grounds. 7 affirmances requires them to sustain every single finding. Each ground alone defeats the approval. Affirmance requires every finding the record supports, none of these. We went from 7 grounds. Within each grounds, we added counts. When we added the supplement, we are now up to 115 reasons that this administrative approval fails. We are volunteers. We use due diligence. We expect the same of the city. Kate, you want to take over?
Just as a reminder, you have a little shy of 5 minutes on the clock. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, being in charge of the clicker is tough, guys. All right, so what we're going to talk about here is the fact that the industry does not dispute the premise of what we're talking about today. The co-chair of the President of the United States Council on Advisors on Science and Technology said this month while talking about data centers, "You obviously don't want to put these things right next to a residential area." I mean, I probably don't really need to say more than that, but I'm going to. We've heard a lot of false dichotomies related to Project Taurus. One of the more distorted ones is that you somehow don't support the military if you don't support this data center. However, two things can be true at once. It can be true that the President of the United States is prioritizing AI, while at the same time it can be true that this is not the right location for a data center. Where Ron, my neighbor, and I come from, humans are more important than hardware. All right, I'm gonna go through this as fast as I can. We won't get into this too much, but this is meant to be illustrative, not one of our grounds. But the costs for Project Taurus in many ways fall on the community, and I'm not just talking utility rates. I'm tracking the large load rate, so please bear with me on this one, guys. You can see on the slide that national data center demand is a primary reason for a $23 billion in customer price increases lasting through the end of 2028. While Colorado Springs is at least one of, I think, like 36 utilities that have adopted large load tariffs, industry analysts caution that this may not completely protect resident customers from data center related costs. The rate structure addresses direct infrastructure and cost shifting, but infrastructure costs can be hard to isolate. Without regular studies and strict enforcement, it's missing the teeth that it needs to be truly effective and address indirect effects like tighter regional power supply and demand balances and things like that. I'd go more, but I don't want to take up the time. CSU acknowledges it's facing significant pressure with inquiries from projects requesting hundreds of megawatts of power, with some of the prospective projects ranging somewhere between 500 and 600 megawatts. And that's against a system that currently operates sort of, I believe at best, at 1,400 megawatts. So we ask that the commission recommend a moratorium on data centers to City Council. Examples from Colorado Springs and across the country tell us who bears the costs of a hyperscale data center. The ratepayers. We're already on EnergyWise and Smart Energy, and I know I'm not the only one in my neighborhood who had their thermostat go up to 80 over the weekend, right? A deliberate pause is needed for the city to understand how a hyperscale data center will cost the people that they're meant to protect. The impact on their wallets, their homes, their health, and their ability to live the lives they thought they were signing up for when they heard that Colorado Springs was one of the best places to live 2 years ago. Do you want to take over or you want me to close up? Yeah? All right. I'm not the professional, but I'm going to try. In close, we ask for a moratorium to be established. The reality is that everyone on the grid will pay the cost, even with the large load tariff, until the science is clearly studied. And as you heard in the city planning opening, the regulations and the studies haven't caught up to this. So we asked to reverse the June 11th approval and send it back for a full processing before this commission at a noticed hearing, and that all the size and intensity determination be on the record. Anybody else? Thank you. That ends the Integrity Matters portion.
Thank you. Okay, can we have some order in the room, please? Are you part of the Integrity Matters group?
I excused myself from Integrity Matters. As my constitutional right, I'm allowed 2 minutes today to speak as a member of Kissing Camels.
You can do that during...
I have a letter here.
Yeah, you can do that during public comment later this afternoon. This time is for the appellant group and only those that were associated with the appellant.
My own appellant group.
Did you file an appeal with the city, ma'am?
I have a letter here.
Can you tell me your name, please?
Excuse me?
Can you tell me your name?
Cynthia Hurwitz.
Okay. Hold one moment, please.
Yeah. Sorry, there's a little bit of confusion going on. Trevor Gloss with the City Attorney's Office. So, as part of the appeal procedure, each appellant group is given a certain amount of time. Your appellant group was represented by Integrity Matters. There were 34 people that signed on to that appeal.
I have a letter here from Dana stating that since I chose to become my own appellant, I have a 2-minute window to talk.
You do,
and
that is due
to you all.
You do, and that is due during the public comment period. Because you removed yourself from the appeal, you are no longer technically an appellant, a member of the public, and so you speak during the public comment period. We apologize for the confusion. We're just trying to keep the meeting in the correct order.
Point of order, we did in fact have 2 minutes left when Kay sat down.
If she has already...
Folks, please.
Please.
Thank you.
Because she has already waived her part of the appeal, or her appearance,
Yeah.
her involvement with the appeal, she no longer has standing as an appellant to speak. We don't really have the basis to go back and forth after you've waived that right. There is still time during public comment, so I mean, you will have an opportunity to speak during public comment.
In fact, the code provides that if members of the appellant group don't choose to be represented by the attorney, which she has not, she withdrew from the appellant group because you said that if she were part of the appellant group, she would not be allowed to speak. There have been lots of conflicting.
Ms. Gale, we already went through this. The legal analysis is the same. She has time during the public comment period to speak. She's no longer an appellant.
Is Mr. Gloss here?
That's me.
That's him.
Mr. Gloss, this letter was written to you yesterday
Yes.
by Dana.
Yes.
I did not receive any rebuttal from you at that time.
We replied directly to Ms. Dugan. I apologize if she did not forward the email to you or include you on it.
She said, and Mr. Sexton, please add this to the record. So, according to what I'm receiving, I have every right to stand here right now and speak for 2 minutes.
You have 2 minutes during public comment. You can speak during public comment.
Pardon me?
You can speak during public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Oseo, which means hello in Cherokee.
Ma'am.
I'm a Cherokee native.
Ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, your time is going to be during the public comment section, not now. So we'll ask you to come back to the stage later this afternoon when we start public comment. Melissa, can we make sure that she maybe we put her first? Absolutely. Okay, we'll have you be the first speaker when we start public comment. That'll be a little after 1 p.m. And it is very confusing, but folks can either be part of an appellant group or they can be part of public comment, and unfortunately they can't speak in both roles. So that's the distinction that we're making, and that was what the email was intended to clarify. So we will make sure that you have your 2 minutes this afternoon. Thank you.
I appreciate that very much. This is just this is being very consistent with what has been presented today.
Yeah, it's
where there are so many holes in the process.
We apologize. Trying to organize a hearing this large
I'll
has
talk to you all
been
later.
very difficult. Thank you. We are now going to take a 10-minute break, and we will reconvene in 10 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try to come back to order. It definitely looks like our crowd is a little sparse, so if you have a friend in the lobby, let them know. We're going to start soon. Thank you. I'm going to call the Planning Commission meeting back to order after our break. I think it's been 17 minutes. Thank you for your patience while we took that recess. Before we begin again with the applicant presentation, I just want to go ahead and again review. Please treat everyone with respect. Do not interrupt speakers or shout from the audience. Please refrain from applause, cheering, booing, or other demonstrations so every speaker has an equal opportunity to be heard. Given that all the speakers have limited time to speak, we are anticipating this to be a long hearing. Please just cease from loud demonstrations or cheering. It only takes time away from the speakers, and we want to make sure everyone has equal opportunity. So with that, are there any other comments from staff, or do we just want to call up the applicant to begin your presentation? You'll have 76 minutes to speak in equal accordance, and please state your name for the record as you begin.
Good morning. My name is Caitlin Quander, and I am Land Use Counsel to the applicant. Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for your time today. Thank you for everyone who is making time to be here and to speak. I want to quickly just introduce our team. You will also hear from Jason Green with Radin. And we have a number of other experts here today in case there are specific questions around sound. I also know that Colorado Springs Utility is here if there are questions on that front as well. So I will start today by framing the parameters of this hearing, and I think this is a really important focus for us today. So this is not a rezoning hearing, and I know the Planning Commission hears a lot of rezoning hearings. This is not a vote on whether you like or agree with data centers. Instead, here at this property, under the code, a data center is an expressly named and permitted use. To say that again, the zone district is BP, and it is a use by right expressly named in the code. And it has been since 2023 when the city updated its entire zoning code. It was not dropped in recently. It has been in your code expressly named since that time. So the question before you today is whether city staff properly reviewed and approved administratively the major modification to the development plan. And you, I think, know what a development plan is, but for others, this is like a site plan. This shows where the buildings are, where the parking is, where the landscaping is. And development plans change over time. You have different users, different owners, and they have different needs. And so the city regularly reviews development plans and either minor modifications or major modifications to those. And in fact, for this plan, which the original plan that we're looking at is from 2010, it has been amended or modified 9 times since that because different uses have had different needs. And so that is a pretty common process. So on appeal, which is what is before you today, the planning manager evaluated criteria and approved that development plan modification. So the appeal has those specific criteria that staff walked through, and I will touch on them again during our presentation. But I want to be clear that the appellants bear the burden, and they have to establish that the manager of the city planning department's decision was contrary to the code, was in error, or was contrary to law. And that's where you focus your analysis today. And we believe that when you look at the administrative decision, the city approval letter, the staff report, the applicant submissions and the rounds of comments and questions that the applicant went through with city staff to modify and change the plan, especially in light of community feedback. We believe that that shows that that approval was quite thorough and proper, and it should be upheld. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jason to talk a little bit more about Radon and the project.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the commission. Thank you to everybody for coming today. We have a lot of slides, but we're not going to dwell on all the slides. What we wanted to do is make sure that within the public record, a lot of content and a lot of information was made available. We want to make sure that as we go through discussion points later today, that there's material that we can reference and focus back to. So I'm going to skip through slides. I'll just make a mention of what it is, but the real point and focus here is to reference exactly, as Caitlin talked about, the nature and the basis of the appeal. So let's begin with who we are, and we're going to start with what Radon is and what Radon does. Let's see. Data centers are literally storage facilities for computers. If you've never been to a data center, and most people haven't, most people don't even know where a data center is, and they don't even know what it actually looks like. It's just typically a big box. It's got some equipment that's outside, but invariably the computers that manage basically all of our lives, they're built off of the ability to get power and have a very environmentally sensitive location for them to live. Computers just don't like a lot of heat. They like to make sure that they get quality power, and they have to be in a secure space. What you're seeing on the screen is a single computer. We actually refer to those as pizza boxes because it looks like a pizza box. And the rack that you see to the right of it is what houses those pizza boxes. So inside of a data center where the power and the cooling is conditioned, we install a number of these. They're organized very tightly. And the reason for that is that there's different layers to how technology works. The computers have to have an orientation and a specificity. So there's a tremendous amount of engineering that goes into one of these facilities. We are not a real estate company. We're also not an electrical and engineering company or mechanical engineering. We're all of the above. When we look for buildings, and we are a little bit different than many other data center companies that operate facilities, design, build, and operate, is what we call an adaptive reuse business, meaning we like existing buildings. We don't build monolithic gigawatt-style campuses like these. Somebody referenced earlier a meta facility in Wyoming. We don't do anything that big. Our focuses are on facilities that actually deliver services directly to the locale, to who's actually going to need. The term is really last mile. It's the interoperation, how your phone works, how your computers work, things like that. The facilities have to have very specific use case. So for Radon, what we look for are buildings that can support weight. They've got certain dimensions that are required. They've got space for the power and cooling, and they've also got existing infrastructure. We've known about this site for a long time. I actually built a data center campus out of a former Intel factory in 2009. So I came here in 2009, so we've been aware of this. This building is unique, and we'll talk about why, but we wanted to illustrate that this is what's inside of your data center. We'll give it a more explanatory view of what else is in there, but it's pretty innocuous. There's not much to it. It's just a bunch of computers. Speaking of that, when we say innocuous, it's still sophisticated. This is a sample of what is required to actually make that computer function and operate. So you'll see in the center of this display that you have, that's where the computers live. It's called white space. It's very analogous to the way that a chip fab operates, which is why chip fabs make great data centers, because the area in which the chips are produced has to be pristine. It has to have a secure location, very specific power, has to be able to manage cooling precisely, and you can't have any contaminants anywhere. So it's incredibly important that the integrity of the space is set up properly. All the other features that you see here are some elements of what we're going to be installing, and you'll see this on some of the larger plans. There's power and cooling equipment. We don't have chillers that are on the roof. We have a chiller yard that's been discussed. We'll show that. Generators go outside. They're only for backup. CSU has not had a major disruption to that region in 10 years. But we still have to have generators to make sure that we can actually keep everything running and operating properly. So we want to just give you a cutaway that you can see the sheer amount of infrastructure. This project is going to cost $785 million to turn that existing Morbrand building into something that's actually going to be functional. It's a lot of money. And it goes into this type of equipment, very precisely installed and engineered. Why also this site? So it's not just merely that the building's a great building. And when I say it's a great building is that chip fabs are also meant to prevent one of the biggest challenges that computers don't like, which is vibration inside of the building. So when you build a plant that makes chips, if there's vibration, then the chips don't function properly. Computers are the same way. So is electrical equipment, so is cooling equipment. They don't like a lot of vibration. So in the main part of that building that you see there where the arrow is, perfect existing building, very thick walls, incredibly constructed in a way that mitigates any of that vibration internally. You also note the red circles that are there. CSU spent a significant amount of money during the days of Rockwell, Intel, and subsequently to install that infrastructure. It's generating no revenue today. None. No one's using anything. CSU has to continue to maintain that. As everyone probably knows here, they're a nonprofit. That means that that burden of cost gets spread out. When we go and we install and we start working, we start paying our bills. That means all of that is then offset and subsidized to the tune of a minimum of $2.5 million a year. That's not being generated today, and that's important. The site hasn't been anything of use since 2010. There was a Bitcoin facility that was there. Bitcoin facilities and data centers aren't the same thing. We'll talk about why they're completely different and why some of the affronts to the neighbors that were created by the Bitcoin facility, which we agree were an affront, that has nothing to do with our operations, and we'll explain why. So when we look at this, the final piece relative to, we hear this all the time, why this site? The internet's already here. All of the wires that make the internet work, they're already in proximity and they feed the rest of the city. You can't just create the internet no matter what you want to do. So by virtue of the fact that we have power in place, a great building, the campus has the resources by taking down these existing buildings that don't need to be there, and the internet's there, everything's set up. Now we'll add one thing. We typically look at least 100 buildings before we even begin due diligence on one. So there's a lot of disqualification occurs that before we even get to a stage, before we start talking to a city. We spent a lot of time. We've been working on this for more than a year. So this wasn't a casual attempt to just say, hey, we think this would be great. One of the most significant pieces is it's zoned and entitled for data centers. So by virtue of that, this was something that should translate and fits within what the city wants and needs. Inside, we talk about vibration. The computers go in the middle. There are two 60,000 square foot halls. Critically, when we talk about the power infrastructure that's there, what we learned through our due diligence, which we didn't know until due diligence, is that CSU has 50 megawatts, 4 computers, and that's it. So mostly one of those halls on the left and a little bit on the right is going to be where the computers go. We don't have any additional power, so we can't install anything else. That's where they're going to be located. You'll see that in the middle, you're way away from the perimeter walls. And so the computers inside is that, in a matter of fact, when you go into any data center, if you've been in one, you'll never hear noise outside the white space, ever. It has to be mitigated. So the computers themselves don't make any noise. Contrast that, which we'll show with when the Bitcoin farm was operating, which was, by the way, on the back. It wasn't in the main building. It was outside. The computers in the Bitcoin farm, they make a tremendous amount of noise. They scream. And they're in like a warehouse-type building. This is inside of 24-inch thick walls with 12-foot thick ceilings. So the noise is muted and mitigated. And then those are important points. So this just shows you illustratively. Notice the office that's underneath where north of Garden of the Gods Road. There's not a lot of extra space that's here. The people that work here are engineers and operations and security staff. They're walking around all the time. We do have to have some office. We'll come back to that because that was raised a little while earlier. We'll talk about what's there. But as you can see in the details under sound mitigation, there's a tremendous amount of infrastructure that went into this building that's already resident and in place. We heard a lot about generators and chillers. They go outside. They have to go outside. But as we go through effectively the etymology of the way that we install these, it's not the way it's necessarily being portrayed, and it's not the same as a lot of other data center companies. And I'll explain why there's purpose in that. We wanted to show you where the noise comes from. So we'll address this as we go, but these are the parts and pieces of a generator, which is a tier 4 backup generator, just so that we're clear. They cannot run continuously. They have a limited number of hours, and it's regulated by the state of Colorado. We can only buy specific generators. That's all we're allowed to do. Even if we wanted to buy something different, we can't. This is important to me, and this could end up being construed as any one of a number of things, but I want to make it abundantly clear that every single data center that I've ever developed, and I've developed many all over the country, all over the world, in different environments that you could ever imagine, is we begin with local. It always starts with local. We don't hire externally and bring other people in. We only hire local resources, contractors, and whatnot to actually deliver. The staff that run these facilities, they're all local. Why do I mention that? Is that those people have to live here. So by virtue of that, the community is incredibly important. The reason that we're going to keep coming back to community is that we've spent a tremendous amount of time with the community to hear their concerns. The code is the code is the code. We have to meet the code. Technically, we don't have to do anything more than what the code is asking for. But to be honest with you, it's important to us that we hear that. So we've spent a lot of time directly with the community, me personally. And I think that's important. company. So I show up. I've sat in people's living rooms. I've had coffee, I've had lunch, I've had dinner. We've held online sessions, and we'll go through the list of what those are because we're at a point where we have to explain that. When we look at the community responsibility, we heard about their noise, and we knew that there was going to be concerns about generators and chillers. So if you'll look at this slide, it breaks down fairly simply. Nothing that we buy is open air. It's not a device that just sits outside. We only buy equipment that is fully what's called attenuated. So it has devices that are around it that quiet it down at the source. We buy devices that are intentionally muted. We then put all of those into yards that are attenuated. And we'll talk about the material development of a yard later. And that the plan shows all of this. Critically, you can go talk to any sound engineer, you can talk to any engineer of any kind in regard to how muting of sound occurs. The yard itself is significant. So as we continue, you'll see examples beginning here. If you'll notice on the left, the original development plan that was submitted contemplated the generators on the back side of the building. They are closer to the community. The reason why they were there is because the electrical distribution that you saw in the red circles earlier is close to that proximity, so it actually makes it easier for engineering. So we submitted this. We were then engaged by some folks that spoke earlier from the community and said, look, we want to talk to you. We've got real concerns about this. So over the span of about 8 weeks, it was strongly recommended and suggested that we see if we can move the yard. That wasn't easy. We'd already submitted a plan. So we had to come back to the city and say, look, we got to move it. So now if you look on the right-hand side, you'll see that that red block shows where there is, instead of 2 plants, there's 1 plant. And it's now on the most northern side of the building. That took a month to re-engineer. It was a major challenge to the way that the overall development was supposed to operate, but the community asked for it and we heard them. What that means is that all those generators that are now enclosed in a 45-foot tall wall are now on the other side of a 700,000 square foot, 90-foot tall building. So the sound attenuation is literally impossible from where that sits. And that's why we're in a state where those are not concerns. We heard that. If you go back to the left, you'll notice the blue is a chiller yard. Chillers have to be outside. They breathe. They use air. We've heard about louvers. We'll talk about how louvers actually work. The community said, look, it's still close to us. He said, yeah, we don't really have a lot of other places to go for one major reason. Intel likes tunnels. So when Intel builds chip fabs, there's tunnels all throughout this property. All of the piping equipment that goes to that main building is in an underground tunnel. And by virtue of putting the chillers in that location, we can avoid anybody's environmental concerns because none of the piping has any attachment whatsoever to the environment. It doesn't touch dirt. It's in a concrete encased tunnel. So it goes in there. But what we originally did was we had the chiller plant at a specific orientation. We were able to actually shrink it and narrow it. So on the right-hand side, when we moved this, we were able to make it essentially more lower profile in terms of the way that the wall and the overall yard was structured. That's important. Again, it has a noise improvement. The additional community response was, can't you just build a wall? And I said, sure, we can build a wall. What do you want? And they said, well, you have an existing wall where the yellow is. It's on the right. Notice it's not on the left because the existing wall on the left is about 7 feet tall. I don't know what it's there for, but there's a wall. The wall on the right is a 30-foot tall wall. It doesn't violate any easements whatsoever. The city mandated that we made sure that it was going to be defined and structured. And what the community asked for was they said, we want visual blockage. What's the tallest you can make it? I said, 30 feet. We said, you know, do you guys have anything else that you want? And what we received back from the community was they said, well, we want to be able to make sure it's the right color, the motif is right. This is the engagement. A lot of emails, a lot of discussion. We said, fine. So we went and added that to the plan and completely re-engineered that. It does have a sound purpose. To be honest with you, all the sound is already mitigated before that wall. So these are just illustrative of some of the things that we've done and we've engaged with to make sure that it's heard and clear that the community concerns can be met with real engineering. This slide was used earlier, but in a different way. So if you look on the top, and we'll make this quick, the block that's there that's in the dashes up top is where the generator yard originally was, and you can see proximity. You can see we added the 30-foot wall, and then you can see where the stormwater culvert is, which is a concrete encased stormwater runoff, and then where the houses are. Remember, we moved that all the way to the other side of the building that can't be seen on the left. We then added below the chiller yard. So there was an illustration earlier that showed that the chillers were actually above the height of the wall. It's not the case. There's 21 feet of separation from the top of the chiller to the top of the wall. We'll go through the sound mitigation of that later. When you look at the mitigation that the wall provides, you look at the orientation, all of these things were engineered specifically because the community asked for it. They said we have concerns about the noise. How do you actually show us you can do that better? So we've given these cross sections to show where all of the dimensions are. And, you can go through, I apologize, there's a lot of granular information on there. But this just gives you an essence of orientation and where everything's located. This is just a synopsis. We've gone through the details. Everybody can see what the notes are and where they reference. The purple, by the way, is the lot line. One thing that was discussed repeatedly is about it's actually 60 generators and it's actually 72 children. I don't have anywhere to put 60 generators. The generators are in the top. Each position shows 15 positions. It's repeated in 7 pages throughout the approved development plan. Each one of those positions represents a double stack chiller. So 2 times 15 is 30. There isn't room for any more. The chillers that are in the yard that's there's 36 chillers. I don't have any room for any more. I can't put any more if I wanted to. If we even added 1 chiller, we have to change the entire development plan. I have nowhere to put it. So illustratively, this just shows you the consistency through all of the documentation. Sorry about that. We talked about how you can go and take devices and make them quieter. This is how you make a generator quiet. If everybody isn't familiar, hospitals have generators operating right next to the hospital. They don't make noise. It's because they're attenuated. Hospitals are pretty sensitive to noise. They're all backup generators too. If something goes wrong, it's the same philosophy. So on the left-hand side, instead of just taking a big old engine and putting it in a yard and letting it run, what you do is you add components to it that are going to reduce that. The state of Colorado asked us, it's not a mandate. So generators can make emissions. How do you solve that? Well, it's called a selective catalytic reduction unit, an SCR. It actually has a byproduct function that no one thought about. It's almost like a GLP-1. You're supposed to take it for diabetes and then you lose a lot of weight. In this case, the SCR that you get on here does one thing primarily. It reduces NOx emissions. It actually reduces NOx emissions as low or lower than natural gas generators. We were asked often, why don't we use natural gas for our generators? Because there isn't any. We already did the study. There's no natural gas to study. So the SCRs reduce that, but they also do something materially. They massively reduce noise. So you get a second byproduct. So for every generator we buy, we spend another $60,000 to $300,000 to add one of those units. We also put variable frequency drives on the fans. By frequencing the sound, so basically the way that those fans are operating and changing it, you reduce noise. Constant noise is where there can be problems. The adjustment to the way that the device performs is critical. That's on the unit before it even shows up. Then we go to a different manufacturer, and in the middle, you put it inside of its own condominium. So each one of these generators, these units, goes in a box. The box is specifically designed to knock down noise. If you're asking why we would do that just because someone asked us to, no, it's actually also purely selfish. If you have a lot of noise at a generator as an engine, it doesn't operate very well. So when we tamp down noise, it prolongs the life of them. It's just a benefit to the overall performance of the environment. And again, generators only run once a month for 15 minutes during testing, and the only other time they ever do anything in life is if there's an outage from the utility. So they're just there as backup. The final piece is, you can see it on the right, is we put all of that behind a wall in a yard. In this case, it's a 45-foot tall wall. We'll talk about wall generation as well and the way that that's designed. These 3 steps are not equaled by a lot of other data centers, and we're well aware of that. If you want to compare this project to many others, and some were noted in Northern Virginia and others that we're very aware of, they're not the same thing by any stretch of the imagination. This is important to us. This costs us more money. We do it intentionally. Chillers have the same thing. We'll run through it quickly. You buy a chiller, it's basically its own cooling engine. So what do? You add parts and pieces to it to make it quieter. Same concept as the generator. Silencers, and then you go and add an enclosure. It gets its own condominium. You then finally go and you engineer a wall, but the terms here are important because they're in the development plan. Silent plus barrier materials are industrial engineered. They are meant so that industrial deployments can keep quiet under any circumstance. That material is expensive. It goes on the inside of the wall, and the coefficient of the wall, meaning how thick it is also equally critical. So we built a really thick, really tall wall made of expensive materials that knocks down all the noise. It's been talked about earlier that we didn't address DBC. We've absolutely addressed DBC. So you can see DBA, which is how your ear hears sound, and DBC, which is how low frequency or lower bass-like sounds function. It is true that chillers and generators will generate some of that lower noise. It is equally true that when you look at silent plus barrier materials, they knock that down. They reduce it. That's why you use it. It was mentioned earlier that louvers are a massive problem. They're actually a benefit here in 2 ways. Chillers have to breathe. One of the major reasons why this project in Colorado Springs is the environment. So the overall temperature on a regular basis, especially 50% of the year, especially at night and wintertime, allows us to turn off the compressors on the chillers. That means we use less power, they function a lot more efficiently, and because we turned off a noisemaker, then they're quieter. Well, you have to get air to the chillers, so the yards have louvers. You'll notice it says Slim Shield. Slim Shield SL12, the cut sheets are inside of the development plan. We've hidden nothing. We're transparent. Everything is here and available. The louvers are actually thicker than the wall. So those materials are thicker than the wall materials. The louvers actually knock down sound more than the wall itself. These are all additional engineered things. We're not required to do any of this. We could have easily designed this just enough to make it so that it was 54 decibels dBA and everyone would be fine. We don't think that was acceptable. We wanted to make sure that we could be at or under the ambient noise. Just so everyone's clear, we did a week-long sound study with nothing operating. That site is at 42 decibels today. You'll see that our operations are at 41 decibels. This will help you see how it applies. We talked about how these sound frequencies crawl. Well, the wall knocks all of that down. Illustrated on the right are the concerns, and you'll see about the hertz levels that were also said that we didn't address. We've absolutely addressed them. They went into the sound model. So we've identified how do you take chillers, particularly as the closest equipment that's illustrated in the development plan, and how do you mitigate any noise that comes out of there? Well, you do this. So first of all, the chillers aren't on the ground, they're on pedestals. By the elevation there, then you're rejecting the sound that comes from those directly into the wall itself. The louvers, which are the thickest part, are at the bottom, so when sound tries to bend and crawl, it gets defeated at the bottom. You then look at that we've got a wall that is 21 feet taller than the tallest part of the chiller. That means that the sound can't crawl over the wall in any measure. So we've added these layers to make sure that we could not, it's not defensive, it's meant to say the community said, you need to prove to us. So through all of my interactions, 3 town halls, 8 online meetings, and over 100 hours of direct interface, it's this that we've worked through. This is the engineering. People say, you paid for that. Of course we did. You have to pay somebody to do that. And so they're the ones that have put all of this technical specificity into the development plan so that we have something that's defensible. The Bitcoin farm needs to keep being brought up. The first thing I ever heard when I came to even go walk this site was, so by the way, there was a Bitcoin farm here. And I was like, yeah, I can imagine. Bitcoin farms don't look like data centers at all. It's literally like comparing a tricycle to a Ferrari. All of the Bitcoin computers, they don't look like what you saw earlier. They look like safety deposit boxes with a big fan in the back, and they just operate literally for the end of time. They operate until they break. That was how you would mine Bitcoin. They're loud, they scream. They make a high-pitching, shrilling scream. The building they were in is an outbuilding on the site behind the building closest to the property. What was the defense? The defense when the noise became so loud that certain folks in the community who I met with personally, who said that they developed PTSD over this noise, I know how loud that is, a bunch of Sealand containers were purchased and stacked up on the back and had hay stuffed in them. Let's just say that's not going to fix the problem. You then look at the way that Bitcoin needs to be cooled. These are big open air fans. They're not chillers. They're not inside of enclosures. It's wildly different. So I just want to note a couple things in the last 2 bullets. 794,000 times is the difference in intensity of the 2 dBAs. And the perceived loudness, the way you hear it, is 60 times louder. So at 100 dBA, that's equivalent to a jackhammer running 24/7, 365. At 41 dBA, it's like a quiet library. Rather demonstrable difference. We're at 41 dBA operating. So I just want to illustrate that there's a wild difference between the 2 scenarios. Sorry, it keeps going fast. Here's your Sealand container wall. The wall covered one side and part of a second. There were not 4 walls around it. The steel material that Sealand containers are built off of refracts sound. So they actually bend it and bounce it. So what it actually did is it polluted the community more than it did contain anything. You can test that with what you see on the right, where the chiller yard that we're talking about actually grabs that noise and deadens it. So that's how we're able to come up with numbers that are verifiable. And illustratively, just to make mention, we redid our plan on the sound and noise attenuation side. So our third-party engineering firm, 5 different times, all based upon community input. So this was not a lightweight effort on our part. 5 different times we had to go back to the wall and say, look, the community said DBC, the community said infrasounds. Just to be clear, in 25 years of building data centers, until last year, we've never had to do a sound study. No one cared. It's never been an issue. Well, now it's an issue, so now we got to make sure that we're addressing that. That's real. Here's what it looks like, and I apologize that for whatever reason on the presentation, the colors on the left didn't actually show, but it's pretty simple. Green is quiet. So the 35 to 45 is that quiet range, and you'll see where the community sits at the bottom. You'll see where the chiller yard is, you see where the generator yard is, and what you can see is on the other side of the building from the generator yard, it's green. That's going to be in its high 30s, low 40s. We are operating at 41 decibels. At night, we're at 34 decibels. The study proves this out. It's in the development plan. There's nothing to hide here because the information is defensible, and the models support this. So this is a pretty stark level of evidence as to where the actual sounds exist and why they're not going to be challenging for anybody that's there. Again, our colors didn't come through. DBA, as we mentioned, human air. City code, 38 at nighttime operating, 34 when we're economizing, meaning using outside air, 41 DBA daytime. This is unalienable. This is the way the models work in terms of the way that the computers need to function in this space. And you have a snippet, if you go read this later, which addresses infrasounds directly out of the sound report in the 5th version, which we asked for a completely separate additional study on the DBC side. Water comes up a lot. We don't need any. So the reality is that this site is scheduled for 1 million gallons of water a day for manufacturing. Someone talked about being able to go and build solar panels at this site earlier. You need a lot of water to build solar panels, just so we're clear. A lot of chemicals, a lot of pollutants. We don't need any of that. 350 million gallons of water a year for manufacturing that site. If we built this data center 3 years ago, we would need evaporative cooling. That means you got to burn off water. That's 200 million gallons. We use a closed loop system because the computers require it. It's not because we're special. The sophistication of the computers and the technology that's being put forth, they need very, very, very tightly banded temperature management. We need 200,000 gallons one time. We don't need any more ever. It's a pretty significant and dramatic lack of use at the site. We made it clear to the city that we signed that away. We don't need the water. There's no interest. There's nothing there. So we need 200,000 gallons one time. This shows you what happens when you compare 200,000 gallons one time to a house. So this information is standard across every water utility in the United States. It's at a 4-bedroom house with 4 occupants in it. Uses 60,000 gallons of water a year inside. That's not gardening. That's not anything else inside. We need 200,000 gallons once, forever. So now when you do the math and you take an enclave of 26 homes, which is coincidental in terms of the enclave behind the site, that's 1.56 million gallons of water a year just for those homes to do what they do normally. 7.8 million gallons in 5 years and 15.6 million in 10 years. We've still only used 200,000 gallons. We don't need any more. It's not exposed to the air. There's no means for it to evaporate. It can't go anywhere, and if it did, it would diminish the cooling capacity of the site. The best way we can compare a closed-loop cooling system is to a radiator in your car. You don't ever have to go in there and say, oh, well, you know, the radiator was just exposed to the air and so everything got burned off and that's how it cools the car. That's not how it works. This is the exact same thing on the left. The water lives a very mundane life. It just goes from hot to cold, hot to cold, hot to cold, hot to cold, and the chiller's job is to go and make sure that the hot turns into something colder. One thing I want to illustrate, we heard about thermal. I find this interesting. The computers that we mentioned at the beginning are built by NVIDIA. These are the most cutting-edge computers in the entire world. These are Vera Rubin chips. These are brand new released. 2 years ago, you would have to deliver them 80-degree water. At the hottest, they need really cool water to function properly. Now those chips require 113-degree water. So it means that when we're creating heat, we actually put it back into that water because that's how the computers want it. So we're in a position where we're actually limiting the amount of thermal release from this site because that's how the technology works. You can't make it up. You can go research this on NVIDIA's website if you so choose, but that's why this system is so incredibly important. Closed loop to maintain that tight band. These are the details on this. We hear about blowdown often. People tell us that closed loop systems, they require blowdown. That's not possible, just so that we're clear. Blowdown is for systems that are actually evaporative in their nature. So cooling towers, they have to have blowdown. It's a means of cleaning the system. That's not how this works. So there's no blowdown here. We don't need any constant replacement water. Sludge and particulate, you will get particulates. It's filtered constantly. We cannot have a diminishment of any of that substance that's inside of that loop. So that's why the details are here and bulleted out. I hate having to quote our resume, but I feel like this is important. So these were all the inputs that came from the community directly. We've got countless emails, countless text messages, a significant amount of engagement. We aggregated all of that and we put it into the planning, the development plan as it was submitted. All of this lists out what we actually performed. And just so that it's clear in terms of transparency and representation, I'm the one who was here for that. So I conducted all the town meetings, the town halls. I did the direct meetings. We wanted to hear, even if it was good or bad, it didn't matter. We wanted to hear, and then we wanted to come back. So there's a tremendous amount of back and forth, which is why that fourth development plan submittal showed a dramatic development itself from the first one, because the community drove that impact. I had somebody tell me once, well, I'm sure the city just stamped this for you. This will show you how much work went into this. Our first engagement was on December 9th of 25. We had already started doing what we call bench work, but we'd never started formal diligence 4 months before that. So we weren't even to engage the city until that period of time. It took us until March 17th to submit. The city came back 3.5 weeks later and told us all that was wrong with our submission. That's why they do that. There were 81 comments. Just so that we're clear, comments aren't something that you just rubber stamp. There's a tremendous amount of detail, and we listed those out. It took us another 3 weeks to go reconcile those via engineering and resubmit again. They then came back with 40 more comments. Those are all code-based. Those are all compliance-based. Those are all required for us to make sure that we're adhering to what we actually have to do to be able to get something approved. There's no concessions. So after May 8th, then we take another 3 weeks. And May 27th, we submit a third time. We got the last couple of comments that were included in there on the 9th and 10th. And we met all the criteria. This shows you the entire timeline. There was a lot of rigor that went into this. The community drove this. This came up from the community. They said, we want a responsibility contract. One resident specifically told me while sitting on his back patio that after 2 years of Bitcoin mining, that he had no recourse. No one could help him. No one could do anything. He said, Jason, you need to have a contract. This was then reiterated by the community multiple times. The city asked us if we would ratify one. So on July 16th, we signed a responsibility contract. The contract lists out all the details. It's a 10-year initial term. It has a covenant, so it actually protects this from a land perspective, and we're required to put up $1 million bond. In the event that we don't actually remediate a problem that the community finds related to noise, they can call on our $1 million bond and we have to pay for it. It'll never get to that even if it was the thing, but it doesn't matter. In the event that we're not doing the right thing, then it gets called in. This is the first of its kind in the United States. This was driven by the community. We didn't come up with this. I never would have thought of this in my life. We were told that this is something that we actually had to have put in place. I'm sorry, ma'am.
You're good. Please keep your comments quiet, please.
So this being implemented gives teeth. The city controls this. We had some community members say, well, we want to be the ones to control this. We understand that. Legal, insurance, it's challenging. The city controls all of those resources that make this enforceable. So the significance of this cannot be understated. Again, there has not been a data center project in the United States that has gone to this efforts from a community and a civic perspective. The obligation is just illustrated. We put the $1 million out there for a reason. We can't stop that bond from being called. The Bitcoin mine scenario could never happen again, ever. If there's obtrusive sound, it gets called out, it's game on. One related component. There must be sound monitoring for this to occur. As part of that plan, Radon has signed up to pay for the engineering, to pay for all of the devices, to monitor all of it, to publish all of the data to the city, and be responsive to every city request for any complaint. So we're burdening the cost. No one else pays for this. This is on us to manage, and if we're not compliant, then the city has control. Mentioned earlier about our cost to ratepayers, there is no cost. The only way that we can get power from CSU, which by the way is using equipment and infrastructure that was already installed and is generating no revenue, is by paying for anything that we need. So if we need more equipment, like replacement transformers, we have to pay for them. If maintenance needs to come out, we pay for that. The city, the community, no one pays anything else. So the idea that we're going to be a burden to ratepayers is, unfortunately, for those that are naysayers, is not the case. We're actually a benefit because we are a large load user. What that means is that, and I'd ask anybody that's here, if you've ever looked at your residential power bill, have you ever received a charge for not using enough power? You've never received that. We do. If we don't use enough power, we're charged anyway. So the $2.5 million a year that we're generating just in revenue for the power that we use is required. It's a guarantee. So it's incredibly important when we think about usability and whether or not we're actually being good stewards of the power that's being delivered to us. I'm going to give everybody a break from me. Caitlin's going to step up and do legal.
All right, so again, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Caitlin Quander, Land Use Council. And with me, we will be concluding, so not too long to go. I do want to cover from a legal angle kind of the two sets of criteria that we look at here. So we'll start with the first set of criteria, and this is, you saw this in Mr. Sexton's presentation, but this is what the City Planning Department and the manager looked at for their criteria when they were reviewing and determined that they could approve the major modification of the development plan. So the first of those is that it may only be approved by the same decision-making body using the same procedures as the original permit. That original development plan from 2010 was approved administratively by city staff. It's stamped with AR, which means administrative review, not amendment or something else that was suggested earlier. It means administrative review. And that was done in 2010. And so it was, again, this was approved administratively similarly. The second criteria is that it complies with provisions of the UDC and all applicable city regulations. As I touched on at the beginning, this data center is defined as light industry in your code, and it is expressly permitted and named as a use by right in the BP zone district. So that means that it is consistent with the UDC. And here at this property, being developed over 30 years ago as an industrial building and chip manufacturer, similar uses and even more intensive uses, as we heard from Bitcoin, have occupied the property for the past 30 years. Notably, this modification does not change the use of the property. It has actually been named and designated since 2010 as a data center. That is in those city documents. It was used that way previously. So what we're really focused on here is the site plan itself, that development plan, and the changes for this user that they've requested. And the last aspect is the data center complies with the UDC's use-specific site standards. So for example, providing 1 parking space per 1,000 square feet of gross floor area, the buffer 2 standards that are required in the code. All of those details were worked through with staff and determined to comply with the code. The third criteria, modification is consistent with any conditions in the approval or permit proposed to be modified. So the original development plan from 2010 imposed no conditions, and so that's what we reflected against here. There were some conditions on past amendments that are no longer relevant. They were for past users, so those are not relevant to the consideration. There are conditions on this approval. I expect you've seen the approval from the City Planning Department, and there were several conditions. Some relate to kind of follow-up aspects as the development goes on with the utility, and one of those conditions, which was met, was the signing of the development agreement to ensure that there was that long-term commitment once it is constructed inside the building, that sound is monitored, complaints can come in, the city will go out and check, and they need to be fixed if there are issues. And the fourth criteria is the modification of the development plan does not create more adverse impacts to surrounding properties than the development approval or permit proposed to be modified. So again, we compare it against the original development plan. The UDC categorically concludes that light industry uses, such as data centers, have no major external environmental effects. The modification does not change the use of the property. It's been designated as a data center for the last 16 years. The modification does, however, and it's specifically in response to community feedback, include additional mitigation measures that Jason walked through to mitigate those concerns or real impacts related to noise, air quality, environment, energy, and water. And the fifth criteria, the modification is consistent with the Colorado Springs Comprehensive Plan and any other plans adopted by the City Council. So the data center is consistent with the BP Zone District's light industrial intent. It says that expressly in the UDC. And the adaptive reuse of an existing industrial building, because that's what we have here, an existing building that was built for chips originally and has not been used over the last few years, is echoed throughout your comprehensive plan. We want to see these buildings repurposed and reused, and we don't want to see them empty. The data center is consistent with Plan COS's vision for the Garden of the Gods corridor. This was intended and developed as an industrial corridor. And data centers are in fact specifically named in Plan COS as examples of desirable development in that area on page 71. So the city planning manager reviewed these criteria, worked through the plans, and you saw the timeline that Jason presented, and approved that major modification of the development plan. So what we have here, now we move to the second criteria. Oh, sorry, I missed that one, but you heard it from me. These are the criteria that we're looking at today for the notice from the appeal. The appeals were filed, and they claim, and they have to prove, that the decision by your planning manager was contrary to the language of the UDC, was in error, or was contrary to law. And that is the review before you today. The appellants have asserted that those did in fact occur. We believe that the staff report, the applicant materials, the staff approval, the decision, and the various supplemental materials that have been included in the record before you demonstrate that that decision was proper, diligent, and consistent with city code. So with that, we do request that you uphold the planning manager's decision, and we look forward to hearing the public comment later today and to be back up to answer any of your questions. Do you think you want to close this out on this one, or are you good?
I'm good.
All right, thank you.
You all still have 32 minutes remaining in your time if you wish to use that, and you may certainly forfeit that, but you do have 32 minutes remaining.
Thank you. We have our time at the end still, so we'll just use that for any questions and let everybody get to lunch a little earlier.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you. Are there any questions from the commission for our applicant or the appellant group at this time? Yes. Hey. Hold on. Well, if we.
I'm sorry, Chair. As a point of order, you're saying to take you're moving to take questions prior to public comment?
I'm just saying, in our normal procedures, I often will ask if there are any questions before we move to public comment. And in this case, we're going to move to lunch and then to public comment. But if there were any burning questions before we take what's probably going to be a 45-minute break, I just wanted to open that up to the dais. But we certainly, say that again.
Do the appellants rebut?
Both appellant and applicant will have rebuttal time after public comment. That'll be later this afternoon, probably moving into the evening time frame. So, I mean, I would suggest that we move to our lunch and then we hold questions. That's our normal protocol, but we certainly can take questions at this time. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Then we will go to break for lunch for about 45 minutes. Returning around 1:15, and then at that point in time we'll take public comment, and that public comment again will be first in favor of the appeal, opposed to the project. That'll be 3 hours, and following that will be in favor of the project, opposed to the appeal for 3 hours. So what? Oh, we have plenty of questions. We'll see you all in 45 minutes.
Mamacita, mamacita, sexy bonita,
Okay, we are about to get started again. We're just getting technology set up to enable public comment. So thank you all so much. And thank you all again for being here. I feel like every time we take a break, though, we lose folks. So thank you for those of you that have stayed and that are here. And again, thank you for taking time out of your days and your lives and your priorities to be here and to speak on behalf or to participate in this public forum. We really do appreciate the civic engagement. Once we get started, let me read through the public comment rules for you one more time, just so we have that clarified. Okay. Public comment will be in person only, so you need to sign up with city staff at the tables in the lobby. If you haven't done so already, you can still go do so. Public comment will begin with those in favor of the appeal, followed by those against the appeal. Each speaker will have 2 minutes. A visible timer will be used, and that visible timer is located on the desk here, so you'll be able to see the visible timer. Time may not be yielded or transferred to another speaker. So again, each individual will be given 2 minutes. So given the speaking limitation and time frame, no presentations will be allowed during public comment. So again, just your commentary from the microphone. And each side, so again, those in favor of the appeal and those opposed to the appeal will have a maximum of 3 hours of public comment. And that is in no way meant to limit the ability for you to make comment on this item. I know lots of folks have sent things in before. It's just in order to respect everyone's time and not keep us here until midnight or tomorrow morning or something of that nature. So hopefully you will have a chance to speak in the allotted time. We have given out numbers to individuals. Is that correct, staff? So folks have numbers, so please keep an eye on your number and watch for indication. We'll call who's speaking and then who's next so that you can queue up behind the microphones. There's one on kind of each side stage, left and right, near the kind of ADA seating there. Please remember to begin by stating your name for the record, and if you could do so slowly and legibly or audibly so that we can capture that for the record and that we know what your name is, that would be great. Comments should be directed to the Planning Commission and should relate to the matter under consideration only. To ensure fairness, we ask that everyone follow the same rules and the same time limits. And again, as I've said before, please treat others as you would want to be treated by allowing each speaker their full opportunity to be heard without interruption. I really enjoyed the finger snaps and the ASL applause. That is a wonderful way to show enthusiasm while still keeping decorum so that folks can speak. Please direct your remarks to the commission as a whole, remain respectful, and stay focused on the matter under consideration. After completing your remarks, you may return to your seat or you may leave the room if you wish. Speakers are encouraged to share new information or perspectives on the matter under consideration and refrain, if possible, from restating information that has already been raised. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot of the same comments, but it's great to hear different perspectives or different information, not just repetition throughout. Again, expectation to treat one another respectfully. Do not interrupt. Do not shout from your seats. Do not use profanity or any personal attacks in your comments. And again, applause, cheering, booing, or other demonstrations I ask to be minimized because it disrupts the flow of the hearing and can impact the number of people that are able to speak. Again, we've tried to give ample time, but we realize there are a lot of individuals that want to talk today. Please do remain seated unless you're moving to the microphone, a restroom, or an exit, and do not block exits, exitways, walkways, or accessible routes. And thank you again for being here and taking the time out of your day to do this. And thank you for your understanding of how long this is going to take. I anticipate we may take a break partway through, but if possible, we'll try to save that until the end of the 3-hour period, but we're all human, so thank you for understanding if we do need to take a break. And with that, I'm going to ask staff to go over how we're getting folks up to the microphones, or who's up first, who's on second, what's on third. Let's go. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Hensler. The first speaker we have in support of the appeal is Cynthia Hurwitz.
Cynthia, if you could make your way to either microphone, introduce yourself, and when you've done that, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
And Cynthia, thank you for your patience and your understanding with the protocol today. We did want to go ahead and put you at the beginning of the line for public speaking.
And I will go ahead and announce, sorry, that was loud. The next speaker on deck is ticket number 2, Matt Martin. So please be prepared to speak next. Thank you.
OCO, that means hello in Cherokee. Thank you, panel, for allowing me to speak first on this. I really appreciate that. I'm here with my service dog, Sterling. So
Can you state your name, ma'am?
Cynthia, Cynthia, Hurwitz, Hurwitz. And I have been coming to Colorado Springs since 1962 when I was 4 years old. At that time, we were at Manitou Springs, and my father said, take a good look. There's going to be a day when Coca-Cola is more expensive than water. Well, that day's come and gone. We are seeing that happen. I spent 23 years in Houston as a kinesiology professor. And due to the environment in Houston, which contains a lot of oil refineries, 139 varieties of mosquitoes, pesticide trucks driving up and down the streets every night, making loud noises, and spraying pesticides for all of these mosquitoes, I became deathly ill and had to move away. I went to Jewish National Hospital. They identified this specific ecosystem as the only place in the United States that I could live. So I am a resident of Kissing Camels neighborhood. You don't get to live in Kissing Camels by not working hard. You don't get to live in Kissing Camels. I've been going there since I was 4 years old, when there were like 3 houses. It's a wonderful place. They released houses on decades rather than building cookie cutter houses all at once. This is an amazing community. This is a sacred ground. We have the Ute, Garden of the Gods over here. There's no place like it in the world. And to allow something like an AI data center to infiltrate the sacred grounds, not only based on my heritage, but based on every American who lives here and all of the international people that come here, and the bad side effects.
Thank you, Ms. Horowitz. Unfortunately, your 2 minutes has expired.
Wow.
I know, it goes fast.
I was a college professor.
Yes.
I would have 3-hour classes.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have Matt Martin next, ticket number 2, and following will be ticket number 3, Kevin Bowersox. Please introduce yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
All right. Hi, my name is Matt Martin. I work across the street at the Keysight facility, so I spend a lot of my life in proximity to where this is going to be. I think for me, some of the most disturbing parts of this is been some of the lack of transparency and concerns about just the power consumption here. There's the CSU report where it says, if 1615 can support 100 megawatts of gross power on July 1, we'll use it. And, we'll go up to potentially 420. So, there's clearly the plan here, but then the long-term plan, which, if we're worried about the heat and the noise at 50 megawatts of consumption, and if that's where all the noise analysis has been done, if that's where all the environmental impact, the heat island impact has been done, it doesn't seem relevant if there's plans to just keep going beyond that. I also take issue with the statement, so I work as a chip designer. That's my job. The statement that an AI data center is fundamentally different from a Bitcoin mine is disingenuous at best. In each case, you're trying to pack a lot of custom silicon into a small space to extract as much compute out of it as possible. The end goal might be different. It's Bitcoin money for one versus contract money and AI services for somebody. But the physics are the same. You're bringing a bunch of power in. That power gets converted to heat as just, this is the physics of silicon computing. and that heat's got to go somewhere, and that heat has to go somewhere through a process that makes noise. And so I don't want to have to work next to that every day. I've been at Keysight for 19 years. I hope to be there another 20, and this may make it really hard. Thank you.
Next, we have Kevin Bowersox, ticket number 3. On deck, we'll have ticket 4, Kyle McGuffey.
Thank
I'm
you, Mr.
Kevin
Martin.
Bowersox. You already have the spelling? Okay. Radin is a venture capital-backed company. Companies like Radin and venture capital groups in general are
Can
the
you get a
modern-
little closer to the microphone? Whoa, I got really close.
I'm
to
going to get the microphone closer.
He restart his time. Yeah, if you could get a little closer. It's hard to hear you up here.
Okay. Companies like Radin and the venture capital groups in general are the modern equivalent of the British East India Company. They move into areas not with the goal of improving life or adding value for the people in that area, but with the single-minded goal of extracting wealth and resources. Why did they come halfway across the continent here to do this? Because their model is to offload their externalities. Externalities are the hidden costs that are paid by people other than the company. Things like pollution, decreased property values, etc. If they did these projects in their own neighborhoods, they would pay those themselves. Vikings didn't plunder their own villages. Venture capital is not about long-term investments. They are not interested in building for the future. They want profits, and they want them fast. This very fact makes them unreliable and untrustworthy. They can mislead, they can make false promises, and they can flat out lie because they will not be around once they make their profit. If they pay a fine or two, it's just the cost of doing business, even $1 million fine. Their ultimate goal of grab and go means that they can build unsustainable systems, they can be reckless stewards of resources like water and quality of life, and it doesn't matter to them because their exit plan all along has been to unload the company to someone else and move on to the next market. They have no incentive whatsoever not to leave the local area worse off than it was before. We live in a golden age of broken promises, from hyperloops to reflecting ponds. We don't have to keep falling for it.
Next, we have Kyle McGuffey, ticket number 4, and on deck, ticket 5, Lindsay Ang.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kyle McGuffey. I'm 14 years old, and I'm asking you to grant this appeal. Radin told the public Project Taurus needs 50 megawatts. Its own document says the site could reach 300 megawatts of critical power, or 420 megawatts gross. That is not a small difference. That is a completely different project scale. Jason Green, Radin president and co-founder, later called the document, quote, educational. But if it identifies the property and discusses its capacity, timing, and growth, calling it educational after the approval does not erase what it says. Why did the city approve the project when the record contradicted itself from the start? Radin also claimed utilities has already purchased and contracted the power. Utilities told me directly that it had not. Both statements cannot be true, yet the project was approved anyway. There are so many other inconsistencies, unanswered questions, and transparency failures that addressing them would take Addressing them all would take far more than my entire speaking time. Colorado Springs is nearly tripling its license plate reader cameras and moving from flock to Axon license plate reader cameras. This facility has been promoted for NVIDIA GPU computing, secure computing, and military operations. Could surveillance data be stored or processed here? Did any expected government, military, or police use influence to rush this approval? If the city does not know, that shows how reckless this approval was. I would also like to publicly address something. Jason Green wrote that I was not 14, that I was an adult acting as a proxy, and suggested that I catfished him. He had my email. He could have asked me directly. If he had even scrolled further down the same Facebook page he relied on, he would have found out I had a video of me speaking at City Council. Thank you to the few I apologize. Thank you to the few city employees who genuinely helped me, Integrity Matters, Citizens Against Data Centers, and everyone who supported public participation. Do not reward contradictions with approval. Grant this appeal, and thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kyle. Next, we have Lindsay Ang. On deck, we'll have Kyle Burchard, ticket number 6. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Ong, and I'm up here fighting for a future for my daughter and for the future of our communities. I'm here to talk about my concern of what exactly the data center will be used for, because the appellants have done a good job of highlighting the inconsistencies and invalidities of the tests done to approve this application. I have been to every neighborhood meeting about this project, and I just want to say the way these meetings have been handled has been so unprofessional. Going to both meetings, there was somehow still no substantial data on environmental impact, and we instead found out that the solution is to build a wall. I'm not sure why people love building walls, but that's not the answer for immigrants, and it's not the answer for the wildlife and the heat islands either. You say the wall is for sound and wildlife, and while it might be the solution for one, it's definitely not the solution for the other. Your wall will not keep our community from heating up due to your data center or keep the effects of your project from hurting the wildlife that lives right next to it. In a year where we are in record-breaking drought and fighting record-breaking wildfires, you want to come into our neighborhood and take up our resources from our communities. In a year where ICE activity and brutality is happening almost every day, you want to bring this necessary project that is going to be used for military operations and national security, as you call it. The city of Colorado Springs has over 200 flock cameras, and unfortunately they are wanting to triple that and yet go to another private security company. While the data center might not be specific with these companies, this project will not only be actively contributing to war and civilian surveillance, it will be actively contributing to destroying our environment and furthering the climate and resource crisis we are in. And I'm sorry, but I don't want any more of my money and my resources going to greedy billionaires who lie, take advantage of communities, and profit off of war. And just because it's in code doesn't make it right. Thank you.
Next is Kyle Burchard, ticket number 6. On deck is Matthew Walker, ticket 7.
Can you repeat that first name again?
Sure thing. Kyle Burchard. Okay, thank you. Matthew Walker.
And before you start, sir, one moment. And then who's on deck after that?
That'll be Julie Thompson.
Okay. Before you begin, it's sometimes hard to hear you all as speakers, so I would ask that you get as close to the microphone without making the whatever sounds, and speak maybe a little more slowly and articulately. It's just sometimes hard for us to hear. And we do want to hear what you're saying, and I'm not trying to take more of your time. There's nothing nefarious. It's just really hard for us to hear when folks are speaking very, very quickly and far away from the microphone, and we do want to capture your comments. So this is for your interest, I promise. If you could just be articulate and clear in your speech and be close to the microphone. Thank you.
For the record, my name is Matthew Walker. Many of the reasons to oppose data centers have already been touched on here, but there's a few that I'd like to add. Firstly, the location. Between Garden of the Gods and Ute Valley Park, that poses a lot of environmental issues for the wildlife. The infrasound alone will not be contained in the way that they say it does. Putting a generator or a cooler in a box and then in another box and surrounding it with walls is not going to stop low infrasound from going through. That's why they're long frequency. They go through things. They can go through mountains. These sound dampeners aren't going to make a difference. On the point of it's just 200,000 gallons of water once, that's misleading at best and a straight up lie at worst. The best closed loop systems that we have today still run at a 5% monthly loss, meaning about 10,000 gallons a month or 120,000 gallons a year. We've already addressed the water concern, but we also haven't addressed water handling. The closed loop system requires glycol antifreeze and nitrate inhibitors, which are detrimental to our drainage systems. When they come into contact with copper or zinc, they create oxidation, which could pose further issues for our sewer systems. On top of that, I don't believe any of the studies proposed by Radin can be trusted. They're the ones funding it. Why should we listen to the studies that they proposed? As far as electricity is concerned, Radon claims that they won't raise any of our electric rates, but haven't they already? Radon says that in December of 2025, they began their process for installing this data center, and in January of 2026, we experienced higher utility rates and peak hours. Is that not a result of the data center? We don't need the AI data center. As much as we claim that it's for a tool, nobody's really using AI. It's just for mass surveillance.
Thank you,
and
sir.
no amount of AI-generated media that Aiden puts on that screen will make me believe it's a good thing.
Sir, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have Julie Thompson, and on deck we'll have Jesse Profit.
I'm Julie Thompson. I find it ironic to hold this vote in an arts building, a place that is so full of love and life, to approve a project that is so anti-life. I find it ironic that you insist upon decorum while approving projects that will destroy all of us. I find it ironic that most of you will not live out to see the long-term effects of your decisions today. I come not as part of an organization or a group, I come as an individual, a resident of Colorado for 5 years and a resident of the Springs for what will be 3 years next month. The effects of this decision will be felt by all who are here. The effects of this on this climate are irreversible. The effects on our wildlife are drastic. We are giving you an opportunity to right the wrongs you have done by approving this data center in the first place. We are giving you an opportunity to be on the right side of history. We are giving you an opportunity to show this community how much you love and appreciate it, or how little you care. I'm ashamed that this has even come this close to passing. I'm ashamed that not more action has been done. I'm ashamed that you haven't spoken sooner, or that I haven't spoken sooner. You should be ashamed of yourselves. You should stop and think about the long-term effects of your actions. You should stop and think of what this all means to us. Do you think God looked upon Colorado Springs at Garden of the Gods and decided this would be the ideal space for a data center? Do you think the millions impacted by climate catastrophe, both here and abroad, think this is a good choice to make? Does this sit well with you? Does seeing what happens when we let corporations destroy our world and kill our people sit well with you? Do you think for even a second that this will be remembered fondly, that your actions here carry weight that you can't fathom? By approving this project, you are putting profits over people. You are putting profits over our city. You are putting profits over nature. You are putting profits over yourselves.
Thank you.
Next, we have Julie Profit, and on deck we have Bug Peterson.
Me and Jesse are the next two, and we're swapping places. My name is Bug Peterson. I'm with the Freedom Road Socialist Organization. When reviewing projects claiming to benefit our city, it's good to ask who specifically will benefit. I think we can see answers in the way that this approval and appeal process have been structured to leave out the average working person. An all-day event from 9 a.m. on a Thursday excludes most people in Colorado Springs by design. That doesn't instill confidence that the average working person will be included in any potential benefits of this data center either. Former Mayor John Suthers acknowledged in an earlier presentation, spoke to the way that the data center itself won't create jobs, but might result in more employers creating jobs here in the nebulous future. Considering that one of the promised benefits of AI is to automate and reduce tech sector jobs, I don't think that's a bet we can rely on. Radon has been highly inconsistent in its statements about resource use. Can we trust a company demonstrating so little transparency? Higher energy use in data centers drives up electricity prices overall. People are already struggling with increasing utility bills. The city shouldn't back projects that are likely to make our bills higher with no benefit for most people, especially when they're also likely to harm our fragile climate. The extreme low snowfall this past winter has led into an unprecedented wildfire season in Colorado that's cost hundreds of families their homes and several firefighters their lives. I have a wildland firefighter family member who's been working 16-hour shifts in extreme heat and high-risk conditions to protect our communities from these life-threatening impacts of climate destruction. We should utilize our essential and increasingly precarious natural resources in ways that serve all of us, our safety, our survival, our capacity to thrive, not ways that further line the pockets of billionaires. The benefits of this project will only be for monopoly capitalists, while workers are left with higher bills and a less stable future. We oppose building this data center. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jesse Profit, and on deck we'll have Anthony Flugel.
Hello, my name is Jesse Prophet, and I am also with the Freedom Road Socialist Organization. My comrades spoke on who will win if this data center is approved. I want to speak on who will lose when the AI bubble pops. See, there's a direct parallel for this. During the dot-com bubble, capitalists gathered billions in investments for internet-based companies, all on hype. Some cities even bought in, like Seattle and San Francisco, who rushed these companies in on the promise of future jobs. But when the future came and the bubble burst, who foot the bill? Was it the capitalists who led us on this whole misadventure? No, it was the working class, same as it is every time. Millions of people lost their jobs and lost their savings, all while dealing with higher rents that had skyrocketed because of the bubble. Meanwhile, the capitalists at the top, they made out like bandits, like Quest founder and oil tycoon Philip Anschutz, who made billions cashing out right before the pop, or Oracle co-founder Larry Ellison buying up all the failed businesses and infrastructure after the pop. They came out better while millions of workers came out worse. The closer the city is to the AI bubble, the more workers are going to feel it when it pops. By approving this data center, you are betting the future of Colorado Springs workers in a rigged game. And one final note, the contempt for people's anger in here is wild. You say the people need to respect this process while people are mad about all the ways the process hasn't respected them. Don't you think that's odd? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Anthony Flugiel, and on deck we have Caleb Miller.
Hi, my name is Anthony Flugel. Good afternoon, board members and fellow residents. I stand before you today to address the glaring flaws and dangerous oversights surrounding the proposed Raiden data center. The developers want us to swallow this project based on polished promises, but real-world facts from across the country tell a very different story. First, let's talk about public trust. The city and the developer share the same exact legal representation through a conflict waiver. In what world is that fair to citizens? Having the referee and the visiting team share the same lawyer smells of collusion, plain and simple. It short circuits independent oversight and leaves the local taxpayers completely unprotected. Second, let's look at the noise studies Raiden keeps hiding behind. They measure standard decibels but completely ignore the low-frequency noise and infrasound, like in Chandler, Arizona, and Prince William County, Virginia. Residents living near operational data centers suffer from continuous low-frequency hums because of low-frequency waves that travel straight through stone, concrete, drywall, and insulation. These people are reporting chronic insomnia, nausea, vertigo, elevated stress hormones, and anxiety, just to start it off. Decibel caps on paper do not protect our homes from acoustic waves that you can feel vibrating in your chest. Third, let's talk about the power grid strain. Raiden claims that it's really low numbers, that it will contribute $2.5 million annually in utility payments. Let's translate that. $2.5 million a year in commercial power equals 25 to 30 megawatts of continuous 24/7 electricity. That's under what they're telling us they're going to use anyways. So we know these numbers aren't right. That's the same amount of power used by nearly 25,000 everyday homes. In regions with heavy data center concentration, surge demand has polished monthly residential electricity bills up dramatically.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your time.
Next is Caleb Miller, and on deck is Constance Elmore. Thank you.
My name is Caleb Miller. I have lived in Colorado Springs for my entire life. I was asked to speak slowly and clearly, so I will. Colorado Springs is a community. It is not a corporation. The room that we're sitting in right now is a perfect microcosm of what America is like. There's several hundred citizens sitting in a room begging a volunteer board, please don't rape our city. And the response that we get from people who don't care, people who are just doing their jobs, people who are just trying to make a profit is, oh, we're gonna follow the rules. That's the same thing that they said during the civil rights movement. What are we talking about? The question that this could harm wildlife immediately is like, okay, no, let's look at it. That's one thing. The question, oh, this could harm unborn children? Oh, stop. Let's look at it. The question that this could be adding things to our neighborhoods that we didn't ask for? Okay, let's look at it. But instead, no. A volunteer citizen board is assisting a corporation in raping our community. And we in America, all of us in this room, don't have to buy into this joke anymore. We don't have to buy into the joke that the corporations have power and they can do what they want. We don't have to buy into the joke just because it's allowed by code. Mr. Daniel Sexton said it himself. We didn't actually do all the studies. We don't actually know all the things. We're just approving it because taxes. Come on! Come on! Colorado Springs is a community. It is not a corporation. When you go to make decisions as a volunteer body on behalf of the city, I beg of you, keep in mind that you are a public servant and that you serve a community. I don't give a dumpy what these corporations want from you. No data centers.
Thank you, sir. Constance Elmore. And on deck, we'll have Gerald Dempsey. If you didn't hear the first name, it's Constance Elmore. If Constance is not here, then we can move on to Gerald Dempsey.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Gerald Dempsey. My wife and I live on Chisholm Circle in Chelsea Glen, and our home is just over 1,000 feet from the proposed site. I am here today to urge you to uphold the citizen appeals that you've heard and reverse the administrative approval of Project Taurus. Under the UDC, Section 5, as I'm sure you're aware, administrative modification can only be approved if it's harmonious with the surrounding area. This data center is fundamentally incompatible and disharmonious with a residential border. It's evidenced by what you've heard of the 24/7 operation, the number of chillers, generators, unknown low frequency impacts, and etc. It fails the UDC's harmony standards. In addition, Radion's promotional materials and presentation that you heard today promises quiet operations under 45 decibels. We are being asked to trust and to absorb immense neighborhood and city risks based on their study models and discounts the issues brought up today by the appellants. Commissioners, as you've heard, the UDC exists to safeguard private property from nuisances like noise, incompatible uses with enhancing neighborhood quality and safety, not just accommodating developers. If a facility requires the total sacrifice of a neighborhood's peace and quiet to operate it, it's by definition disharmonious. I urge you to protect our community, uphold these appeals, find that Project Taurus violates the UDC, and reject this administrative approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Patricia Duke. That's ticket number 15, Patricia Duke. And on deck, we'll have Kane Carlton, ticket 16.
Hello, I am Patricia Duke. First, I would like to apologize to the residents, especially of Chelsea Glen. I lived here while apparently your lives were becoming a living hell, and you were begging the government that I helped elect to stop it while they didn't. In a democracy, when you fail, when the people above you fail, we all fail. And I'm sorry. It breaks my heart to know that that happened on my watch, on our watch. That said, we are in a drought, and we have enough of an energy crisis for peak prices, something like that. So it begs the question, what resource exactly drew Radon here? Because there's buildings other places. There's good weather other places. I love it here. I do. There's good weather other places. Your cowardice is the resource that drew Radon here. Our cowardice is the resource that drew Raiden here. It is up to us all, including you, volunteer civilians, to tell them and everyone else watching that that resource has dried up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kane Carlton, and followed by Quentin Beaudry, ticket number 17. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Kane. I'm going to be living right up the hill from this proposed facility. And I think the various technical reasons for why this facility should not go forward at all have already been thoroughly discussed. So I'd like to quickly talk about something a bit more intangible, and that is trust. And the fact that Raiden has proven themselves to be a dishonest entity throughout this entire process. An example, 50 megawatts is the limit on what they said their power requirement was going to be. However, Jason Green, during the very first community meeting that we had with him, stated that number in relation to phase 1 of the project. From my engineering experience, you don't say phase 1 unless there's a follow-on phase, and you don't say it in relation to a number unless the number is the thing that's changing. Additionally, some of my fellow constituents spoke with Jason Green. He said one of the benefits for this project was that they were coming in to fill a hole or a unsubscribed power usage that the CS utilities were holding. Those same constituents talked to CS utilities, and they denied that any such contract existed. So it better be him that's lying and not the city. And I would like to remind the City Planning Commission, you can't go into business with people you don't trust. And at every turn, this Raiden has proven to be dishonest. They don't deserve to be in our city. They don't deserve our power. They don't deserve our water. They don't deserve our business. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Quentin Beaudry, and after that, we'll have Linda Oppolet. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your names.
So it's been said once, and I'll say it again. My name is Quentin Beaudry, and I'm a citizen who is concerned with the current handling of the city's affairs by our trusted officials. I'm a native-born citizen of Colorado, and I am proud to stand up and say no to the Taurus data center or any data center being rushed through without proper consideration and protections in place for the great people of Colorado Springs. Some of the main concerns I would like to speak on pertain to the Taurus data center's request for an estimated 200,000 gallons of our water and loose language they use regarding the scale of this project. As Raiden states on their website, a closed-loop cooling system for a 100-megawatt data center uses about 200,000 gallons of water on day 1, and then 0 gallons of water are needed for daily cooling operations. Their statement minimizes the concern that our water is not a resource we can gamble away on a rich man's pipe dream. We are already in a drought, and once that water is taken, it is pumped with glycol and other contaminants to run through a closed-loop system. The risk of any type of leaks from this facility into our watersheds outweighs any benefit. Furthermore, Raiden's statement says the quiet part out loud. They are planning to scale this data center past what was initially supposed to be a 50-megawatt data center, and is clear from their language that what they're asking for up front does not match what they plan to drain from us later. This not only draws concerns towards depleting our vital resources, but also the language that alludes to a future where Raiden's profit margins prioritize scale and consumption over responsibility and our well-being. Just as we have seen and heard, this is not the only data center being proposed across the nation. My hope is we follow a similar path as the city of Gibraltar, Michigan, who passed a moratorium on another one of Raiden's data centers, and we choose to protect the future of Colorado Springs and say no to this data center as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Linda Oppolet, and on deck we'll have John Schuch, and that's ticket number 19.
Hi, my name is Linda Opelt, and I'm a 38-year resident of Colorado Springs. We love it here. First of all, I want to say that I believe I represent at least hundreds, if not thousands, of people who didn't have the luxury to take DTO today to be here because they have to work to support their family and to pay all the bills. So I'm grateful that I could be here to speak in their behalf. And I believe that the majority of those people are against this data center. And at the very least, I don't see why a moratorium to study more of these multiple questions that were brought up this morning, which I wasn't even aware of until this morning. And then hearing the presentation by Mr. Green, I have even more questions because it seems like we are going to be a guinea pig for this system that they say is completely closed loop and will not generate the noise or any of the adverse effects. Prove it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next is John Schoch, and on deck will be Allie Smith.
Thank you very much. And it's John Shock, like an electric shock, but I know everybody struggles with that name. But for the record, I'm a retired Navy officer and worked as a senior terrorism analyst for the Department of Defense, not the Department of War, for 38 years. Towards the end of my career, I taught young analysts critical thinking as a certified DoD critical thinking instructor. I've always had a love for the environment and a knowledge that we are the stewards of this environment, and we also depend on the ecosystems. What I am seeing now is a careless disregard, not just here in this particular case, but across the country and in many other industrialized nations, where we have lost sight of the fact that we are heading for our own demise if we don't slow the climate crisis. The drought that we've spoke about is not a Colorado emergency. It is a global emergency. My friends in Australia will tell you the same thing. Our farmers will tell you the same thing. Any increase in the use of fossil fuels to generate more power, particularly with something that is truly not essential to our survival, is criminal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Allie Smith with Joshua Dodson on deck.
Hi, I'm Allie. Radon gets profits and we get 5 jobs along with air, water, and noise pollution and a potential 16-degree increase in temperatures. This is a changing industry and we need a moratorium and time to update the codes and requirements. This is not a safe place for a data center. We also need some sort of system that doesn't allow for NDAs and waivers and all of that for certain clients. We need to decline Project Taurus and pass a moratorium and prioritize the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Joshua Dodson, and then we'll have Aubrey Fennenwald next. Is Joshua in the audience? Okay, we can move on to Aubrey. And then after Aubrey will be Candace Calland Hop.
Hi, I'm Aubrey Fennewald. My birthday is next week. I turn 50. I was born downtown in Penrose St. Francis Hospital. I am there for a 50-year Colorado Springs native and residence. I live right now as a residence and homeowner within the 3 miles of the data center. And I'm official appellant listed with Integrity Matters. Thank you for your wonderful presentation this morning. Regarding Jason Green's statement that only 200,000 gallons ever would need to be used, I'm quoting from SlashGear's recent article on NVIDIA itself, closed-loop system, that says, SlashGear is a weekly newsletter for engineers. This is their expertise. It says they're a closed-loop system. Data centers with cooling towers use roughly 2.6 million gallons of water per megawatt per year. So while NVIDIA's design that claims almost no water shouldn't be taken at face value, it also shouldn't be ignored. But it's only part of the equation. As a data center's on-site water usage doesn't paint the whole picture. AI's water problems extend beyond the data center to the power plant. US-based fossil fuel power plants consume an estimated 2 billion gallons of water per day, according to US Geological Survey. The International Energy IEA estimates that coal and natural gas power plants will supply 40% of the increased electricity demand from data centers through 2030. That means there's a lot of water being used down the street from data centers that those data centers don't usually count in their water footprint.
Thank you so much. And happy birthday next week.
Thank you.
Next is Candace Calland Hopp, followed by John Forsey.
Well, I am Candace Calland Hopp, and I live, as the crow flies, 1,000 feet from the data center. I also live directly behind the CSU electrical substation. I could throw a softball and hit it, even as young as I am. So I've heard so many conflicting statements this morning, and a lot of data that is news to me. I have been emailing my city councilman, the Planning Commission, CSU Utilities, and I just don't really get the picture of what we've been given here. I was kind of surprised at the lawyer's statement from Radin that for 16 years the data center has been in the classification code. We didn't have data centers 16 years ago. So what is she talking about? So that, you know, slips like that make me wonder about the whole picture they're presenting. The city employees are employed by us. You brave volunteers, and I will say you're brave, are operating out of a concern for the community. And we are that community. And we are telling you, we don't want this, we don't need this, it's not adding to our health and well-being. And by the way, on the wildlife side, has anyone walked down the path along Douglas Creek and seen a mountain lion with her 2 cubs? Or a bear with her cubs? So it's dangerous territory down there. So we have a lot of wildlife that moves back and forth there. And they follow Douglas Creek. I'm sorry, I'm over my time.
Thank you very much for speaking today.
And I would like to apologize. I misread a name for the next person. So the next name is actually going to be Zurit Horowitz, followed by Carrie Buckham.
Hi, I just have a few things. Let me get to. All right. So basically,
I'm sorry, ma'am. Could you please introduce yourself?
My name's Zuri Horowitz.
Thank you.
So it does not create more adverse impacts on the surrounding properties than the development approval or permit proposed to be modified. And that's just not the case. All we've gotten from you guys are pinky swears. Pinky swears on water use, pinky swears over coolant disposal and management, pinky swears over heat island effects, pinky swears over ecological effects, and pinky swears over power use. I want to point out that when it comes to power use, they might be an electric large load customer, but they're also, and the city council was very specific, put this into writing that they are still able to make an agreement and execute economic development special contracts with customers, which means that electric load, large load contract may not carry over and will end up holding all of the costs for infrastructure or higher rates. So let's just not say that, oh, we fixed it. We haven't. I also want to address Jason Green saying that there's no spot to put the chillers, the additional chillers. They could be on the Kraft parking lot across from Douglas Creek, which would also create problems in terms of managing coolant. So let's just say that. I also want to say, Uber, this is a bubble. So we are potentially, and we've heard Colorado Springs Utilities say that we're going to try to increase our electrical load by 50% over the next 10 years. We are betting on businesses that are in a bubble. Currently, Uber ran through nearly a year's worth of their budget for Claude in 4 months. Other companies are throttling their AI usage because it is so expensive when used as a token. So this is not a get-rich-quick scheme. Don't do the monorail here in Colorado Springs. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Carrie Buckham, followed by Wilson Hitchings.
Hi, I'm Carrie Ann Buckman, and I'm a resident of the Colorado Springs' West Side neighborhood. I'm here to voice my opposition to Project Taurus and the process under which it was approved. I am deeply concerned with the lack of due diligence by which Project Taurus was approved. It was just 15 days after Radon finally specified how many megawatts their data center would use, as well as how many chillers and generators would be in their AI data center, that the city approved their project. In this plan where they made these specifications, they revealed their intentions to use 100 megawatts, 72 chillers, and 60 generators. Through this hearing, I have learned that this may be erroneous, but if that's the case, then the city must redo their approval process in its entirety. If the megawatt usage, chillers, and generators are indeed the correct amounts, then as mentioned by the appellants, the supporting documents and impact studies were not completed with the correct parameters in mind. In addition, this plan submittal with these specifications was submitted only 13 days after this community meeting where Radon promised the community they'd only use 50 megawatts. Plans like these take more than 13 days to come to fruition. So if it will be 100 megawatts, 60 generators, and 72 chillers, then Radon was intentionally lying to the public about their plans at the community meetings they hosted. This project needs further independent analysis that is confirmed to fit the real specifications of the project to ensure that this won't harm our community. We must fully make sure to investigate the water and electricity use, noise pollution, heat island effect, e-waste impact, health effects, impact on Garden of the Gods, and more. The fact that Radon has either blatantly lied to the community or the fact that the city allowed a plan with a huge mistake to continue through the approval process, whichever one it is unacceptable. And the fact that I'm not sure which one it is also unacceptable. Without an approval of one of these appeals today, it shows that the city is not doing their due diligence to keep the citizens of Colorado Springs' best interest in mind. Please pick your own people over short-sighted profit. I thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Wilson Hitchings, followed by Lori Jones. Wilson, if you're not in the audience, then we'll move on to Lori Jones, followed by Angela Murdoch. As a reminder, please state your name and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
My name's Lori Jones. I'm a resident of Colorado Springs for 4 years. The city seems to be treating this as the singular cure for our budget deficit, despite academics disagreeing. If you look to history, we may be living through it repeating itself. The same tuberculosis epidemic that built the early economy here also then triggered an intense societal fear, and residents revolted against the very industry that built the town 5 years later. So, telling me that some jobs and some tax revenue are worth heat islands, contaminated wastewater, the introduction of biocides, the creation of new PFAS in our environment, the impacts on wildlife and air quality, and by the way, the ecosystem is not limited to artificial overlays. How about the inevitable impact on our $3 billion tourism industry? And by the way, I don't think Radon is here anymore, but comparing AI data center usage to living people's water usage is weird. The point is, AI infrastructure is expanding faster than the policies designed to regulate it. City best practices won't even be published until June of next year. There are too many unknowns. Impose a moratorium on AI data center projects until the science is established and codified, and please stop insulting us.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Angela Murdoch, followed by Anna Cruz.
Hello, my name is Angela. I'm here as a concerned citizen. I do live within a 3-mile radius of the proposed project. 3 years ago, I converted our front lawn to buffalo grass and blue grama through Colorado Springs Utilities to do my part in conserving water usage when the inevitable water restrictions came down in our drone-stricken area. At this point, I am asking why I even bother when our leaders are willing to sell out my family's resources, my community's resources, our water, our energy, our power grid. As was stated earlier, there are no clear regulatory standards yet. They say that area was zoned for industrial use in the 70s. My home was built in the 70s. I have had to do so many updates and modifications to fit my lifestyle today. Maybe the regulatory standards need updated. I am here secondly as a concerned mother. What planet are our kids inheriting? What planet are our grandkids inheriting? The decisions we make today will have a ripple effect through the next 7 generations. At this point, we are hurtling toward climate collapse. There won't be a 7th generation. I'm sorry. The impacts on the environment have not been studied. I love to back up my facts with studies. They're not there. I believe a moratorium like our neighbors in Monument and Woodland Park is very needed at this point until the data is there. Not a data center, the data is there. I'm not even sure what else to say. It's kind of all I have, but I just want us all to ask ourselves what our descendants will say where we stood today and in the future.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Anna Cruz, followed by James Chapman. If Anna is not in the audience, James, go ahead and come on up. Followed by Ian Tafoya, sorry. Ian, if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, you can go ahead and speak. Thank you.
Sure. Hi, can everyone hear me? My name is Ian Thomas Tafoya, and I'm here on behalf of Green Latinos, a national and state-based environmental justice nonprofit. I also chaired the Colorado Environmental Justice Action Task Force, where I work directly with industry, government, and impacted community members to try to stop these kind of industrial residential conflicts from continuing to happen. It's unfortunate that this industrial zoning, or you just went through a zoning code update not too long ago, and you guys missed the opportunity while Lakewood, Adams County, and Denver, even through this moratorium, are beginning to have conversations about how even though something may be listed as industrial now with use by right, it is still adjacent to people, and it has a massive impact on others. I want to take a minute, and I want to talk about the impacts. I heard a few speakers ago talk about water. So I'm a national leader on this data center conversation, and we don't know a lot about what's being disclosed about what's going in the water. So in a race to use less water in the West and the Southwest, we're now turning to chemicals. You heard about PFAS and forever chemicals, hydrofluorocarbons that actually put the hole in the ozone, or ethylene glycol. And guess what? These chemicals are made in industrial areas in Houston and other places that also have people living on the fence line. So it's a supply chain of suffering that gets pushed down in our race to use less water. And without knowing exactly what's going to be in these chemicals, and absent state policy, which I worked on to disclose this transparency, you're repeating the mistakes of the past, like with fracking. Do you know if your wastewater utility can remove these, and to what efficacy and what that cost will be? Because you simply must go down the road to Fountain, where they had to spend millions and get grants in order to clean up the PFAS that is coming from military waste that is legacy waste. And so we're here today in support of our members in Colorado Springs and to be a resource for you all. And I'll close by saying, when I heard an employee say, there are people yes and no, tell us exactly how many, because I used to work for the Denver City Council and Land Board, and we would say those facts, not just say there's some yes and some no. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Dr. Tracy Musgrove, followed by Leah Bateta. If there's an usher in the audience that can assist with the microphone.
Does that work? Thank you. It's not made for short people. Say, I am loud enough to go without the microphone. No, that'll work. Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners and fellow residents. My name is Dr. Tracy Musgrove. My doctorate is in environmental toxicology. And I'm sorry, I'm still heartbroken by what the other woman said about the generations. I'm speaking today because I'm deeply concerned about the severe air quality risk that this data center will likely inflict on our community. I lived in Lubbock, Texas for 2 years, and within 2 years, never having had asthma, I developed asthma because of the high particulate matter in the atmospheres. So while the developer promotes this project as a clean zero water facility, this is not a minor footprint, and it is not innocuous. It is still 100 megawatt industrial installation requiring 72 chillers and 60 emergency backup generators. By trading water for an enormous continuous electricity draw, they are forcing Colorado Springs utilities to burn more fossil fuels, shifting a massive particulate burden onto our regional air basin. Even with modern Tier 4 engines, routine testing of up to the 60 industrial generators will inject highly concentrated spikes of toxic soot directly into the Garden of the Gods residential corridor. This infrastructure will hit our families with three distinct sizes of particulate matter. The first is the PM10, which is the coarse dust. And for the size, you think about as human hair. Okay, about 5 to 7 of these PM10s will fit on the width of a human hair. From the retrofit construction and the diesel ash, which aggressively inflame the eyes, nose, and throat in addition to the upper respiratory tract. Secondly, the PM2.5s, which would fit 20 to 30 on the same width of hair. They are 30 times thinner, basically, than a human hair, and this is from diesel exhaust. They bypass our own respiratory defense and go straight deep into the lungs, triggering acute asthma attacks, bronchitis, and long-term cardiovascular disease.
Ma'am, thank you. Your 2 minutes are up. I know it goes incredibly fast.
It gets much worse.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Layla Bateta, ticket number 35, followed by Matt Stice, ticket 36.
Ready? Hi, my name's Leela, and I am a concerned teacher and resident. I implore the Planning Commission to listen to the words of not just me, but your concerned residents. From the start, communication and planning from Radon has been rushed and inconsistent. The first meeting claimed phase 1 would be 50 megawatts and 200,000 gallons of water day 1 and no more. The phase rhetoric was then dropped at the second meeting. When I confronted Daniel Sexton about it, he told me that they now only planned one building at 50 megawatts, so they wouldn't have to repeat the public notice process with each phase. Later documents show conflicting info from double the 50 megawatts to over 420 megawatts. This entire process between Jason Green of Radon, city planning, and CSU has overall lacked basic transparency. Furthermore, I would like for you guys to address how exactly you plan to handle this very blatant conflict of interest with Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, Schreck as they lobby not only city council here in Colorado Springs, but also they represent Radon. Former Mayor Suthers has allegedly told Radon and Jason that they would receive a waiver, allegedly, and that this would be approved no matter what. Any city that values integrity and honesty will be willing to address these concerns on public record in the open. We would also like to see a measuring device for DBC, the infrasound, be added to the contract Radon signed to ensure the safety and well-being to the residents. I urge the city planners to slow down and truly consider the risks here. If this facility is allowed to be non-transparent here and now, what else will they do to the city and citizens? What will we inevitably be allowing other companies to get away with? Data centers present unprecedented challenges and risks that require updated codes our city simply just does not have at the moment. We should slow down and ensure city code actually reflects the quality of our city and what the people deserve. Any company worth its salt will be okay slowing down and making sure studies are accurate and adequate. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Matt Stiles, followed by Ticket 37, Lindsay Stevenson.
Hello, my name is Matt Stiles. I'm a U.S. Army veteran and who deployed to Iraq in 2007. I am also a UCCS alum. I was a generator mechanic in the Army, and I was required to wear hearing protection when generators were operational, but protection from the low frequencies produced by such equipment was not provided. We are witnessing a rapid push by the military-industrial complex to support an AI infrastructure for the exaggerated and false narratives that the increased need for such infrastructure is a national security priority. As stakeholders in this community, we do not think that federal interests should supersede local concerns, public objections, and meaningful oversight. Has a proper cost-benefit assessment occurred in the contemporary and for the future? The current administration is waging a war of choice on Iran without congressional authorization and against the will of the majority of American citizens. We do not want our precious resources wasted on war, killing, displacing innocent civilians, destruction of people's homelands. Instead, we want our local government to listen to the public, as we want our representation from local, state, and federal government to be good stewards of our resources that we may thrive now and well into the future. This appeal is specifically about two choices. Do we choose sustaining life, freedom to thrive, a long-term vision of the future for generations to come, and proper maintenance of our national resources? Or do we choose short-term gains, unnecessary wars of choice, and mass surveillance that lead to fear, loss of liberty, harm, death, and destruction? We know that infrastructure for wars and conflicts abroad always come home to be used against us domestically. I oppose this data center. Colorado Springs opposes this data center.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Lindsay Stevenson, followed by Jeremiah Schaefer, Ticket 38.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Lindsay Stevenson, Colorado native. First, I just want to say I'm not anti-AI. I use it on a daily basis. And as a leader at one of the largest employers in this country, I expect my teams to use it on a daily basis as well. So I'm not anti-AI. I'm not even anti-data center. But I am anti-no regulation. And as your own presentation pointed out here today, we are seriously lacking. AI has the promise and potential to be humanity's greatest achievement, but right now, at this moment in this country, it is our greatest threat. We are allowing billionaires to create a mass surveillance state where all of our data is harvested, exploited, and sold to the highest bidder. We're allowing them to build something that by their own admission, they don't know if they can control. Something that has the power to replace the entire American workforce if we aren't careful. And until we have regulations in place, we should not continue approving companies like Radin and their secret client to move into our communities. I don't know if you guys know this, but globally, the United States already has almost half of all data centers. We have about 5,500. Another 1,500 are in the pipeline right now. $25 billion a month is being invested in AI infrastructure. And when we look at just the top 5 countries for data center hosting, every single one but us has regulation. So companies like Radin doesn't go knocking on doors in communities in France who's number 5 for data centers because they have protections for their environment, their workforce, and their communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Jeremiah Schaefer, followed by Kay Davis. I don't see Jeremiah in the audience. Is there a Kay Davis? Beautiful, thank you, Kay. And followed by Kay will be Linda Burton.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kay Davis. I'm a 32-year resident in Chelsea Glen. I live in one of the demo houses that they were building. They only built 2 like that in the neighborhood. But unfortunately, I'm getting older. The steps in my house are getting to me, and almost every house in that neighborhood is built like that. And I'm looking forward to the time when I can live on one single level and not have to go upstairs, those awful 19 stairs that are in that house. It's important to me that we oppose this data center because I'm going to soon be selling my house. Who is going to want to buy that house? Nobody. And right now, the neighborhood's starting to turn over. It's changing. When I first moved there, it was kind of, we had kids in high school. And then pretty soon it was people getting to retirement. And now we have younger families moving in there, little 2-year-olds next door to me. And I also have a whole bunch of neighbors who are renters. A lot of people have turned the houses into rental, and the other are Airbnbs. And pretty soon that's going to be the only people who will want to live there, are the renters and the Airbnbs. And so I'm asking you to oppose this data center. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, we have Linda Burton, followed by Joshua Flores. Not seeing Linda, so if Joshua Flores is ready. And then followed by Joshua will be Robin Werner.
My name is actually Josue Flores, and I'm a resident of Colorado Springs, speaking here today as a concerned member of this community. I'm here because too many people feel like the major decisions that will shape the future of the city are being made around them instead of with them. A project of this scale should not move forward without full transparency, meaningful public input, and a clear accountability to the people that actually live here. I oppose this data center proposal because it raises serious concerns about water use, electrical grid strain, and environmental impact. Also, I have serious doubts whether this project truly serves the long-term interests of Colorado Springs. Colorado is already facing tremendous environmental pressure. We are living through drought, water stress, and increasingly devastating wildfires that have destroyed homes, harmed our wildlife, and left lasting scars across our state. At a time like this, it would be deeply irresponsible to move forward with a project that would place even more strain on already limited natural resources. Corporate profit cannot come before the protection of our water, our public lands, and the safety of our communities. There's also the issue of energy reliability and affordability. Whether it is the middle of winter or the peak of summer, working families in Colorado Springs deserve peace of mind that we'll be able to heat and cool their homes without worrying about rising costs, strain on our grid, or if their needs are being pushed aside for corporate expansion and profit. And that is really what this comes down to. Who is the city being asked to serve? The people who live, work, and raise families here and depend on these resources every single day? Or corporations looking to profit from them? I want to be clear, this is not about being against innovation or development. It is about demanding that growth be responsible, transparent, and accountable to this community. If a project cannot meet that standard, then it should not move forward as proposed. Colorado Springs belongs to the people who call it home. We deserve development that protects our future, not ones that put it at risk. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Robin, followed by Catherine Zukas. That's ticket 43.
Hi, I'm Robin Warren, and a teacher, and I, just building on what the previous speaker just talked about, it's one thing if all those sacrifices to our water supply, to energy, to our climate, to our quality of life is for an important reason for our community. But instead, when economic development is given as the reason to move forward with this, we have to ask economic development for whom? And it seems to be economic development for some high-level CEOs of companies and billionaires. and the rest of us may suffer. Elon Musk says the AI supersonic tsunami will eliminate desk jobs at a very rapid pace. And Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei warns AI may cause unusually painful disruption to jobs. In fact, the CNBC report says that 55,000 jobs lost last year were due to AI. So when we're talking about AI data centers, we have to ask, is this for a valuable reason? Is this important for humanity? Or is this to eliminate our jobs and incomes in order to replace ourselves with AI computers and also to provide mass surveillance of the American public? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next we have Catherine Zukas, followed by John Teagan. That's ticket number 43 and number 44. We'll move on to John Teagan, ticket 44, followed by Noah, ticket 45.
So I'm John Teagan, John Teagan. I grew up here in Colorado Springs, and I've called it home for over 40 years. This is my city, and I care what it looks like in the next 50 to 100 years for my kids, grandkids, and all of yours. I'm not against technology, businesses, and data centers. I'm against making generational decisions without knowing the true costs, benefits, and risks of Colorado Springs. The city says the project was approved because it meets requirements for the area. It's kind of a joke. It took 4 review cycles. The city's own report says the noise would exceed city limits without mitigation. The same acoustic firm that reviewed the Ford Amphitheater also reviewed this project. What's on paper isn't the same as real life. Ask the families near the Ford Amphitheater whether meeting the city requirements protected the peace inside their homes. Empty building is not the same reason to approve the wrong project in the wrong location. Why was this site chosen near the established neighborhoods instead of industrial areas further away, including land near the airport? I do not care what is fastest, cheapest, or easiest for the developer. I care what is best for Colorado Springs. Today I heard a permanent job estimate now ranging from 5 to 100. What is the actual verified number? What does Colorado Springs actually receive for committing this much power, land, and infrastructure? What fuels, batteries, refrigerant, coolants, oils, and hazardous materials will actually be stored on site? What solid waste, electronic waste, electrical waste, contaminated equipment, emergency cleanup waste will actually be at the facility? What will it produce? Where will it go? Who will track it, verify where it's handled properly, and remain responsible if the operation leaves, the property is sold? What will happen during a fire, fuel spill, battery failure, toxic release, contaminant runoff? Are our firefighters actually properly equipped and trained? If not, who's going to cover the cost to equip them and train them? If families are displaced, who's going to pay for the immediate hotel, meals, transportation, missed work, medical costs, and cleanup? So before you actually vote, the city deserves 6 answers.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Your time has expired. I appreciate it.
Next we have Noah, followed by Colleen Andre, ticket 46.
Hello, my name is Noah Kavika Lauhi, and I have been a resident of Colorado Springs since I was 6, and I currently live across I-25 from Garden of the Gods. It is at this moment that the board needs to make the clear decision, clearly represented by the appellants and the residents of Colorado Springs, to appeal their unfounded approval of the Project Taurus data center. There is no argument. This board approved a project clearly opposed by Springs residents without any basis or thought for those who live not more than 500 feet away. The arguments made in support of this data center, like tax money that won't reach us or the 5 jobs they are contributing, stack short to none in comparison to the harms it will place on the residents' lives 24/7. This project will only cause harm. The board knows that, and so do we. These data centers are the product of an unregulated system. We have absolutely no need for them. Companies forcefully establish their technology in every industry and then tell us we need the data centers to keep up. This is a fallacy. Our need for data centers is zero. I must make it clear, we will not let this data center be built. If this board makes the rash decision to disregard the residents of Colorado Springs, we will be sure to disregard the board's decision and ensure there is no construction. That is how important this is to us. I encourage you to take it as seriously. This is the coolest summer we're gonna get. The addition of a data center will only increase the heat in communities. Additionally, we are in drought. Residents will not accept getting notice that their water will be shut off on these days and these hours while our resources are given to companies. It is absolutely abominable that this board approved the project in the first place, and so there is only one answer. This board must appeal their decision for the construction of this data center. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Colleen, ticket 46, followed by Anita Sickles, ticket 47.
My name is Colleen Andre. I'm a local resident, and I'm also a small business owner, and I've even worked at a warehouse within walking distance of this proposed data center. I own Electric Goodies, a vintage store where the backbone of our business is built on sustainability. I feel even more alarmed today than before after hearing the cases of the appellates. It feels as if there's an alarming amount of unknowns that feel like it's being traded as a blank check for us to be the guinea pigs. Why do we think there's such a rush to create all these data centers across the nation? Because the reality of their effects is already becoming apparent to anyone who's watching, and the studies will eventually catch up. We are in a drought. Many of our neighbors have lost their homes due to resulting fires this summer, and we've all seen an increase in our utility rates. It was reported by the Gazette on June 17th that a record high temperature was hit that day in Colorado Springs when the thermometer hit 99 degrees. Why is it not common sense, at minimum, to set a moratorium on data centers until we better understand the effects, particularly heat islands? If you choose to overlook the concerns of these appeals, you will all personally be responsible for creating a water crisis, which some of you might not even live long enough to see the full effects. The reality of the water crisis has already started, and the most vulnerable of us will be the first that are affected. I think it's shameful that there was even a cost to appeal, nonetheless $175. So many of you are pro-life until it comes at looking at the life in front of you. Honor the land that you live on. Water is a basic human right, and free Palestine.
Thank you very much.
Next we have Anita Sickles, followed by Donna Stoyer. Moving on, if we don't have Anita or Donna here, to Jameson Valdez, followed by Rebecca Hansen. Please introduce yourself and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jamie Valdez, or Jameson. I go by Jamie for short. And I'm a member of Colorado's Environmental Justice Action Task Force and the Clean Transportation and Energy Advocate for Green Latinos, speaking today in strong opposition to Project Taurus, grounded in the principles of environmental justice and community advocacy that guide our organization. Latino and working class families across Colorado are already on the front lines of climate impacts, from severe drought and rising utility bills to degrading air quality. Moreover, Colorado Springs Utilities is already unable to hit their state-mandated climate goals as it is. Project Taurus threatens to worsen these exact burdens by consuming massive amounts of electricity and water. In a region struggling with water scarcity and grid stress, handing over vital natural resources to an energy-intensive data center is environmental negligence. Under the precautionary principle, when an activity threatens public health, water security, or our climate, the burden of proof falls on the developer to prove it will cause no harm before a project is approved. Approving Taurus without full transparency, complete environmental impact studies, requirements for chemical disclosures, or clear disclosures of who will operate inside this facility directly violates that principle. We cannot sacrifice our shared biosphere for corporate interests. Furthermore, The Environmental Justice Action Task Force and local climate goals call for a transition towards sustainable growth, resilient infrastructure, and non-extractive economic development. Project Taurus moves us backwards, prioritizing short-term profit over long-term community health. Finally, environmental justice requires procedural fairness. Holding an all-day hearing on a weekday excludes the very working families who will bear the environmental costs of this decision. Colorado Springs families deserve clean air, reliable water, transparent leadership, and an economy built for people, not speculative tech infrastructure.
Thank you, sir.
I urge you to uphold the precautionary principle and honor our
up,
local
sir.
climate recommendations and deny approval for Project Taurus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rebecca Hansen, followed by AJ, ticket 51.
Hey, I'm Rebecca Hansen. I gotta say, we kind of gotta give it to Radon, or Radon, whoever they are, because I feel like in such a time of division, there's a lot of unity in here. I never thought I'd agree with the socialist group, but I sure as hell do today, so here we are. All right, let me go. So the concerns I have regarding Project Taurus can really truly be summed up in 2 words: air and water. We have been actually experiencing this state of drought for the past 26 years. Governor Polis has declared a formal state of drought emergency. This is impacting every single county in our state, and according to drought.gov, 56% of El Paso County, our county, is experiencing a severe drought. Water is not just something we need to sustain life. Communities like ours also rely on it for protection. This year alone, we have had 13 wildfires, consuming a total of 273,464 acres. Over 4,000 personnel from all over the nation and even from other countries are working day in and day out to combat these fires. 4 of those personnel have paid the ultimate sacrifice. One of them, not a single one of them, lived in Colorado, and one of them didn't even leave in our country. The pilot, he lived in Canada, okay? As if our struggling water supply isn't enough, there is currently not a single federal framework governing how data centers handle their waste products. This means that AI data centers, such as Project Taurus, bring along a serious risk of contaminating our local water supply, as the chemicals required for cooling and discharge of industrial waste is dumped into municipal waters. Local utilities are already struggling with how to handle these chemical footprints. In short, the minuscule amount of water we have left in our community once Project Taurus goes through has a very high risk of being contaminated. Damn it, and I'm out of time.
Thank you very much.
Taxation is theft.
Next we have AJ, which is ticket 51, followed by Joanne Jones, ticket 52.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is AJ Nienhusser. So residents have made it clear they do not want a large California-based AI data center dropped next to Garden of the Gods Road. Yet city leadership moved forward on an administrative track. That is not how you treat people who actually have to live with the consequences. There are serious environmental and quality of life concerns. These facilities generate continuous noise from cooling systems and backup generators. Plans call for dozens of chillers and diesel backup generators, even with proposed sound walls. Nearby residents have received no ironclad guarantees that noise and vibration will stay within acceptable limits over the long term. On water, the developers describes a closed-loop system with a one-time fill. Closed-loop systems will still require maintenance, and industry experience shows that chemical-treated cooling water must eventually be managed or disposed of. Other communities have seen problems with how that water is handled. We deserve clear, enforceable answers. Homeowners near the proposed site have received zero guarantees that their property values will be protected from noise and industrial operations and visual impact. Their largest investment is being put at risk with no meaningful safeguards. On the economics, across the country, data centers frequently receive significant tax incentives while creating relatively few permanent local jobs once construction ends. Whatever the specific numbers claimed for this project, the long-term costs and risks for residents, utility impacts, quality of life, property values are real and largely unmitigated. I ask that you please reverse this approval and place the citizens of Colorado Springs above corporate profits. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Joanne Jones, followed by Samuel Plunkett.
Good afternoon to the people who are here in service to our city. Thank you. My name is Joanne Jones, and I live on the west side just south of the proposed data center. My husband and I have no children or grandchildren, but we are here to oppose Project Taurus for your descendants. It wasn't until our West Side neighborhood defeated a contentious application put before the city where I saw the impact community residents can flex. We defeated it. When I learned about Project Taurus, I became engaged and interested in the civic discourse. From that point to today's conversation, I am applying my life wisdom sentiment. When I know better, I do better. It is my opinion that as a city, we have been caught off guard by Radin's application. We can see now, with the gift of hindsight, how our Colorado Spring Code is insufficient for today's conditions. I believe we as a community can do better for our cherished city if we will prioritize and work to change the city code to reflect modern day conditions, not decades past conditions. Let us learn from our neighboring cities and execute a moratorium until Colorado Springs and its officials do due diligence and do better for its residents. We have an opportunity to be trailblazers and help set a standard that actually aligns with the natural beauty of our beautiful home and not corporate greed. When we know better, it is our duty for future Colorado Springs generations to do better.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Samuel Plunkett, followed by John Jones.
Hi, I'm Samuel Plunkett.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone, please?
Hi.
Samuel? You can raise it up. You're much taller, I think, than the last speaker.
I'm Samuel Plunkett. I've been feeling a little bit dehumanized lately. Not only am I queer, but I'm also unemployed. That's kind of why I'm here today, too. We don't have jobs anymore. But I can get my 2 minutes to be human today. And I have to be human for my friends and my family who can't be here, who work to support me, who doesn't have a job. And I have to be the Lorax today and speak for the trees and the dry creeks and the wild beasts who don't have a voice. I've been feeling like a number on a spreadsheet, not a person who needs to drink water or breathe. AI is my replacement. I'm just a set of artworks, a set of words to be trained on. But in my 2 minutes, I get to be more. I can say that I got a physics degree and made a B in thermodynamics. I learned from my professor and from Michael Jackson that you can't win, you can't break even, and you can't get out of the game. Energy can't be created, and 100 megawatts, what's the number? Can power over 50,000 homes. Entropy, heat, is always rising. And we are the heat sink. We only have one universe, one planet that is habitable, that we live on. I only have one place to live. I've been here over a decade. I went to Coronado. And we've been in a drought the entire time that I've lived here. I know there's no perfect closed loop system, not in a lab, not in a desert, And I know not to trust a rich guy who says, I won't use the 1 million gallon day capacity of this facility.
Thank you so much, Samuel. We
Thank
appreciate you.
Next, we have John Jones, followed by Graham Collette, ticket 55. If Graham Jones is not present, we'll move on. Excuse me, if John Jones is not present, we can move on to Graham. Please introduce yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes, and then after Graham will be Sarah.
Good afternoon. I'm Graham Clute. I'm a 27-year resident of Colorado Springs, and I love this place. This facility is close to Garden of the Gods. General Palmer would be rolling in his grave. I would like the city and the Planning Commission to explore alternatives for this site. How about a solar panel manufacturing facility? This would turn a very, very big negative into a very, very big positive. A solar manufacturing plant would provide good jobs, but it would also help Colorado Springs utilities move forward in providing, in getting most of its energy from renewable sources. We have a lot of sunlight, 300 days a year in Colorado Springs. We should be promoting solar, and what better place to do this, what better use for this facility, better place to do this than in this facility on Garden of the Gods Road. If Texas can do it, they are huge for manufacturing solar panels. We can do the same thing in Colorado Springs. So I urge the panel to explore this other alternative. Come on, Colorado Springs. We can do better than a data center. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Next, we have Sarah Griffin, followed by Maria Batista.
It's fine. Hello, my name is Sarah Griffin. This is my daughter, Molly Bailey. I just wanted to point her out. She just recently moved into a house that's across the street from Jackson Elementary School. They are approximately a half a mile from the proposed center as the crow flies. And my grandchild also, who is autistic, is now living there. I hope that we impose a moratorium on these data centers. The United States accounts for 45% of data centers worldwide, 5,427 as of my last checking, which is almost double the number of the next 9 countries combined. We're told that we need this so that we can, keep up with China. China didn't make the top 10 list. I want to talk a lot about the infrasound. We know a lot about the subsonic. It travels through the ground. Vibrational frequencies lower than 20 hertz. They can be felt as a pressure in sensitive individuals. So talking about neurotypical versus neurodivergent, all can feel the pain, but the neurodivergence more than the neurotypical, they are more vulnerable. It causes sleep disruption, stress, non-specific unease. Here are some quotes from a couple of people who are victims of, one person said, "I feel the sound in my chest." Another said, "Low sounds feel like sadness or fear inside of me." There might be 100 employees working at this place, and they've got 10 parking spots. Are they going to be showing up in clown cars? I also want to speak for the workers at the Citizens Center and on all the people employed there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Melissa, hold one moment. Do we have anyone that's up on deck right now? Who is next? I'm thinking we're about halfway through our speakers, and it may be prudent to just take a really quick break. So maybe like literally 5 minutes, because we need to have some bathroom breaks. And we're about halfway through the time. And so you all, oh no, we just need to go to the bathroom. And so you all know too, we have been stopping the clock between speakers, so the full 3 hours is available to you. So we're not eating into your time. We're gonna pause the time, we're gonna go to the restroom, and we're gonna come right back. If you wish to do the same, please do so, but we're gonna come right back, 5-minute break. And then we're halfway through our speakers, so we'll be back with whoever's next. Okay, right. Okay, I'm going to bring us back to order here. Thank you so much for your patience in allowing us to have a brief break. Okay, great. Melissa or Solange, can you get us up to speed on who is up next to speak and who's on deck? And if we could have the ushers keep an eye on the microphone, especially this one that's kind of here on stage, right, that is difficult to move up and down, and maybe we could have some help adjusting that microphone as folks come up to speak. That would really be amazing.
Okay, next we'll have Maria Batista, ticket number 57, followed by Sarah Garlick, ticket 58. We go and move on to Sarah if Maria is not in the audience. After Sarah, it'll be Emily Elkins, ticket 59. Okay, confirming Maria and Sarah are not in the audience.
I'm Sarah.
Oh, I apologize.
No
Go
worries,
ahead.
love.
Go ahead and introduce yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hello, my name is Sarah Garlick, Sarah with an H, Garlick with a CK. I have been a resident of Colorado Springs for 21 of my 26 years. According to the Environmental and Energy Study Institute, sound exceeding 85 decibels is dangerous to human hearing. Noises above 65 decibels are enough to cause increase in blood pressure. High noise levels can cause sleep deprivation and decrease cognitive performance. Infrasound, the body feels it as pressure. Residents living as close to as 50 feet from data centers report symptoms congruent with electromagnetic radiation syndrome. Walls with absorbent material can only partially block the infrasound. They continue to emit the EMF. Many non-human species have unique physiology that depends on the Earth's geomagnetic fields for seasonal migration and many more things. Heating effects are insupportable regarding insects. Insects do not dissipate heat and can suffer extreme effects within short periods of exposure in much lower ranges. Many species have specialized receptor cells surpassing human sensitivity. Natural and man-made EMF are fundamentally different. Man-made disrupts the normal electrochemical balance. Honeybees, they also contain complex nerve endings. They can sense frequencies as low as 10 hertz. Radon's own model states 65 decibels after barriers. When they said most it would be 41 decibels. That's a total of 87 decibels from that area. Genotoxic events have been seen in land-based, aerial, aquatic, and plant species. Radon's independent review was performed on a 50 megawatt facility, but the unclear build-out plans need to be accountable for double that, a low-end total of 123 decibels from the area. We want third-party reviews. Data from other centers have proven the heat island effect. Radon's excuse of lack of information is wildly inaccurate. This will target the elderly, disabled, and predisposed people. One evil does not excuse another. Just because it's not a Bitcoin facility doesn't mean we should accept the harm it will do. Jason from Radon said that this is a storage facility for flock cameras, which are against our Fourth Amendment constitutional rights.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you very much. Don't take a paycheck from the people.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you.
Next, we have Emily Elkins, followed by Victoria Tonsky.
Hi, my name is Emily Elkins, and I have lived in Colorado Springs for almost 4 years. And what drew me here was the nature, mountains, and sunshine. The beauty of the mountains seemed like a painting, and there's a lot of historic and indigenous value here too, which is why I was confused when I heard about wanting to build a data center here. The first time I heard about Project Taurus was in June 2026, after it was approved to be built. Why hadn't I heard about this? I would argue that this is a big decision and not one to take lightly, but that doesn't seem to be a concern of the people who approved this or the company wanting to build this. I personally am very against AI. I understand it can have its benefits when and if used properly, but let's be real, it is not being used to benefit humans or Earth, and is destroying our resources, wildlife, and plant life, and creating larger global issues. I thought a lot about what to squeeze into 2 minutes. I've debated cussing everyone out, hoping it would convey the anger I feel, that this is even an issue people have to come speak about, but I refuse to waste my energy towards something that doesn't make logical sense. Data centers need water to cool the servers so they don't overheat. We are in a drought, so that what logical sense does it make to put one here? We have fires destroying communities due to said drought. Instead of investing in technology, let's invest in humans in our community. Living in a world that is constantly telling us how fast we need to work and how much we need to produce to be worthy is exhausting and unsustainable, and is not a world I want to live in or create. Human creation is the beautiful part of life. Humans are artists, musicians, creators, and it may take a little longer to create something by hands, but what is wrong with that? We can say no, and we don't have to bend to the lie that's being thrown onto us of, well, AI is the future, so you better get used to it. The future is ours to create, and the future that I want to create honors and works in harmony with Earth and humans and is not harmful. We've seen countless data today about why building this data center is harmful, and the people proposing this don't even know all of the harmful effects it will cause. The people building these and pouring money into these solely think of themselves and the money they can earn from this, and not the danger it does to us.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Next, we have Victoria Tonsky, followed by Laura Anderson.
Hello, my name is Victoria Tonsky. I'm a resident of Colorado Springs. I moved here in 1981. So I just want to offer thoughts around everything I've experienced this morning. The first of which is during the break, it occurred to me that this experience, this exercise in humanity, this breadth and depth of what is being expressed here is kind of the antithesis of AI, right? This is amazing and beautiful and human. And so thank you for the opportunity. Generator yard, chiller yard, and 30-foot screen/sound wall is just beyond the original industrial use zoning that was set up in the 70s. I mean, everybody has said it, it's so obvious. I moved here in 81, as I said, and started my love affair with Colorado Springs, and especially the Garden of the Gods. So I volunteered at that little visitor center up the hill. Those of you who've been here a while remember that before the development, that great spot up there. There are some kind of ant colonies up there now. At any rate, with deep dedication to this place, I offer this as my main point. I heard a little bit about the wildlife in Garden of the Gods. I guess it took the gentleman from the city, yep, that guy, a little busy, till about 45 minutes. It was 9:56 when he had a slide that said something about the bighorn sheep. Not a discussion, but words on a slide. So that was the first of it. I did not hear the gentleman from Radon address it at all. I want to say that I believe this is sacred land, and that with deep respect to the indigenous people who hold the powwow there every fall that you and I go to and enjoy together, there is environmental impact. It has been proven. The data demonstrates it, and so I'm very concerned about that area.
Ma'am, thank you very much for
You're
your
welcome.
comments.
It's not my turn, but I am going to say Charles Perkins, who gave that land for free.
Thank you.
We have Laura, number 61, followed by Sophie, number 62.
Solange, could you repeat names again, please?
Laura Anderson, followed by Sophie Turnberg. After is Harrison, followed by Reese.
Do you have ticket numbers?
Tickets number 63 and 64. Harrison and Reese.
And then who's up after that, perhaps, just so we can...
We have Susan and Joe after.
Okay. Hi. For the record, my name is Rebecca Congleton. Reese on there. Radon claims to value transparency with its host communities, and yet they have intentionally withheld critical information that would have certainly influenced public opinion. Radon claims they will add value to the community, yet despite their initial studies presented to the community, displaying potential for over 200 new permanent jobs, their own website now says they only plan to employ 60 to 100 full-time workers, and now we're hearing about only 10 parking spaces. There may be financial gain from this data center, but the tangible effects of that gain will not be in the hands or the pockets of the actual everyday residents of Colorado Springs. Jason Green said today that this fits within what the city wants and needs. Council people, your city is here, and we are telling you this is not what we want. This is not what we need. I took today off of my work in childcare to be here, and I can't help but think of those kids now. I'm sure many of you have children or even grandchildren. It is their future that you are gambling with today. What kind of world do we want to hand over to our children? And is this really the company that you want to entrust with their future and their safety? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Susan, number 65. Joe, number 66.
Ma'am, can you state your name and you'll have 2 minutes?
Anonymous.
Allowed? Okay.
If you, are we not doing that? Sorry. If you were as concerned about what the citizens are actually saying as you are in that stop clock, we'd all feel less like this is an inside joke to you at our expense. Like this is a, this goes directly into the watershed and beyond. There is a CSU employee making $750,000 from taxes annually. This person claims to be pro-environment and proving it. This person has been the advocate up front and center yelling at Colorado Springs citizens that their community's recreation is harming the watershed at the point of needing to remove or limit access of the taxpayers to the places that they are literally paying him in CSU to be stewards of. The fact that CSU and the Colorado Springs leadership are blocking solar incentives from our energy grid and removing 30 years of trail access to recreation in the watershed, but partnering with tech bros who are doing a smash and grab with a salted earth exit is gaslighting at best and criminal at every level. You are all in discussions behind closed doors and in secret meetings. How does CSU really want to have a data center to be part of the ecosystem a hot second after being the ones revoking citizens' access to the benefits of solar panels that we invested in the promise that we would benefit from years after, but are now having to fight to keep on the grid. This project is a money grab for the leadership of CSU and the Colorado Springs representatives. It is purely a payout. I know this because I and every citizen in this room received a CSU email on July 22nd saying so. So does the environment matter to you as representatives of our city and the utilities that we are supposed to trust to do right by us and taxpayers paying their paychecks? Or is this you just going through the process to tick off boxes to say that you imitated what looks like good acts in the faith of what is not good faith?
Ma'am, thank you for your time.
We have Joe with number 66, followed by Brenda, 67.
My name is Joe Nybe, and my wife and I live in Kissing Camels for over 15 years. And I'm going to read this to you, and I can furnish it to you in hard copy. On behalf of Integrity Matters, I'd like to point out that the commission directly to the March 12th, 2026 owner authorization form for Project Taurus. It was signed by Radin executives as property owner, yet El Paso County property records show that the 3G venture is the true owner. No statement of authority was attached to cure this gap. My question is simple. Since the applicant lacked the legal standing to sign this form on June 11th, will the commission uphold the integrity of Chapter 7 and vote to overturn this misrepresentation today? As proof, I submit authorization form from March 12th, signed by Carl Schrader as the property owner on behalf of Radin, El Paso County Assessor's Office, record 1565 High Tech Drive, showing the owner is 3G Venture. El Paso County Clerk and Recorder's records show sole owner of record is 3G Venture, with no recorded deed or statement of authority transferring the right to Radin on her behalf. This also, as known by the city, who's the board of directors of CSU, is actually a power plant and a fuel storage facility the same size as what Buc-ee's is. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Next, we have Brenda Neighbors, followed by Dante Liberato. Is Brenda in the audience? Okay, moving on to Dante, ticket number 68, followed by Angela Alvarado, ticket 69.
I'm Dante Liberato. It is hard not to be angry, standing up here and listening to all of my fellow citizens speak. I don't have a bunch of facts for you or feel the need to repeat anything that everyone that keeps looking down at their computer isn't listening to. But I do feel called to commend everybody's courage that shows up. It is a very human experience being here with all of you. And I hope that the people that are going to be impacted by this, especially the ones that live right next to the data center, I hope that their opinion matters more than whatever sound engineer says that decibel level is okay. And I hope that we can be a voice for the birds and the bees and the deer and all the animals that you also seem not to care about. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Angela Alvarado, followed by Ethan Cassette, ticket 70.
Hello, my name is Angela Alvarado. I was born and raised here in Colorado Springs, as was my father, and his father before him was raised here. I'm here to tell you to reverse the June 11th, 2026 administrative approval. As was discussed earlier, I think you did fail your citizens approving this. But the thing about failure is that you can learn from it. Even if these data centers were community friendly, based on the evidence provided by experts we heard from earlier, I believe Radon is provided poor engineering plans that don't support a lifetime of operation and maintenance, environmental factors, medical factors, and more. Even if they did speed a little bit, sorry, this is not real written, a little more than, even if they did spend a little bit more than a year on this, this is a lifetime of things that we're gonna have to be dealing with. The data center will affect people mentally, physically, and emotionally for a lifetime. Kathleen from Radon said, "You are not here to talk about whether you like data centers or not." Well, I am. You're saying you're giving back to the community, by providing jobs. But I think earlier we heard that only 5 employees from an email that was sent were gonna really be on, you know? So it doesn't really sound like they're helping the community here. We feel like a dumping ground here. That's what we feel like. Caitlin and Jason from Radon, you did convince me, however, that we don't need Bitcoin here, so that's a great thing. Thank you for that.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Ethan, ticket 70, followed by Angela Eagle, ticket 71.
My name is Ethan.
I'm sorry, can we pause one quick? Is it okay? Thank you. We wanted to ensure our clock was working correctly. Ethan, go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
My name is Ethan. I first came here in 2020 to study at Colorado College. At this moment, there seems to be offered to you the very thing that is most to be desired, an issue, a just stance to take that will help more than anything else to mitigate the unpopularity of your previous decision and join in concurrence with the voices of the people of Colorado Springs. A belief has been this time established itself as harmful to the whole nation as it is perilous to yourself and everywhere expressed not merely by our own citizenry, but in the communities across the country, the belief that committees like yours, constituted as they are now, will never deny data centers expansionism, however harmful or unpopular they may be. A belief that you will never side with the people when profits are concerned. And it is now, at arguably the most crucial point of your service as a public servant, is that an opportunity has presented itself, has been made by means of public appeal in meetings. Project Taurus appears before you, a project already condemned. And in this case, commission members, you have only to pronounce against this project an upright, just, and conscientious decision, that verdict, and you will possess the public respect which ought to belong to public servants. What say you, Commission? Do our appeals fall on deaf ears, on eyes glued to our computer screens?
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Angela Eagle, followed by Griffin Ash. You can go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, fellow residents and commissioners. My name is Angela Eagle. I'm a resident of Colorado Springs. a precinct organizer for 619, and the creator of Springs Politics on TikTok. I am here today to urge you to uphold the appeal and reject Project Taurus. We are living in an era of unavoidable environmental hazards. Colorado's worsening fires have already displaced our neighbors, spiked the need for medical care, forced a traumatic shift in our wildlife's migratory patterns. Our community's health, our water, and our air already are under immense strain. To knowingly introduce an industrial AI data center, one requiring 50 megawatts, what have you, of power, or an additional, at minimum, 200,000 gallons of water into our high-risk zone right next to the fragile bighorn sheep habitation of Garden of the Gods is egregiously irresponsible. Data centers are notorious resource drains. Introducing massive cooling systems and diesel backup generators just yards from residential neighborhoods creates a direct liability for air, noise pollution, water contamination, and grid instability. When our resources are compromised, our public health system bears the cost, triggering increased demand for mental health and medical care. We must not sacrifice the health of our residents, our animals, our vegetation, for corporate revenue. I ask the Commission to prioritize human lives and the preservation of our beautiful city over the short-term gains of out-of-state developers. This is why, to my fellow residents, that it is important for us to vote, because we need stricter legislation for situations like this. So please, Commission, uphold this appeal and protect Colorado Springs. Thank you
very much. Thank you.
Next speaker is Griffin Ash, followed by Sarah Hotzinger.
You grab this thing like a rock star, have a good time with it. Be like, hey, everybody! You know what I'm saying?
As long as you keep it to 2 minutes.
Let's loosen it up a little bit. Hey, so my name's Griffin Ash. I have an automotive repair shop here in Colorado Springs. I'm very fortunate to get to that point in life, as well as to be in the top 1% of YouTube creators. I mentioned that because as I went through that process, fixing cars, I like to use KISS, keep it simple, stupid. Like, how's the system work? Works like this? Oh, this isn't working. Oh, here's the problem. How many of you that served me well? So it seems like everybody here doesn't want an AI data center. Is that correct? So you're trying to put you look at Colorado Springs as the engine, and they say, oh, we need to put this part in there. Like, that part don't fit. Don't do that. Look, I've worked extremely hard to get where I'm at because I always try to be the best at what I did. Whether it was sweeping a parking lot or it was diagnosing a difficult electrical problem, I always wanted to be the best at it. And if I was a public servant, I would probably go into it thinking, hey, I want to help people and do the best I can at it. And that, I believe, is what you guys went into this field to do. Instead, you're up there. Some of you seem very bored and irritated that you have to sit through this because enough citizens took a stand. Let's just, guys, you guys need the eye of the tiger, man. Stand up against those big corporations. Say, nope, not happening. Not today. This dog don't hunt. That's what we need to do. Make it happen, guys. You should have came back from that break. I thought you were going to come back and say, you know what? You guys are right. We're not doing this. This is just stupid. We're sorry. Can we buy you all lunch? Let's give you a Tabor refund. Wasting our time because these are the people that are fortunate enough to come in during the day. I'm fortunate enough to be able to do that. This is just the people that were fortunate enough. Hey, think about it, guys. It doesn't fit. Don't jam it in the hole.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have ticket number 73, Sarah. Followed by ticket 74, Tori Carter. Followed by Dr. Thomas Key.
Hello,
Tori?
Tom Carter.
Oh, I apologize. Tom Carter, go ahead and introduce yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Good evening. My name's Tom Carter. People have a right to enjoy their own homes and neighborhoods, to sleep, to rest, to sit in their backyards in peace. That's why residential zones carry the most restrictive noise limits anywhere in our ordinance. The city could not have made its protective intent more clear, but the ordinance measures noise using A-weighted decibels, a scale that discounts low-frequency sound. Low-frequency sound is exactly what large industrial equipment like the chillers proposed for this are, and where they're the loudest. That means a facility can be fully legally compliant on paper, but can still be an obvious, persistent annoyance to anyone standing there with a set of ears. Low-frequency noise penetrates walls, windows, and building envelopes far more easily than the mid and high-frequency noise that our ordinance was built around. And sound walls don't fix this. In the noise study provided, the proposed wall's own absorption at 63 hertz is only 10%. 90% of the noise that matters most passes right through and is not counted by the current city noise ordinance. The applicant's own equipment data confirms this, a peak at 63 hertz and a 16 to 21 decibel gap between A-weighted and C-weighted sound in every single scenario measured. This noise gets into living rooms, into bedrooms, night after night, in the very zone that the city has determined that it deserves the most protection. This isn't annoyance. This isn't just annoyance. Persistent, penetrating noise measurably reduces property value. ISO 1996 exists to fix this gap. I'm asking the Commission to require a C-weighted octave band analysis for this project and to begin bringing ISO 1996 into our ordinance so that the most protected zone in our city actually gets the protection it was promised. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Next, we have Dr. Thomas Key, ticket 75, followed by Eva Savoy, ticket 76.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Thomas Martin Key. I'm professor of digital strategy and marketing at UCCS. I've been researching AI for the last 3 years. I teach a really popular class, which is AI in the workplace. So I'm not anti-AI. My career is built on innovation, economic development, helping young people get jobs. It's something I care a lot about. I also consult. I work with nonprofits, startups, and other organizations about the safe, responsible, ethical use of AI and the integration of it. This is an industry that's been fraught with unknown unknowns. This technology and by extension, the support infrastructure has a lot that really we don't know. And one of the things that I try to lead with when I give talks is complicating the technology for people because it's not straightforward and it's not just sound bites. And I have to say, like Dante, I'm really impressed with the courage that people have shown to stand up and share. And to the Commission, what I would like to point out is what you are seeing is what we strive for in higher education, a lot of critical thinking. I've been researching this since the beginning and I've already learned a lot today. So people really should be at the heart of this. And that's one of the great oversights of this technology, the push from revenue models and the race, the arms race of the technology has relegated a lot of what would be more of our common sense approach. And a lot of it's because this technology does not fall neatly into existing categories for technology, which is why it has taken so long for people to wrap their heads around it. And as a community, as a commission, I think the best thing that you can do is just step back and be thoughtful, which is what I try to communicate to my students and to organizations that I work with. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Up next, we have Eva, ticket 76, followed by Angela Carr, ticket 77.
Good afternoon. I'm Eva Sorovi. I moved to Colorado Springs in 1984, so that's 42 years. I love this city. I came here to follow my husband, and he went away, and I stayed. One of the things that I've loved about Colorado Springs is that as time has gone on, we've learned to appreciate the beauty of our city. We've built parks, we've built trails, we've built bike lanes. Things have been going up, right? Did you know that Old Colorado City, you know, that really cool place that all the tourists go to, was once zoned to be an industrial zone? So those things can change. Just because something is slated to be an industrial zone doesn't mean it has to stay that way. Number one. Number two, I have to thank you guys because you have taught me something this afternoon. I tried to figure out, okay, so how far am I as the crow flies from the proposed Taurus project? And it's 3.0 miles. And then I thought, you know, I know Coronado High School is closer. Coronado High School is 1.6 miles away. That means Jackson, somebody said earlier, is 0.5 miles away. I'd like to ask if the city is ready for the lawsuits that will come from the damage to the children that are trying to learn with the kind of noise that's going to be coming from this data center. Are you ready for that? Because that's billions of dollars. So, you know, be a little thoughtful and consider Old Colorado City and consider the parks that we've built. You know, there's a phrase that's going around the internet nowadays. I hesitate to use it, and it's my time's up anyway, so I guess I won't.
Thank you,
Have
ma'am.
a good afternoon, folks.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Next, we have Angela Carr, followed by Dan Wilson, ticket 78.
Hi, my name is Angela Carr. Thank you all for being here. I am living on the other side of Garden of the Gods, and I'm very proud of what the city has become since we've arrived. The downtown upgrades, better air quality, and it's great. But we can all agree that Garden of the Gods is the heart of the city, where people from all nations come to visit, and which creates a lot of tax revenue for our city. I realize this proposed data center can also create tax revenue, but at what cost? Of particular concern, as mentioned earlier, are public health issues, energy use, and environmental issues. Water usage in any form still keeps our finite supply out of the atmosphere and environment in this dry habitat. And studies from Yale University state that heat islands produced by these AI centers can generate up to 4 degrees of increased temperatures in these surrounding areas. And actually, AI said up to 16 degrees in extreme circumstances, ironically. And an increase in temperature near Garden of the Gods worries me, creating a greater fire risk and increasing the dry foliage. Understandably so, many of the surrounding communities around us have put moratoriums on these AI data centers, and both conservative and liberal communities, so this is not political. And to include the whole state of New York. I tried to find AI data centers that had been improved in such a drought-prone, high fire danger habitat, and honestly, I couldn't find any. Maybe there are some, but I couldn't find any. They were all in Pennsylvania, Virginia, Arizona, places that don't have the fire dangers that we do. So I ask our council members to please consider the appeal opposed to the AI data center development and approval.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dan Wilson, followed by Dorothy McNack, ticket 79. Is Dan Wilson in the audience? Okay. Dorothy McNack, followed by Michelle McMahon, ticket 80.
My name is Dorothy McNack. I live in the neighborhood of Pinecliff. My home is located 0.95 miles from the project site as the crow flies. I have a BA in Geography and Environmental Studies from UCCS. Radon has consistently used corporate gaslighting to paint a falsely rosy picture of Project Taurus, which they marketed as a 50-megawatt facility to pass city review. Their actual approved blueprints reveal engineering for a 100-megawatt hyperscale facility. They use scaled-down equipment counts to skew their noise and environmental studies. Neighbors will actually face double the noise and air pollution from 72 chillers running continuously and 60 diesel backup generators needing regular test runs. Radin brags about the water efficiency of a closed-loop system, knowing full well that it will use far more electricity than an open-loop system, resulting in massive indirect water use at the power plant level. The cost and environmental effects of that indirect water use will be passed on to citizens already dealing with rate increases and water restrictions. This hyperscale data center will sit 0.9 miles from bighorn sheep winter range habitat. Because this is a rare, non-migrating herd, it depends entirely on the peace and stability of this immediate area year-round. Forcing a 100-megawatt heavy industrial plant with round-the-clock acoustic pollution and regular periods of air pollution so near sensitive wildlife is a recipe for ecological harm. Radin is trying to fit a square, heavy industrial peg into a round, light industrial hole. Project Taurus is completely incompatible with our neighborhoods, our tourism, and our wildlife. I urge you to uphold the appeals.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next speaker is Michelle, ticket 80, followed by Janae Hansen, ticket 81.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michelle McMahon. My family has lived next to Ute Valley for the past 40 years, which, as was just pointed out, is about 0.9 miles from the designated data center. Earlier today, we heard that the aim of the city of Colorado Springs is to build a city that matches the soul of our populace. Listening to the arguments today, it becomes evident that the soul of our city is what's at stake. We are confronted with a situation where the character and quality of our chosen community is being decided elsewhere. There's no question as to the extractivist nature of the AI industry. This is unequivocal. From the unethical and compensated harvesting of troves of copyrighted and scientific material, to the near slave wages paid to the content moderators in the developing world, to the historical inhumanity occasioned by the impact of data centers in poor, vulnerable communities around the world. Historically, the doctrine of progress and competitivism leads to a fate in its blindness to actions which entail unforeseen consequences. If we surrender to having a data center built here on Garden of the Gods, in the heart of our community, we open ourselves to the fate of losing sight of the purpose of our humanity. A destiny is that which we build with the intention of human flourishing. It is what we envision and dream about and work hard to create. It's what we want to leave our children for their flourishing. We cannot be short-sighted on the impacts of a decision made over the course of a few months, which will change our environment in our community forever. I request a moratorium on the approval of any data center in our city. As a careful scientific inquiry is not an overnight process, I would say take as long as it needs.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Janae Hansen, followed by Kathy Smith.
My name is Janae. I'm extremely passionate about expression and embodied authenticity. I care about empowering people and maintaining healthy relationships within community and land and its creatures in this multidimensional realm that we are a part of. I care about honoring the sacred. I care about honoring the indigenous and not continuing to pass on colonization and harmful forms of existing for the industrial machine or white supremacy. Bringing this data center to the Springs is energetic genocide to the nervous system, the sanctuary of our bodies individually, collective, the body of land and water and animal. We are a reflection of this land around us. The tree branches and mycelial networks look like our veins. We coexist, we are given oxygen by the trees, and we give them carbon dioxide. Consciousness exists, and it's moving through all of us. We have an access to our awareness to harness our energy in a way that can be directed and tuned in a way that has a frequency of medicinal quality. On a cellular level, we are all vibration. We are deeply molecularly impacted by the frequencies that are invisible to us constantly. I am basing my life's work on empowering people to become embodied in their experience without disassociation by being in relationship and acknowledgement to the subtlety. Who here has experienced grief? Raise of hands. If you put your body in an MRI and you go to the doctor and say, hey, can you look at my grief? Nothing comes up, but I can literally guarantee that you feel it on a visceral level. Or you're numbing out to dissociate from experiencing the fullness of that. We cannot disconnect from this experience and the impact that it has on us, no matter how far we try to look away, no matter how many other people we point fingers at. We are all in this together. We already live in a society that is run by darker forces trying to harvest our life force energy, our awareness, our ability to be empowered. They have infiltrated our food, our nourishment, our land, our presence, and our energy, and you are directly contributing by mindlessly or intentionally ignoring the vitality of the people showing up and saying, I do not consent to this.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Kathy Smith, ticket 82, followed by Debbie Bartles, ticket 83.
Had to put on my professional hoodie for this one. I am the Lorax. I speak for the trees.
Ma'am, can you please introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm Kathy Smith. Sorry, I figured since you said it. I'm the Lorax. I speak for the trees. I speak for the trees have no tongues. And I'm asking you, sir, at the top of my lungs. He was very upset as he shouted and puffed. What's that thing you've made out of my truffle tuft? Look, Lorax, I said, there's no cause for alarm. I chopped just one tree. I'm doing no harm. I'm being quite useful. This thing is a need. A need's a fine something that all people need. It's a shirt, it's a sock, it's a glove, it's a hat, but it has other uses, yes, far beyond that. You can use it for carpets, for pillows, for sheets, or for curtains, or covers, or bicycle seats. The Lorax said, sir, you are crazy with greed. There is no one on earth who would buy that fool need. We cannot unring this bell. So choosing to take a risk on irreversible consequences rather than err on the side of caution is reckless. We have no environmental standards. This is why the company chose this city. Radon has no regard for us. No one with any regard for this city would dare to commit such an aggressive move upon a community that doesn't want it. In the shadow of the area that was nearly decimated by the Waldo Canyon fire just 13 years ago. I digress. Recognize the evolving world watershed moment here and meet that moment with integrity. Otherwise, what reason should we have to trust you? You're meant to represent us, the city's residents, as part of our democratic government. You've said at least twice today that our applause is cutting in on our people's time. Does that imply that you up on the stage are not actually representing the people of the city and that your people are rated?
Thank you very much. Your time has elapsed.
Next we have Debbie Bartles, followed by Timothy Wolf. Debbie Bartles. Okay, Timothy Wolf, ticket 84, followed by Anna Van Hoen, ticket 85.
Hello, my name is Timothy Dukes Wolf. My wife Mary and I moved here 4 years ago to be near our 3 grandchildren on the west side of I-25. We paid a little more money to be on the west side of I-25, and we're only about 1 mile from the proposed project. Speaking of the environment and people, I'm an Eagle Boy Scout, and the first Earth Day in April 1970, I was there. You weren't there, but I was there recycling aluminum cans at my high school for recycling. For 25 years, I served as an accountant and an IBM mainframe COBOL computer programmer, speaking of databases and data frames, for the New York State Comptroller's Office for 25 years, where I retired to from after moving from Buffalo for 10 years in private industry with my family. And during that time, I became a CISA, Certified Information Systems Auditor, which is an international recognition of somebody who can audit and compare computer systems to see if they're correct, see if they can be made simpler, etc. It's a rigorous exam, more rigorous than a CPA. In my job experience, I was able to take 8 files and compare them to one master file in a single COBOL program. That wasn't the usual practice, but I always sought to simplify and make innovations to simplify technology and computers, databases, so it uses less energy and it's more efficient for people. In other words, Project Taurus is not necessary. There are plenty of data centers and computer mainframes across the United States that can do whatever we need without a data center.
Thank you.
Especially
We
here
appreciate
in
your
Colorado
time.
Springs.
Thank you.
Next, we have Anna Van Hoon, ticket 85, followed by ticket 86. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce that name.
My name is Anna Von Hohn, and I'm here to oppose the development of Project Taurus. We are in a serious drought and do not have the fresh water to spare. This data center will consume excessive amounts of water, and any water not wasted will become wastewater that cannot re-enter our potable water supply. The implications of this waste of our most precious and finite resource extends beyond the Colorado Springs city limits. The water resulting from our historically low snowpack is used in multiple states, with the quality and amount decreasing the farther south the water moves. People don't come from all over to see a loud eyesore located on the Garden of the Gods Road. The Garden of the Gods is a natural wonder, and the planet did not spend millions of years carving and forming this idyllic landscape for a data center to be built in its shadow. If the history of the Earth were a movie, humans appear in the last seconds of the end credits, and yet here we are depleting our precious resources and taking advantage of the planet. I have lived in Colorado for almost 20 years, and in that short period of time, I have seen the climate change. Outside of our record low snowpack, there are increasing rates and severity of wildfires. Not to mention, the residents that will be most impacted by this data center will have a difficult time relocating, as this data center will likely lower their property values, impeding their ability to move to a less air and sound polluted area. This data center must not be constructed, and it is detrimental to the health of residents of this area, as well as degradation to our beautiful landscape and diverse ecosystems. And I wrote this without the assistance of AI, and I'm willing to bet so did everyone else speaking. Many of us know the environmental damages of AI, creating more vehement opposition of this data center. Any short-term financial benefits cannot possibly outweigh the detrimental harm that is guaranteed to result from Project Taurus. The people do not want this data center to happen. Do a better job of listening to and fulfilling the wants of the residents that you have a duty to serve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Disvala Jordanov, ticket 86. So sorry if I butchered that. Okay, next, Barbara Hart, ticket 87, followed by Juliana Pritchard, ticket 88.
Barbara Hart. I'm a registered independent voter, and I voted on every ballot. I am opposed to this data center because it's going to affect all of Colorado. The Colorado River is 2/3 down. We have legal obligations to other states to fulfill their water needs. This started in 1922. I wanted to make a copy for you, but this morning, AI said, I cannot do this right now. I do not think you're ready for prime time. Go somewhere else, figure it out. You know, our great Air Force Academy has acres of solar panels. The Fort Carson has solar panels on their roof. Has Radon offered to put in solar panels? I haven't heard about that. We can't afford to have them sucking anything off our publicly owned utility system, and we might all have to go and tell them that we own that system. That is not for them alone to decide. It is publicly owned. I ask you, okay, if all you can do is a moratorium, that's pretty sad. Just say no. Because in this state, whiskey's for drinking and water's for fighting.
Thank you very much. Next is Juliana Pritchard, ticket 88, followed by Jenna Collins, ticket 89.
My name is Juliana Pritchard. I have lived in Colorado Springs my entire life, and I'm here today to say I do not want this data center in my city. Project Taurus promises to have at least 30 on-site backup power generators, and confusingly, other sources promise 60 of these. The presence of on-site backup power generators for data centers has been demonstrated to create local air pollution and specifically particulate matter. Radon promises generators are fitted with selective catalytic reaction systems that bring nitrogen oxide emissions down to near zero levels. But these selective catalytic reduction systems produce many dangerous types of particulate matter, none of which they address. This air pollution gets into our lungs and increases rates of cancer, cardiovascular disease, autoimmune disease, lung disease, and more. Given how close this project is to residential areas, people living close by could be breathing concentrated air pollution when generators are being run. Even if this is not constant, it remains unacceptable. A high school only 1.5 miles away. Air pollution goes wherever air currents take it, so the impact will reach many people in Colorado Springs. Given this project plans to later use much more than the promised 50 megawatts, the power demand and resulting air pollution is sure to increase. I know from firsthand experience that the quality of life impact of autoimmune disease is monumental. Air pollution impacts our future health, our ability to work and take care of our loved ones, our life expectancy, and our ability to participate in our own lives. We need and deserve clean air. We cannot afford to continue using non-renewable resources on projects that endanger our health for a project that does not benefit us. We do not want this data center in Colorado Springs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Jenna Collins, ticket 89, followed by Phil Westfall, ticket 90. Jenna Collins. Okay, moving on to Phil Westfall, ticket 90. Next we'll have Larissa Hun, ticket 91, followed by Renee Ludlam, ticket 92.
For the record, my name is Larissa Hoon. Throughout this process, I keep getting the impression that Jason Green and those in favor of this data center think that those of us who are in opposition to Project Taurus are stupid, that we only oppose this data center because we don't understand what is going on and how beneficial it will be. Well, I understand when Mr. Green says that the data center will only use 200,000 gallons of water one time. I understand that Radon has claimed repeatedly that they will bring a paltry 60 to 100 jobs to the city, even though it turns out that may not be true at all. I understand that Radon Data Center is supposed to stay under 50 decibels while in operation. The problem here is not one of understanding, it is one of trust. In a perfect world, closed-loop cooling systems are never flushed, but in reality, Radon will likely deal with component corrosion or mechanical repairs that require flushing and dumping of glycol. Already we see that the allegedly 60 to 100 jobs has dropped to 5 or 10, and not even 1,000 jobs would be enough of a benefit for the citizens of Colorado Springs to risk the effects of the noise that this data center will be emitting constantly. This is assuming they are even able to comply with sound regulations, and we have seen plenty of contradictions with Radon's data today. Humans and wildlife will suffer alike, and we don't have enough research to show just how irreversible this damage might be. When 3G Ventures was running a Bitcoin mining operation in the very same building Radon proposes taking over, it took the city years to work out whether or not the noise levels were acceptable while neighbors suffered. This shows me that once the data center is up and running, citizens would have almost no recourse if the noise levels are causing harm. Jason Green can assure us until he is blue in the face that noise levels will have no consequences, but if they do, what consequences will he face? What is a $1 million bond in the face of money being spent here? We aren't stupid. We understand the implications of allowing this data center to operate, and we do not want any more data centers in Colorado Springs. As the Colorado Springs Planning Commission, you were appointed by elected officials on City Council. You were appointed to serve the public. Please do us proud, listen to us now, and do not uphold such a contradiction-riddled proposal against the wishes of the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Renee Ludlam, ticket 92, followed by Sarah DeBusk, ticket 93. Renee or Sarah. Moving on to Robert Ibira, ticket 94, followed by Adriana Cuva. I apologize. So 93, Sarah DeBusk. Perfect, thank you. And we'll have Robert Ibira followed by that.
My name is Sarah. I'm just a hairstylist and wife and mother who lives 3 miles from this proposed data center. I'm strongly and passionately against this data center. I could talk about how these data centers will open a pathway for companies like Flock to expand their ability to perform mass surveillance, and how this pattern is happening not only locally but nationally, but I think that's another conversation for another place. I will instead appeal to the parents in the room. My son, Landon, is 11 years old. He was born with 6 weeks early with 5 congenital heart defects requiring 3 open heart surgeries. He also has severe asthma due to his premature birth and genetics. We moved here a year ago to fulfill our family's dreams of moving closer to nature and the beauty of Colorado Springs. Now we have to consider our son's heart and lung health with this data center and the health impacts that he will face if this is approved. Data centers rely on fossil fuels and backup diesel generators that release fine particles that deeply penetrate the lungs and enter the bloodstream, triggering systemic inflammation and increased blood pressure. The cooling units and generators produce continuous low frequency that hums and the vibrations that travel for miles. These vibrations trigger your body's fight or flight response, continuously increasing your cortisol, which raises your blood pressure. According to the Environmental Health Sciences website, for children with congenital heart defects or adults with existing heart conditions, these data centers put severe burden on those pre-existing conditions, like my son's, and I'm sure like many other residents nearby who have autoimmune diseases like myself. Did you know that these industrial facilities built too close to homes or school will increase electromagnetic field exposure to people? Research links this type of EMF exposure to childhood leukemia and other health conditions, as well as a detrimental environmental impacts. However, the U.S. government lacks safety regulations to protect against these health effects from these chronic exposures. So I guess we shouldn't care, right?
Thank you for your time. Next, we have Robert Ibarra, ticket 94, followed by Adriana Cuva, ticket 95.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Robert Ibarra. I guess for my green Latin group, it's Ibarra. Thank you so much for setting this up and having us speak, allowing us to speak. So I've been a resident here. I'm a resident of Chelsea Glen, as you saw on the slide, just south of the proposed site, for 19 years. And so the Army brought me here in 2007, and after 4 years living here and 24 years in the military, my family fell in love with Colorado, and we decided to make this our permanent home. So this is pretty sad, what's about to happen if you allow it to. So first of all, I want to thank the integrity folks for the presentation. It was phenomenal. ton of work went into that. So I also listened to Radon's pitch this morning. I was here for that. Very smooth talking guy, very polished, rehearsed. Okay, a couple of notes from that. First, you mentioned the 30-foot wall, right? You had a slide with the building on there and some houses off to the right. That slide is, I don't know if any of you have been to that neighborhood or have friends there or visited. That slide is very misleading. The first row of houses there is actually on level with the plant. After that, the neighborhood goes up the hill, and a good part of the neighborhood is way above the wall. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Your time has elapsed.
Finally, I urge you to do the right thing tonight. Okay?
Thank you.
You're going to go on record tonight.
Thank you, sir. Your
Everyone
time
here is
up.
going to know the way you voted. Your
Yes, sir. We hear you. Thank you very
citizens
much.
are going to know how you voted. Make sure that you're not going to have any regrets later on. Make
Sir,
sure
thank
you're
you
gonna
for your time.
You can live with this decision. Make sure it's something that you're going to be willing to
Excuse
talk
me?
to your grandkids about. Thank you.
We have asked for kindness, and we've been very grateful, and we are trying to keep time so that you all can have the time to speak. Being rude and being inappropriate and shouting and saying negative things is not helpful to any of this. It's really not. We are here to listen, and we want to do that. Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute recess at this point. Yeah, we're just going to take a little bit of a recess and have the ability to calm the situation, because I feel like this is not helpful to the process. Amanda was just right here. All right, if folks could start to take their seats again, please, we're going to reconvene. Yeah, we've got, yeah, maybe so. Yeah. Yeah, they'll probably hear us. So I wanted to bring us back to order and let folks know that we have 46 minutes remaining in the time allotted. And again, we gave 3 hours for commentary in support of the appeal. And we have been stopping the clock, because I don't know what time we started, but it's been more than 3 hours. We've been stopping the clock between speakers to allow folks to get up and speak. So we really do want to hear from as many of you as possible during the time that we have for you. And when things get heated or negative, that's not helpful. It really isn't. We're trying to give as much time and allow every one of you to speak to the extent possible this evening. It's a long day for all of us. So I ask you for your patience. I ask you for your cooperation. And I ask you to be a participant and help us get through this as a community. I keep hearing that word today, that we're a community, and you're asking us to render decisions for our community, and we ask you to be part of this as well, and to give us your kindness and your grace today. So with that, we have all of our commission back up here, and we have 46 minutes remaining, and we'll go through the next speakers in line.
Thank you, Chair. Next speaker is Adriana Cuva, ticket 95, followed by Memphis Curry, ticket 96. Do we have Adriana or Memphis in the audience?
Hi, I'm Memphis Curry, and I'll just start by saying an AI data center does not belong here. Project Taurus and Radon do not hold respect for the values of Colorado Springs residents, despite their website answering a bold no to the frequently asked question, will Radon's data centers pollute the environment, which already tells us everything we need to know about their level of transparency, as it is virtually impossible to power a data center without environmental harm. Just say that. Even closed-loop cooling systems are susceptible to water consumption and loss, and we are deliberating over this while experiencing one of the worst wildfires in the state's history and a record-breaking year of high temperatures and drought. Our focus should be on the health, safety, and well-being of community members, not profit. This project is not worth the 200,000 gallons of water it requires supposedly one time to operate. A larger issue is that we don't even know who the tenant is for this proposed data center, what its goals and purposes are, or what information will be collected on. And while data centers are nothing new, and we've had multiple here in Colorado Springs, what is the purpose of implementing this new one? Is it control, surveillance, profit over integrity? The rate at which new facilities are being built, coupled with the rise in surveillance on citizens, is highly concerning. These types of developments should be decided on by those that are affected, and with the lack of transparency surrounding the tenant and purpose, as well as the downplaying of environmental and health factors, this project development lacks integrity, and the public cannot trust that its goals are in the best interests of us. Unlike AI, please use your critical thinking skills. Is this really the future you envision for society? There are many ways that I could conclude this, but I will conclude by saying fuck AI, fuck using AI to collude with ICE, and fuck using AI to commit war crimes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Genevieve Gustafson, ticket 97, followed by Alan Strauss, ticket 98.
Hi, my name is Genevieve Gustafson. I've been in the Mountain Shadow area for more than 30 years, where I purchased my home. I've been a Colorado resident most of my life, all my life, and I just want to note that I grew up in the semiconductor industry. My husband's in the semiconductor industry. My father is. When you're talking about this AI data center, it's different. It's not the same as our data centers. And what is different there is those AI chips run very, very hot. And that will create a heat effect right there. But also, the problem is that you've got radon or whoever telling us about a closed loop system. Well, a closed loop system is like your car radiator. You put water in it, you put chemicals in it, and occasionally you have to top it off. And then eventually you will have to flush that system out and refill it. What's coming out of that system is hazardous waste, just like your car radiator system. You've got to have a special place to be able to take that. So I want to make sure that you understand this piece, because that's critical. The other thing here is that after the Waldo Canyon fire, that area is a lot hotter to begin with because all the trees are gone. All the trees are gone. And now you're going to be adding heat into the back of a whole area, and you've got mountains and so forth. It's going to capture that heat. So everybody's going to need more electricity to run AC during the summer. The other thing I want to note is Chipeta Elementary, 1.5 miles away.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time has expired.
1.5 miles away.
Thank you.
Next, we have Alan Strauss, ticket 98, followed by Kevin Tuttle, ticket 99.
Well, at the end of I guess it's only the middle of a long day. I'm Alan Strauss. I retired here in 2011 from Lockheed Martin, and we'll try to avoid too many repetitive observations. I'd like to start by pointing out at a springtime meeting at the Garden of the Gods Club, our guest speaker, Travis Deal, stated he was not in favor of adding an AI data center to our grid. He was not, at that time, in favor. Despite hopes that costly investments to power capacity won't impact residential rates, the reality is that grid reliability suffers, and local communities end up subsidizing these centers through rate increases to address unforeseen and unexpected voltage fluctuations and outage challenges. It's inevitable. Numerous adverse impacts that have been highlighted today are already field tested. They are occurring where these centers have been built, and may I submit, should be considered when assessing the credibility and claims of the developer, often inconsistent with experience at other data centers. As a CIO, I can tell you that I doubt that this data center will provide any local AI processing advantage, but rather, via the internet, is more likely to serve the global AI computational requirements. And once initial construction is complete, the impact on local employment won't be seen in our rounding.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We have Kevin Tuttle and then Elliot Howe.
All right. My name is Kevin Tuttle. I graduated from UCC up the hill for the Bachelor of Innovation program. Lately, it's felt like a bit of a 10-letter word, though. Big businesses are coming in with millions, billions of dollars to bring projects that nobody wants in their neighborhoods, projects that bring a handful of jobs to the constituency around. Even in the most optimistic of circumstances, 100 jobs is a drop in the bucket for the near 500,000 that populate this city, let alone the wider El Paso County area. And in the middle of economic crises, in the middle of societal impacts of this, I myself am an artist who has seen other friends and cohorts in the art space very affected by the technology. I have an adversarial relationship with it. And it's definitely personally one of the most frustrating things to see that a business comes in and tells us that this place was chosen on a matter of convenience. Because Colorado's cool, the air is nice, We start up on the upper basins of water flow, where already at a federal level, we are seeing potential headwinds with our own federal government over the long-term implications of an unsustainable water use plan downstream and throughout. And yet we're expected to sit quietly and sit calmly as though this doesn't impact the vast majority of us more than the 100 at most people who will be seeing themselves working for this company. I also graduated from the College of Business at UCCS. And however many of you are familiar with the Daniels Fund Code of Ethics are well aware of the fact that this fund code of ethics is not about the shareholder ethics. It's about the stakeholder. The little bugs on the ground, to the rams in the Garden of the Gods, to every person around. We deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have Elliot next, followed by Juan Pinto.
Hello, my name is Elliot Howe. AI is a bubble that still isn't paying for itself, where chips installed today are obsolete within 2 years, that takes jobs from hardworking humans. I took the day off work as a software engineer to come here from Denver because we are all connected, because I've heard the loud drone from a partial test of partial generator for the core site data center, so loud you could hardly hear a human talking over it. I hope it's not too late to reverse the core site data center located by assisted living facilities and residences that are already deal with almost the highest pollution in the nation. But even if it is too late for us, it is not too late for you here. Don't throw your community members under the bus for a quick payout. This community won't see jobs or money come from this project. It will see medical bills for new chronic illnesses, anxiety, and higher utility bills and taps that run dry. We already know, and we've heard today, that the data center will output extreme heat, noise, and pollution, and will suck up energy and water. We know the data center will raise utility costs and lower property values. We know the data center will increase chronic illnesses and lower life expectancies. So I'll share from my experiences as a software engineer and before that as a math and computer science teacher. AI is used for surveillance, mass killing, and replacing high-paying jobs. AI is used to surveil us, to identify every face captured by the Axon and Flock cameras and parse every word uttered next to their microphones, to track phone users' locations and predict their next moves. AI is being used to bomb entire families when a phone reaches the user's home. An Israeli program called Where's Daddy, powered by AWS and Palantir. It's being used to replace high-paying jobs. I taught math and computer science for 10 years in middle and high school, hoping that my work would bring women and BIPOC individuals into STEM, and now those jobs are largely gone. It took me 4 months of nonstop job searching to land my job as a software engineer, and that's with a master's degree from Stanford University. Thank you.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you.
Juan Pinto, followed by Morgan Brown.
Hold on, Solange. Let's try that one more time.
Juan Pinto, number 101, followed by Morgan Brown, 102.
Hello, my name is Juan Pinto. I used to work for these AI companies that help build these data centers and use these data centers many years, including explaining a lot of these killing technologies, which Elliot just spoke about, and how they work. And honestly, I've never been in a room with more educated people about AI in my entire life, honestly. And I think here at the Planning Commission, everybody is privileged for having this audience, you know, of teachers, students. We got veterans, we got, you know, engineers, scientists, all speaking for multiple generations. You know, this is really the people talking. What are we up against? Literal hundreds of millions of dollars of lobbying. We are up against really just a handful of men who own the companies that are pushing this technology in this bubble. And worse, you know, now we have police and federal fusion centers stalking and surveilling data center and anti-AI advocates as potential left-wing extremists, even though we've seen the whole range of people that oppose these things. We are now being pushed even to to be portrayed as domestic terrorists thanks to this administration's new directives. So what you see here is not just really a battle about the environment and the wildlife, which matters so much to people in Colorado, but about our democracy. And I really admire, some of the calls for decorum here, but I think all of us would be more comfortable speaking our minds if, so many of you, and I'm looking at you, Daniel Sexton, hadn't spent most of the time here, looking at your computers. You're in charge of receiving the written testimony, I believe. So we really are supporting our democracy above anything else, because without our democracy, we can't protect the people, the children, future generations, the environment, and the wildlife. So please listen to us, uphold the protests against this data center, and thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Morgan Brown, followed by Connie Benedict.
Hello, my name is Morgan Brown. I am from Denver, and I'm a queer activist and organizer that works in the Globeville area Swansea neighborhood of North Denver, otherwise known as one of the most polluted zip codes in the country. I am here today because I have been helping to lead the movement against the CoreSite data center, another data center that was approved without the knowledge or consent of the neighbors and the surrounding community members who will be the most harmed and affected. A common theme that we are seeing with data centers such as this one. A lack of transparency only emphasizes that there is something to hide, which is exactly what these data centers house. Secrets that fuel the military-industrial complex, so our government can continue to use AI infrastructure to carry out mass surveillance, war, genocide, and profit maxing, so more violence can be carried out against our communities, like we continue to see with the ongoing ICE raids. Data centers such as this one are framed as critical infrastructure, yet do you know what I see as critical infrastructure? Our environment, our air, water, protected lands, like the Garden of the Gods that give us the necessary resources to live. Therefore, in my mind, being pro-data center is being anti-life. We don't need artificial intelligence, we need human intelligence, and anyone with real intelligence should know that data centers such as this one are inhumane. You want to talk about respect? Well, we want you to respect our existence, or you are going to continue to see what you are witnessing today, organized resistance. I strongly oppose the Taurus data center and all data centers like it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Connie Benedict, followed by Shannon Carter, number 104. Connie Benedict. Shannon Carter. Phila Park.
Hi, my name is Shannon Carter. I reside 1.7 miles from proposed data center. I utilize Ute Valley, Garden of the Gods, as well as Stinton Trail. As a citizen, nearby resident, and nature enthusiast, I, like many Colorado Springs residents and residents of Colorado in general, am greatly concerned. I want to speak on trust and transparency. The proposal and planning committee's acceptance seems to be a rushed effort to push this through as quick as possible without full transparency. How do we know if this is excuse me, how do we know if this hastened push for Project Taurus not only exploiting the is not exploiting the vulnerabilities of our city with our severe budget deficit that we are in this moment? How do we know that an outside entity such as Radin is not a developer whom will sell to a future owner and step away from all responsibilities and no longer be legally bound to the initial project? Also, $1 million bond, really? This is nowhere near a guarantee for all the possible harm that could be done at the expense of our city and state. How can we trust Radin has the interest of our city and residents and what they propose as truth, especially with all the discrepancies that have already been shown in what is and has been said and what has been proposed, and may I add, has been changed throughout the whole planning process? How do we know that Radin will not build out past 50 megawatts of NVIDIA servers, which can use up to 1 megawatt per rack? Does that mean Raiden is limiting Project Taurus to only 50 racks of servers and no more already that already requires specialized high voltage power substation? This appeal needs to be accepted. If the City Council Planning Committee has the residents and City of Colorado in their best interest, they will accept the appeal.
Thank you very
much. By doing this, that you will show value of respect of our Colorado Springs voices.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Philip Park, followed by Rachel Jones, number 106.
Can I share my time with my son? It's counted as 2 minutes together.
I'll allow that. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
If you'll, as long as you both state your names at the beginning, so we have that for the record. Thank you.
My name is Philip Park. This is the first time ever I speak publicly in the United States. My family moved here in 2006. Colorado Springs was ranked number 3rd in the U.S. News and the World magazine. The 3rd. U.S. News and World Report, the 3rd most desired place to live in the United States. I hope in 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, after I pass away, the ranking still stays.
Hello, my name is Jamin Park. I've been here over half of my 35-year life, and I just absolutely love this state. So I think that a lot of the points here made are excellent, and I'm not going to add to those. Instead, I would like to ask everyone here to consider how AI is being used and will be used in the future. Like, it does a lot of things, both positive and negative. There's a lot of people use it for data. They use it to, get answers to questions, database storage. There's also a lot of surveillance. What about 10, 20 years in the future? It's like kids are being trained today to ask AI to help with their math questions. 10 to 20 years are going to be using AI to ask who should they vote for? What issues are they going to vote for? And these AI things are being financed by multi-billionaires who do not care about we the people. So that's something I would encourage everyone to keep in mind is like, what does AI stand for and how does it benefit us or harm us? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to speak.
Rachel Jones, followed by Linda Scott.
Hi, it's Rachel Jones. Good afternoon, board. There are obviously so many different angles to approach the topic at hand today, but the most important way for me to discuss this, I believe, is where I can give some personal experience. I'm a registered nurse working in home health, often in very low-income communities. And I would like to say real quick that even with my career, I have had coworkers be let go of their jobs due to AI. I have seen patients with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, severe asthma, patients on high concentrations of oxygen at a constant rate, and multiple forms of cancer. In my patient care, I've noticed a significant decline in health in my patients who cannot afford consistent air conditioning and are forced to prop their doors open for fresh air. According to Colorado.gov, data centers relying on fossil fuels for power and diesel backup generators emit localized air pollution, including ammonia and carbon dioxide, exposure to air pollution's increasing rates of respiratory diseases, cardiovascular conditions, and premature death. Premature death in impacted communities. It also increases the risk of certain types of cancers. This same government article goes on to address water consumption. A lack of transparency by data center operators can make it challenging to measure their water consumption. Now, CoreSite, the company building a data center campus in North Denver, where I am at, and I drove an hour to be here because I know it affects more than just this local community, shared projections with the Denver Post that a facility may use up to actually 805,000 gallons of water a day. That's what this article says. So I believe that's already enough reason to, at the very least, pause construction until further investigated, given they are not being transparent. Data centers require filtration in order to cool down the machines, therefore we can assume it is also potable water that they are using. This requires prioritization to the urgent help of our community, patients who are already struggling with dehydration, chronic illnesses, and need potable water for their medical supplies. I should not have to defend my patients to the board as to why they all and all of us need potable water to survive.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Linda Scott, ticket 107, followed by Barry Wick, ticket 108.
Hi, I'm Linda Scott, and I have a question. Why do we need a data center? There are so many reasons why we don't, so why is it being pushed? And why are we destroying the Garden of the Gods? You know, studies have shown that the sound waves 24/7, the animals leave or they die. Why are we destroying a beautiful area, our tourist site, tourist taxes, all of that, and studies have shown that the people who live close to the data centers, there's an increase in cancer, brain tumors, heart attacks, and the list goes on. And you've already heard some people talk about that. But so why are we pushing for a data center? Why do we prioritize money over people? That's the biggest question. Why are we prioritizing? All of these people have come and they've spoken over and over and over again about how we do not want it. Why do we need it? Why is it being pushed so much? They talked about control, tracking people. Is it the next COVID pandemic? Who knows? We don't need it. So why are you pushing for it? Is it still money over people? Are we prioritizing that? And I appreciate each person that's been here and speaking their hearts out about why we don't want it. And I thank you for the time that you have spent sitting up there listening to people, and I hope that somewhere along the line that something that somebody has said makes a difference for what you are hearing. And thank you again for being here.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Barry Wick, ticket 108, followed by Kathleen Stock, ticket 109. Barry or Kathleen? After Kathleen, we'll have Jeff Sanderson, ticket 110.
Hello, I'm Kathleen Stock. Thank you very much for your time, and I'd like to share my time with my husband, please, as well. The main thing I would like to point out is just if the impact studies that they didn't have all the information, they should be redone before we go forward. And that's all I have to say.
My name's Brian Stock. I've spent 27 years working on diesel engines and maintaining equipment. Worked for a lot of Fortune 500 companies, and one thing that I learned is an engaged team, and y'all have not been engaged today. I've seen everybody like this and everything, so I'd appreciate it if y'all would be a little engaged here. Does the approved development plan contain the engineering stamp for maximum on-site fluid inventory, containment analysis, and the final 60 generator build out, including diesel fuel, DEF, which is the ammonia that some people have talked about, which goes through the exhaust system and burns out. Generator lubricating oil, coolant, transformer oil, battery electrolytes, maintenance chemicals and waste fluid, and containment for firefighting water. The amount of fluids that could be on site is 135,000 gallons of diesel. That's only for 24 hours worth of running. 7,000 gallons of DEF, urea fluid. Generators could also contain over 6,000 gallons of lubricating oil and 7,000 to 10,000 gallons of engine coolant.
Sir, thank you very much. Your time has elapsed.
Think about that.
Thank you.
Next, we have Barry Wick, ticket 108, followed by Kathleen Stock, 109. Was it?
I think that's who just went. Yeah, Ms. Stock in the back.
We'll have Jeff Sanderson, ticket 110, followed by Nicole Box.
Hello, I'd like to split my time with my daughter, Eloise Sanderson, as well. Thank you.
And sir, when she does speak, if you could just have her say her name for the record, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely, can do. My name is Jeff Sanderson. Many of the folks that have had far more credentials in many of the areas that this proposed data center affects have come to spoken. I think that there are plenty of data points that have been shown. I think that there are plenty of statistics that have been put forward to our committee members here. And the resounding themes that I have heard that unite us as the citizens of Colorado Springs is that there just simply isn't enough data for how the Project Taurus data center will truly support the community. I hope that the irony is not lost on those who can hear me. As a born and raised member of this community, the folks that I get to serve every day in Old Colorado City, which is where I also reside, within 3 miles as the crow flies of where the proposed data center is going to be, have a lot of concerns as well. We're disillusioned around what our leadership can do around the current systems and leadership abilities to make decisions for the benefits of our communities, for our humanity. And we see that oftentimes that those decisions end up going into corporate pockets instead of the people that are actually working on the ground floor, holding it down, and making those dreams of others become possible. Eloise, you want something to share?
Yes.
State your name, please.
My name is Eloise Sanderson. I don't think the data center should be here because the Garden of the Gods has so much wildlife and beauty in it, and that it should stay, and that the data center is just too much for us to handle with already the drought going on and this stuff.
Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Nicole Box, ticket 111, followed by Kayla Songer, ticket 112.
Hi, my name's Nicole Box. I'm a senior at UCCS studying environmental studies, and I'm getting a geographic interspatial certificate as well, so yes, I know computers. I'm happy to see you all because I'm hoping this time you'll make a better choice and appeal your decision, as our city is worth way more than $1 million. Today I'm surrounded by educated, experienced, working class, the elderly, disabled, and children, spending our summer fighting against you to represent your community. You know how most people go through life, assuming bad things won't happen to them. Car accidents, wildfires, cancer. One happened to me, not our town, not our state. Well, that's how I feel about data centers. They're closing in on us from coast to coast. I watch them destroy communities across the nation, and Colorado Springs is not going to be next. And that's your decision. You have spent your entire day trying to convince us that this project falls into or fits into megawatts, regulations, and city code. Committee, you're forgetting the most important code, your moral code, environmental ethics, and humanity. I've heard rumors city council and planning is bought out by corporations and developers. I ask you to prove me wrong today and reject Project Taurus, because Colorado Springs says no. As for Colorado Springs citizens, our fight doesn't end here. It's time to engage with our city and rebuild our code to protect our city, because our representatives sitting on that stage are working against us. It's time to work harder, and you guys are gonna see a lot more of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Kayla Songer, ticket 112, followed by Tyler Eschnar, ticket 113.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Kayla Songer, and
I'm not going to bore all of you, not all of you, all of you, with the statistics and reasons why this is wrong and why we don't want it. And instead, I'm going to speak to you all as the ancestors that you are. What are you going to say to your children or your grandchildren or your nieces and nephews about why today you chose to make the wrong decision a second time? There is no need to have another data center. And when we look back at history, we like to say, oh, I would never do that. Guess what? You're doing that now. You are making history today, and each and every one of you, Daniel, Nadine, Richard, all of you have made the incorrect decision already once. We are currently suffering through wildfires. There's no wildflowers. We're also suffering through droughts. And these things are direct ramifications of us continuing to pillage the earth. We know that. We see that. And yet we're going to continue extracting and exploiting the earth's resources. Well, guess what? One day, each and every one of you, the earth will also come for you, your children, your grandchildren. And you need to stand on the right side of history, because saying, oh, I didn't know, bullshit. You knew. You know. All of us are saying that, and that's just those of us who could make it here on a Thursday, because you kept it so incredibly gate-kept so that the power of the people would not be heard. But we will not be silenced, and this must be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Melissa, hold.
Hi, I just wanted to, Commissioner Slattery here, I just wanted to make one point of clarification for the audience, is that this Planning Commission, this body, these 9 people who are voting here today have never seen this project before. This is with the appeal, right? It was an administrative decision by our city, right? So this body here is not voted yet. We have not weighed in on it yet. So just for everybody's understanding, this is our first hearing for this item.
Thank you.
Next, You're welcome, ma'am.
Next, we have Tyler Eschner, ticket 113, followed by Julie Coulteron, ticket 114.
Hello, my name is Tyler Eschnauer, and I have lived in Colorado Springs my whole life. I oppose Project Taurus. A data center like this does not belong in our city. Others today have already covered the noise, the wildlife, the hit to Chelsea Glen, and how little sense this makes in a dry prairie in a fire year. Those concerns are real, and I share them, but let me spend my time on 3, I guess 2 now, because I have something else I want to talk about, that get less attention. First, everyone else is stopping to think. Denver, Jefferson County, and Longmont have paused or capped data centers to write real rules on water, energy, and rates. And this January, the UN's Water Institute named the Colorado River Basin one of the world's water bankruptcy hotspots. A symbol of over-promised water. Their point was blunt. In basins this overdrawn, the job now is to stop adding claims the system cannot carry. We did the opposite. We approved the largest data center in the state administratively with almost no public process. Why is the Springs the one place rushing in? Second, privacy. A building like this stores enormous amounts of data about us. Under a legal rule from the 1970s, once that data sits on a company's server, the government can often reach it without a warrant. Agencies now simply buy our data from brokers, and the FBI director admitted this year that the Bureau does it. Here, the operator is hidden behind non-disclosure agreements, so we cannot even ask what happens inside those walls. I was gonna talk about utilities, but I ended up having to bring my son. who's 6 years old, sitting right there. And he asked me why I had to bring him. I didn't have the opportunity, and I told him it was important for him to hear everyone speaking for him, and I hope that you also listen to us for this.
Thank you
for
very
your
much.
time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Julie Coulteryon, ticket 114, followed by Stephanie Jerome, ticket 115.
Hi, my name is Julie. I wanted to first start off by saying if you guys are going to expect us to be respectful, I would like the same respect from you guys. I got here at about 2 o'clock. Solange, you left 3 times within an hour and a half. Jennifer, you can still barely be bothered to look up from your computer for more than 30 seconds. Andrea and Nadine, I've watched you multiple times engaging in side conversation. Show us some respect, please. Since I got here at 2 o'clock, the concerns I've heard are that we are at increased risk of killing our bighorn sheep. We're likely going to have more noise pollution than expected, given that it sounds like they've been dishonest throughout the permit process. This is going to harm residents that live here, both our health, the ability to sell our homes when we're ready to move. This is going to negatively impact tourism. For what benefits? So we can help some rich guy get richer, so we can help fund the genocide conducted by Israel. Why? I haven't heard one good argument today saying why we should build this data center, other than the rich guy who just wants to get richer. Why are we even still here at this point? Why can't we just do the right thing? I'm asking you to make the right decision for Colorado Springs, the people that live here, yourselves, and your families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Stephanie Jerome, followed by Genevieve Jerome, tickets 115 and 116.
Bonjour. Bonjour, Anin Tanshikia, Stephanie Jerome, Uzawa, Badashkana, Shing, Indigenous Cause, Ojigadam, Gichigagadi, and Ndumjaba. I'm Stephanie Jerome. I come from a small town in North Dakota called Trenton Indian Service Area, and I call this my home now. My child is here with me, and I was hoping that they would speak, but they've chosen not to. And I have to respect that because my child was one of the children on the front lines at Standing Rock when they released the dogs. So I understand that having this kind of emotion and being put in a situation where we have to stand and speak from our heart and control that has been really hard on my kid because it's not the only time. We also had to get the mascot retired at Cheyenne Mountain Indians. Many other things, you know, like we've had to fight for so many things. We actually got a law just put down a few years ago where Javi spoke with Governor Polis, where it was still legal to kill our people and take their belongings. That was still on the books just a few years ago. So I'm not going to tell you all the statistics. I've got a big speech written. I'm just going to ask you to speak from your heart, to speak on behalf of those who are to come. You know, we're supposed to be thinking about the 7 generations that are coming after us. We're supposed to be thinking about the earth, the water, the land, to only take what we need, to leave things as natural as possible. This earth gives us everything. She gives us our water, our food, our clothing, our medicine, and all she asks for is some common respect back, and we don't. We just keep taking and taking with no end. I started a foundation called Honoring a Mother Earth, just to help people to reconnect to the earth, to help remember who we are. I just ask that you vote to get this out of here. This is your first time hearing us, but I hope you do hear us. Miigwech.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jan Jabinski, ticket 117, followed by Carly Fahey, ticket 118.
Say anything? Okay, that's her time. Thank you.
My name is Jan Zabinski, and I'm a resident in Colorado Springs. And you can see by my white hair, I'm a little older than most of the people that have been speaking here. But I want to talk about a broader picture, a broader issue, and a broader responsibility that you people have, and that every one of us has. Just like Mr. Schock, I'm going to talk about that. And just like the gentleman earlier, my senior high school ditch day went down to the first Earth Day celebration. That was my ditch day. And for these past 50 years, I've seen the corporations lie, oil, but I've seen also boards like you, thousands and thousands of boards and city councils and state legislators. They've all been presented with issues that involve the environment, and they've consistently chosen short-term profit interests that are only short-term and not long-term. And what is the result of that? This year, we have major drought here. There are floods going in Texas all the time, tornadoes everywhere across the Midwest. This is a result of the climate change crisis that is now at our doorstep. It's here. How can we fight that? It can only be fought on the local level. Councils like you, city councils, everything, they have to start thinking long-term and not limit themselves to the short-term issue of, oh, are we going to get a $2 million tax incentive? Is there going to be $1 million in the court? Or are we going to get some more money for Colorado Springs utilities? That is short-term thinking, and the results of that have been disastrous. So I beg you, I plead with you to start thinking beyond your local selves. All of you will have to deal with the legacy that you provide to your grandchildren.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next, we have Carly Fahey, ticket 118, followed by Jaden Rose, ticket 119.
My name is Carly, and let it be known that I don't live anywhere near this data center. But I'm here grateful that I cashed in on my PTO to be one more body in this room in hopes that you all also show up for me when my backyard is the one with the data center bids. You have heard a lot of arguments about the environmental and economic impacts. I'd like to use my time to address not what's standing in our living room right now, but rather who is helping hand them the key to the house. I'd like to shed some light, or at least what they keep up to date on their LinkedIn, of the day jobs of some of the talking heads behind this table who so humbly tout themselves as public servant volunteers. May I also remind you that the people denying you eye contact this afternoon are appointed by the City Council, who we the people elect. We have numerous members seated at the table today who, when not volunteering to help City Council rape your city, have personal stake in real estate. David Robbins is a broker for RE/MAX. Ryan Chase is a real estate associate. Nadine Hensler is the CEO of an architectural firm. Amanda Gigano is a realtor. Henry Wright Weissner is also an executive at an architectural firm. These are all minimum wage jobs, right? Here's a fun one. Shiva Willoughby, per her LinkedIn, is the director of sustainability and lead architect at Cheyenne Mountain Zoo. You have sustainability in the title of your day job and then leave to volunteer to make sure that this city's ability to sustain itself is not your problem? I encourage everyone in this room to take a picture or at least a good look at these individuals and look up your city council members who are in bed with them. They are in your community and they benefit off the hard work of the people who are not able to be here at 4 o'clock on a Thursday. What we are attending today is a result of people failing the citizens of Colorado Springs. To hide behind the cope that code is code and our hands are tied is a prime example of their inability to do their jobs. No, not one argument brought up when addressing the shortcomings when it comes to testing or establish was addressed with, we need to fix that.
Thank you very much. Your time has expired. Thank you.
Next we have Jade Rose, followed by Eleanor Malone.
There we go. Hi, my name is Jade Rose, and I'm not a politician. I'm a simple advocate and poet, and I thought I'd share something I wrote with you guys today. When I first moved to Colorado Springs, the first place I hiked was Garden of the Gods. Not a business park, not a warehouse, not a data center. Garden of the Gods. I had an opportunity to move to Seattle with a friend, but I stayed because Colorado's natural landscape felt like home. That was 2.5 years ago. I stayed because of those red rocks, because of the mountains, because of the belief that there were still places in this country that understood some things are more valuable than money. And today, standing here, I'm furious. Because we're being told that drought is inevitable. We're being told to use less water. We're being told to accept longer wildfire seasons, hotter summers, and forests pushed to their breaking point. We're watching Colorado burn. And while families worry about water, firefighters and healthcare workers risk their lives, while the land itself is begging for relief, we're discussing whether we should hand more resources to an industry that already consumes staggering amounts of energy and water. What are we doing? At what point do we stop treating Colorado like an endless resource extraction project with prettier scenery? At what point do we stop sacrificing the things that actually make people want to live here? Nobody moves to Colorado for a data center. Nobody stands in awe of a cooling tower. Nobody drives across the country to stare at industrial infrastructure. They come for Garden of the Gods. They come for the mountains. They come for the forest, the wildlife, the rivers, and the promise that some places are still worth protecting. And every year we're asked to give up a little more. I am tired of watching corporations arrive with hands out while residents are told to tighten their belts. I'm tired of hearing that conservation is for ordinary people while industry gets an exception. And I am tired of watching decision makers like you sitting there here treat Colorado's natural beauty like a renewable political resource.
But your time has expired. Thank you. Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you.
Next, we have Eleanor Malone, followed by Dylan Morse.
Good afternoon, Council. I've lived in Colorado Springs my entire life. I went to Chapita Elementary School down the road. The first time I ever saw a great horned sheep was at Glen Eyrie. I care a lot about the resources we have here. What I've seen today, as I have been here all day, I've heard Raiden and I've heard Integrity Matters, is that we fundamentally have an issue of both trust and environmentalism. I have not seen a compelling case that Raiden will do what needs to be done in order to gain public trust of the community surrounding. I see that if you should not respect this appeal, that these community members will continue to fight because it is in the best interest of their children and their grandchildren. I don't think it matters if you have children or grandchildren if you cannot think about the impacts, because it matters to us what happens to them. I ask, please respect the appeal. Please respect what was said this morning about how you want to follow Colorado Springs Code. Integrity Matters had many, many arguments that I think should be respected, including that of contradictory code. I want to leave you with an indigenous saying because I think it's important. When the last tree is cut down, the last fish eaten, and the last stream poisoned, you will realize that you cannot eat money. I ask that we not prioritize money in this time, despite the deficit, and instead respect the community and people that have come today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for one remaining speaker. Was someone on deck already?
Dylan Morse?
Yes.
Okay, Dylan, you're going to be our last speaker, so thank you very much for bringing it home for the support of the appeal.
Hi, my name is Dylan Morris, and I strongly oppose the data center. It brings no resources to the large growing community of Colorado. We do not need a data center. We cannot eat data. We need environmental protections, and we cannot just pass something without any thought, any care. We need a plan, a thought out plan, and we need everybody to input their information they have, because everybody has brought something beautiful to the stand, and everybody's opinion has been truthful and honest, and we all speak about how much we love the nature, we love the wildlife, and we need nature, and we must respect nature. We don't care about the data center, we don't care about the billionaires getting money. It doesn't help us. We need to invest in local communities, small businesses. We do not need to be bought out by one big billionaire business. We have seen all across the United States, they just keep passing these and passing these and passing these with no thought, no care for the people and the effect, and they know the impact that it will have. They don't care. And we're the only ones. They literally had something earlier just supporting this. What about against it? We shouldn't have to come off our jobs, call out just to be here, and then you guys are like, you need to respect us, you need to be respectful to us. You guys, we don't have to respect, you guys need to respect us, or we're not gonna respect you. And you guys have shown over and over times that you guys don't respect us, you don't respect our health, our concerns, everything. Do you even care? They don't. We're the ones who came out of work, we're standing up and fighting for what is right. Fuck data centers, fuck ICE. I fucking hate all you corrupt.
Thank you very much. Thank you very
Shameful
much for your
actions.
time.
Do what is right. You know what is right.
Thank you for your time. Can we cut that off? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to take a few moments to clarify a little bit about the process today, and perhaps this is something that we should have done earlier, and I think Vice Chair Slattery attempted to talk about this earlier. We've certainly heard a lot of comments about the role that has been, that this board has played, and statements suggesting that we've already approved the project or that we're refusing to listen, not to mention personal attacks. And I just want to take a moment to talk about the process. This application was reviewed by the City Planning Department planning staff. They conducted an administrative review. They received agency comments, public input. There were the community meetings that you all maybe attended. And they issued an administrative approval that is now being appealed today. The Planning Commission, our 8 people here, but 9-person body, did not make that decision. The appeals, ma'am, folks, we will pause the meeting if we cannot have decorum, please. The appeal process that was brought forth by 5 appellants is what brought that administrative decision before us today. So this week is the first time that we have formally received the matter and all of the documentation, as was stated by Vice Chair earlier. And so our responsibility today is to listen to the appellants, to the applicants, to the city staff, and to the public. And we have been listening to you all day. And so comments that we're looking at our computers, we are reading thousands of pages of documents. We are looking at the map. We are looking at your homes. We are looking at information. Please, please, please. No member of this commission should be presumed to have reached a conclusion simply because a decision was made on an administrative approval. This is the public process that you're so much asking for. There is a process to approve things administratively. If that decision is appealed, it comes to this body. If we make a decision that is contrary to any other party, both the applicant or the appellant's desire, they too have an ability to appeal that to City Council. This is the process, and this is the public forum for you to get to do that. This body has not made a decision, and we probably won't make one until maybe 9 o'clock tonight. But this is the process. So the vitriol or the rudeness or the presumption that we've made a decision is in fact wrong. We have not. No comments, please. Thank you. You had, well, probably 4 hours, but after we discuss and hear from those in favor of the application and opposed to the appeal, then the commission will bring this back up and we will discuss this evening and we will make a decision. We understand that people are concerned, frustrated, deeply invested in this project and this outcome, and frankly, deeply invested in our community, of which all of us are. The roles that we play in our professional careers and in our volunteer roles are because we're passionate about Colorado Springs just like you are. So don't take our blank faces as dispassion. It is us listening silently to take in all of the information that you've brought to us today, and we appreciate that greatly. So I just ask that you recognize the roles in this process. We've not made a decision. We will do that later today, and allow us to complete the hearing before concluding or before making assumptions on our positions. So with that, we are going to take a 6-minute break and go refresh, and we're going to come back and we're going to open to public comment for those that are in opposition of the appeal and in favor of the project. Thank you very much. Okay, whoa. Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start to bring us back to order here. And as we come back to order, I would like to give just some updates on our timeline. So it's currently 5:36, and by estimates of folks that have signed up to speak in favor of the application, in opposition to the appeal, we probably have about 40 minutes of commentary, which will take us to maybe 6:15-ish. We have a planned dinner break. We'll take that as soon as those comments are done, probably 6:15 to 7 p.m. And so you all can plan ahead if you'd like to use concessions or leave. There are, again, restaurants nearby. And then please note that you'll have to come back through security when you return, so plan for that. But I anticipate around 7 p.m. we would be returning from dinner break. And at that point, we will go to the appellant and applicant rebuttal periods. Each party, each side will receive 25 minutes of rebuttal time. So we will listen to rebuttals from both. At that point, given that's another hour and a half or so, we may take a short break, but right after rebuttals and perhaps a break, we will come back to start our deliberations and to start discussing the matter in full. So again, as I mentioned earlier, it's not that we are disinterested, it's not that we're not listening. We're taking this all in, and then we'll hear rebuttal from our applicants and our appellants, and then we will move into discussion. So what is that taking us to? Maybe 8 p.m.? 8 p.m. we'll be done with rebuttal, and we'll start discussion around that time. So just so that you can plan for the time this evening, I wanted to make that clear. Okay, with that, Melissa, we have our folks signed up to speak.
Yes, Chair,
ma'am.
thank you. Our first speaker in opposition of the appeal is Gary Galke, ticket 428, followed by Jesse Kimber, ticket 429.
And you know what, since some folks are, as you make your way up, since some folks are just joining us, or maybe were here earlier, signed in, and then left again, I am going to quickly read, sorry, I have so many pages of notes, the instructions for public comment. Once again, just the procedures. So if you have not signed up to speak in favor of the application and in opposition to the appeal, you can still do so somehow with staff maybe in the lobby, or we'll figure that out if you have not. A visible timer, as many of you have seen, will be used to help you keep track. Time may not be yielded to another speaker. No presentations will be allowed. We'll call you in order that you signed up. When your number or name is called, please move promptly to the nearest microphone. Please begin by stating your name for the record. Comments should be directed to the Planning Commission and relate to matters under consideration for this body today. To ensure fairness, we ask that everyone follow the same rules and time limits and treat others as you would want to be treated by each speaker, or by allowing each speaker their full opportunity to be heard without interruption. Speakers are encouraged to share new information and perspectives on the matter under consideration. And again, please, let's treat one another respectfully. Do not interrupt, shout from your seats, or use profanity or personal attacks. And again, maintaining decorum and minimizing applause will help the time frame and help us move forward. Again, thank you for your understanding. And with that, we will open up public comment. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Galke. I've lived in the Springs since '93 off and on, and about the last 20 years continuously. I would like to focus my remarks on the fact that Colorado Springs can plan for growth responsibly, and we've done so for over 150 years. We have developed the infrastructure, whether it's utilities, roadways, unique one-of-the-kind facilities like the Air Force Academy, Cheyenne Mountain. We've done all of that to ensure a high quality of life based on our growth. This data center is not going to change that. Our neighbors in charge of the agencies, which they're all our neighbors, they're not going to suddenly be incompetent on one project. They live here, and they want us to have a great quality of life. They want a great city, just like all the passionate people who spoke earlier. We live with lots of neighbors who have generators, and lots of neighbors who run huge cooling systems every day, and they follow the rules. They're good neighbors. Whether it's the military, hospitals, schools, government facilities, they all want to be good neighbors. This project, I think, will be the same. And if you've lived in the Springs for any period of time, you are well aware of our water and how we must treat it as a resources that is not unlimited. I think this project, I've listened to them, they've tried to address this, and I think they've addressed it in a responsible manner. Lots of regular people, businesses, and federal agencies know Colorado Springs is a responsible city, and that is why we are looked upon so favorably in national rankings. When we complete this project well, and we integrate it into a really vibrant city, we will show other places around the world, this is how you do this. This is how you do this well. We will be the showcase. Colorado Springs will be the showcase of how to complete these projects, and we will receive the national and international attention we deserve for having the care and concern to do this correctly.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
for your
ma'am.
time.
Next speaker is Jesse Kimber, followed by Jim DeBasi.
Good evening. My name is Jessie Kimber. I'm a retired neurointelligence officer, and I am the former economic development officer and military affairs liaison for the city of Colorado Springs. Tonight I speak as a private citizen who has called Colorado Springs home since 1988, minus the years I was called to serve my country. I represented the city at the last two town halls for Project Taurus, and I received some of the similar treatment that the commission has received today, particularly when my husband and I were booed for our military service. I was very glad to learn that many of those individuals were not from Colorado Springs, so I hope I can speak about our military without the same reaction. Project Taurus is about more than just one development. It is about the values we choose to uphold, the long-term economic vitality of this region, and the signals that we send to our service members. First, this is fundamentally about private property rights. When property owners comply with our laws, zoning, and review process, they deserve a fair and predictable decision. If we change the rule because a project is controversial, not because it fails to meet this standard, we undermine confidence in every future investment in our community. Second, this project strengthens the innovative ecosystems that support our military and national security. The Pikes Peak region is home to 145,000 active duty, reserve, guard, and veterans and their families. Artificial intelligence and advanced computing are no longer optional to our military. They are essential to protecting our service members and maintaining America's strategic advantage. While we may not all agree with the missions they are sent on, I think we can all agree that our sons and daughters deserve the best advantage against our adversaries. As a career intelligence officer, I can tell you that our strategic competitors, including the Chinese government, are invested egregiously in AI. They are investing in influence operations to deter AI from coming to fruition in the United States. And our response should not be fear.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time has elapsed.
Thank you. Next we have Jim DeBossi and Leslie Thompson following.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Planning Commission. My name is Jim DeBossi. I'm the President and Managing Director of Olive Real Estate Group. Olive has been a leader in commercial real estate in the community for 50 plus years this year. As a commercial broker, developer, investor for more than 3 decades, I've watched Colorado Springs establish itself as the nation's leading locations for aerospace, defense, cybersecurity, and technology investment. Project Taurus is exactly the kind of opportunity that strengthens that reputation. A roughly $1 billion private investment that revitalizes a vacant industrial property, creates jobs, and expands our economic base without requiring incentives from the city, state, or county. Communities across the country compete for these type of opportunities. At its core, this decision is more about predictability because capital investment follows predictability. Businesses invest where they believe adopted plans, zoning, and development regulations will be applied consistently. The developer entered this process under the rules that exist today, invested substantial time and resources, and engaged directly with the city and neighbors to address concerns. That effort resulted in meaningful project modifications, including sound mitigation measures, generator relocations, independent environmental review, and others. This site is also what we'd consider a classic stranded asset for the community. Decades ago, the city invested tens of millions of dollars in power, transportation, telecommunication, and industrial infrastructure to support Intel's advanced manufacturing facility at this location. Much of that infrastructure has remained largely underutilized since Intel departed. One of the smartest choices a city can make is to put existing infrastructure back to work rather than rebuild it somewhere else. That's smart planning, smart economics, and responsible stewardship for our city's prior investments. City staff reviewed this application and determined it complies with the adopted zoning and development code. The applicant not only met those standards, but took additional steps to address community concerns.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Leslie Thompson, ticket 431, followed by Daniel Mondragon, ticket 432.
Leslie Thompson, resident of the city of Colorado Springs, and forgive me if I'm a little nervous. I'm not used to such large crowds here. I'm not an advocate for data centers. I'm not anti-data center. What I am is pro-Colorado Springs. And when the Intel facility was built some 26 years ago, it was a real boom for Colorado Springs, for our city government and that type. You know, for roughly the last 18, 19 years, that facility has not produced revenue for the city. This is a great opportunity for it to do that, for city taxes, to strengthen our public services and those type things. What I'm really speaking on today is jobs. You know, I've attended the community meetings, I've read the comments online, as well as the comments for today's meeting, and jobs come up. Construction. I work in construction. Construction jobs, we consider them temporary jobs. But for those 500 workers that are going to build this facility out, that's how we make our living. That's how we have 30-year careers, is temporary jobs like this. Radin has made the comment, these are union jobs. These are going to provide for families within our community. They're going to provide health care, good pension, retirements, and a say in our work. In the meetings that I've attended, Radin has been responsive. They've heard the community. They've come back. They've addressed issues. And it's like, no matter what the issue is, we're not willing to hear solutions. And we need to listen to that. You know, as citizens of this community, we should ask for community benefits from this project, whether it's a neutrality agreement for when they go into operation.
Thank you, sir. Your time has
you.
elapsed. Thank you.
Next, we have Daniel Mondragon, followed by David Perkins. Daniel Mondragon. Okay, moving on to David Perkins, followed by Mike Ham. After Mike, we'll have Bonnie Joff, ticket 436.
Good afternoon, good evening, I'm sorry. Mike Ham for the record. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I want to thank you guys for sitting through this today. I can start.
Hold on 1 second, sir.
Are we good? Okay.
Yeah, you can.
But I respect the public process and seeing how this has gone. I appreciate everybody coming out today. As a member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, in fact, Local Union 113 here in Colorado Springs, I've built a career on these type of short-term jobs. This job here, again, not either pro or anti-data center. I'm pro providing for my family. And I think a lot of us here are here for that reason, to speak in support of this. I know based on how you guys have to conduct your vote, the economic impact really doesn't matter. You have to go by what's in the code. I think a lot of the discussion here, moratoriums, that's going to be meant for maybe the next step in the process. I know you guys don't get to vote on moratoriums, so again, appreciate everything that you guys are doing. But know that those jobs, those short-term jobs, can have a lasting impact. I was an apprentice when the Intel project was going and have had a fairly long career in the industry, as have many others. So when we talk about, maybe 5 to 10 or maybe 1 or 2, I don't know how many maintenance people are going to be on site at the Radin project, what you will have is constant maintenance. So you're going to have community members that are earning good wages, having good benefits, retirement, health care, providing the maintenance on that building, maybe not for Radin directly, but for our employers out in the community. So again, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, sir.
Next, we have Bonnie, ticket 436, followed by Johanna, ticket 437.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time and your service to our community. My name is Bonnie Goff, and every day I work with companies considering whether Colorado Springs is the right place to invest, grow, and create jobs. But I want to start first with, I am a native of Colorado Springs. I have grown up here, I have raised my child here, and I intend to live here for the rest of my life. Each day working with these companies, they ask me the same question. Can Colorado Springs get projects approved when they meet all of the rules? Today's decision answers that question. This property was zoned for industrial and technology use in the 1960s. The building was designed for exactly this type of investment, and it has been significantly underutilized since the early 2000s. Without a user like radon, it is likely to remain vacant. This is the very definition of adaptive reuse and infill development on private property where this use has been long anticipated. Colorado Springs is entering one of the most competitive periods in history. We are pursuing opportunities like Golden Dome, competing for major employers, working to attract investment across the nation and across this world. These companies have options, and they pay very close attention to the communities that can provide certainty. When a project checks every administrative box, complies with adopted zoning, and satisfies months of technical review, but still faces uncertainty, it sends a message far beyond this room. It tells employers that even when they follow the rules, the outcome may still be unpredictable. That message will not stay here in Colorado Springs. It will be shared among site selectors, corporate executives, developers, and investors who are deciding where to make their next investment. Colorado Springs has built a reputation as a city that follows its plans, respects private property rights, and makes decisions based on adopted policy. I respectfully ask that you protect that reputation, deny these appeals, and affirm that Colorado Springs remains a community that is open for business.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Jonah, ticket 437, followed by Seth Harvey, ticket 438.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jonna Reeder Claymeyer, and I come to you as the President and CEO of the Colorado Springs Chamber of Commerce and Economic Development Corporation. That's the Southern Colorado's largest business voice. But I also come as a resident of Colorado Springs, living about 1.5 miles away from this site. I'm pleased to express support for Radon's proposed data center project and objection to this appeal. The project represents a productive reuse of an existing industrial and technology asset and meets all zoning and code, what we're here tonight for you to vote on. A site zoned in the late 60s or early 70s, long before any residents chose to locate in that location. Colorado Springs competes nationally for primary employers and requires certainty in the process, as my colleague said, reliability of current code and zoning, and the assurance that our government bodies will follow the existing laws and regulations is imperative. When we deviate from that process, we put our community at risk for future development. We need a strong tax base for good city services. Businesses pay a lot in local and state taxes while also growing jobs in the economy. I'll take 60 to 100 high-paying jobs at this location versus none. I want my kids to be able to live here and have a job. I'd rather grow the pie through adding businesses than have citizens to pay more in taxes for us to have enough police officers, fill potholes, and have our park bathrooms open, which we don't have today because we have a budget deficit. There's a saying in economic development, companies go where they are welcomed and they stay where they are appreciated. We should take heed because businesses have choices where they locate. Follow our current planning and zoning, respect the expert's approval of the development plan, follow the facts and not emotion, and let's grow our sales tax base for the benefit of all.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Seth Harvey, ticket 438, followed by Nicole, ticket 440.
Good afternoon, Seth Harvey. I'm a small business owner for a software company headquartered here in Colorado Springs. And first off, I want to say that there is currently a pre-existing data center operating in closer proximity to the affected neighborhoods than the project proposed today. It's been operating since 2012 there. It operates so quietly no one even knows it's there. Secondly, I'd like to talk about the alternative. Data centers are not a new thing. Prior to data centers, businesses in our community managed our own data and our own compute resources in our own server rooms in our own buildings. And we did it on a shoestring budget, because we didn't have the money to do it at scale and benefit from economies of scale and efficiency. So the power we used was 2 to 3 times more than what radon would use for the same compute resource. The chilling that we used, industry standards were DX chillers using refrigerant that is 2,000 times more toxic to our climate than CO2 emissions. And the EPA said it was okay to release 4% of that a year into the climate because that was the reasonably expected amount. What radon is proposing is a far more efficient, better use of our resources than anything we could have done as our own individual businesses. If we say no to data centers, we are stuck with an alternative. It is either that, going back to that previous model, that is going to use more power and have greater harm to the environment, or we are going to have to offshore our data and our compute resources to data centers in places like China. Who uses data centers? It's K through 12 schools for student records. It's hospitals. It's businesses like mine. Do we want, and we are at 95% capacity of our data centers in the United States. If we say no to these projects, the next hospital will put its health records in a data center in China. The next school will manage our kids' health records, or our kids' kids' records in a data center in China. Is that what we want? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Seth Harvey, ticket 438, followed by Nicole, ticket 440. I'm so sorry. The next speaker is Nicole, followed by Cecilia.
I can speak again.
No, sorry. So again, the next speaker is Nicole, followed by Cecilia.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Nicole Lounigan, and I'm an international representative for the IBEW 8th District, where I work across local unions in Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Utah, and Wyoming. I recognize that local voices carry the most weight. I'm here because I want to make sure the electricians who live and work in this community have a voice in this conversation. Many of them couldn't be here today because they're out building and maintaining the infrastructure that we rely on every day. Yet the decision made today directly affects their livelihoods. You've heard from others that live and work here in Colorado Springs. I work across 5 states, and communities throughout the Mountain West are having these same conversations, including my own small Colorado town. I'm not here asking you to accept a project that I wouldn't support in my own backyard. My perspective has remained the same. If a project is responsibly developed, complies with local regulations, supports the local workforce, and addresses legitimate concerns, it should be approved to move forward. Some IBEW members will spend months away from their families because this work simply wasn't available where they lived. Construction jobs are temporary, but careers in construction are not. Our members move from one project to the next, and whether those opportunities exist here or hundreds of miles away determines whether they're home for dinner with their families or living out of a hotel. This project represents an investment in Colorado's skilled workforce. Radon has publicly committed to using union labor to build this project. That means more than 100 union electricians in this region get to go to work in their own community. Those paychecks stay here. They support local families, local businesses, and the broader local economy. Colorado Springs has an opportunity to attract investment while supporting high-quality careers for local workers. I encourage you to uphold the approval and allow Project Taurus to move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Next we have Cecilia Harry, followed by Mike Arnold.
Good evening, Cecilia Harry, resident since 2019. I am one of 1,300 certified economic developers in the world, and I've had direct participation in the development and approvals processes in over a dozen communities across 5 different states in my 15 years of experience, including Colorado Springs through 2022. I've participated in projects larger and more controversial than Project Taurus that have joined the communities, and the results years later have been positive and enriching for the communities and the residents' quality of life. It's incredibly important that our government entities fairly apply all zoning and development regulations across all projects. Failure to do so causes uncertainty in the process, and businesses will take their investment elsewhere when a city's processes are unpredictable or when regulations are not uniformly applied. So, depending on the outcome of Project Taurus, this community could be saying no to much more than just this one project. We're likely also saying no to projects that are non-controversial additions to our community as well. I have appreciation for Radon and their leadership for their responsiveness and transparency. I've worked many projects where transparency has been a fraction of what Radon has offered to this community. I took advantage of their leadership's offer to meet with them and ask questions. I visited with them on a couple occasions, had follow-up questions, took what they gave me, did my own research, and drew my own conclusions. The proposed use complies with equitable zoning and development regulations, and this community, through representative democracy, has reviewed and made changes to zoning and development regulations quite regularly and recently. And I've observed the application process to be consistent with best practices in planning, economic development, and community competitiveness. I too am frustrated by some of the services that are lacking in our community, and I support reinvestment in a blighted property already zoned and regulated for this use and for the positive impact that it'll have on our tax base. Thank you.
Yeah. Next we have Mike Arnold, followed by Tim Lee.
Mike Arnold, but I'm Tim Lee. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kevin, good to see you up there. I hope you're staying wide awake. I'm Tim Lee. I'm a former Colorado Springs City Councilor, former member of the Board of Utilities Company, 40 years as a commercial real estate broker in the city. My point is that with my experience over the decades, I've seen every kind of civic tomfoolery that there possibly could be. And I've learned the difference between a real problem and a loud problem. And believe me, this is not a real problem, it's just loud. You've heard the 5 objections today. I'm not going to beat them to death, but power, water, wastewater, noise, environment, the record is answered clearly on all those issues. There's solutions to all those problems. So I'm not going to repeat that. My 2 minutes that I have left is about the kids, actually, and the cops, and the parks, and the roads. For nearly 2 decades, the old Intel building sat mostly empty over that time. District 11 classrooms, I see my friend from District 11, went without roughly $750,000 a year in property tax that a fully occupied building would provide. Call it $10 million MIA, missing in action. So if we cancel this micro data center, it's not a hyperscaler, it's a micro data center, then the kids are going to keep getting the whipping stick. But if we approve the micro data center, District 11 is going to get a steady check every year in their mission to be used to bring all their kids to grade level reading, writing, and arithmetic, which is a great goal. Approve the micro data center, and Colorado Springs receives around $115 million. A tax windfall, obviously, that if endowed would provide around $6 million a year, forever, basically. We could call it the Taurus endowment. It would be a multi-generational financial engine for police, parks, paving, and of course the kids. What El Pomar is to the nonprofit community, the Taurus endowment would be to the civic part of Colorado Springs.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Your time has elapsed.
Next, we have Brandon Kramer, followed by Max Rist. And last will be Jim Thiel.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon Kramer. I'm a member of the brokerage team that marketed the property for sale. During our process, we identified the highest and best use of this property was for the proposed use as a data center. The amount of interest we had in the site was very robust, obviously because of the existing infrastructure and a more efficient pathway to delivery for the compute into a very rapidly expanding market. Traditional greenfield development of a project like this takes significantly longer and is a lot more costly, so there was a lot of people that really liked this deal. The next best option that we could identify was to put it back into use as high-tech manufacturing, and our opinion of that is that if we were to go down that path, more than likely that would have been a lot more environmentally impactful. So the data center use is actually the cleanest and highest and best use for the property. Adaptive reuse of an old Intel plant, we talked about this, delivers $140,000 a year jobs on average is the stat that I got, and obviously the permanent jobs that come along with that. More importantly, it's going to improve and further the business corridor through the Garden of the Gods corridor. An interesting fact, data centers in Loudoun County, Virginia account for about a half of their budget. So they're able to fund half of their city government budget, county government budget, through data center taxes. There's already, I think this was mentioned, a Verizon data center right up the street from there that most people don't really know, and there's about a half a dozen data centers existing in Colorado Springs currently. The simple fact is the property already exists, the use is allowed, buildings largely outfitted already for it, and this would be the highest and best use for the property.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Max Rist, followed by Jim Thiel.
Yeah, hey, Max Rist. I was the listing broker with Brandon for the property and would like to start off with a bit of gratitude.
Can you pause real quick? I'm having trouble with my timer. 1 sec.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, go ahead and reintroduce yourself and we'll start the timer.
Perfect, thank you. Max Rist. I was the listing broker for the property. And starting off with a bit of gratitude, thank you all for being here today as volunteers on the Planning Commission. I learned that today. I was like, wow, a lot of effort to hear everybody's opinions on the matter, and I think that goes noticed here from our side of things. So when we were marketing this property, we had a big challenge of figuring out what you could put inside of a very special purpose use property that the Project Taurus subject is. And I remember sitting down with the current owner and going through the infrastructure that was available, the power story, and all of the things that made it applicable for semiconductor fabrication, what would be translatable for that infrastructure? And that was a challenging question. And we thought potentially solar manufacturing, solar cell, other high-tech type of manufacturing uses, and we had plenty of tours with interested groups who were simply not able to understand how to properly implement that technology into this space. Radon came in and knew how to convert the Intel facility into a high-functioning asset that is beneficial to the entire community. By bringing AI infrastructure, we are bringing in more interest to invest in Colorado Springs, bringing in more jobs, attracting projects like the Golden Dome, and overall the city is set to benefit. And the Garden of the Gods corridor has been the primary industrial corridor in the Springs for the past 30, 40 years. This is the crown jewel of Garden of the Gods. And we don't think it's a good idea to leave that crown jewel vacant and mothballing for the community to just have as an eyesore. And Radon's solution to bringing digital infrastructure into this site is the highest and best use, and it is allowed with the current zoning, and it will benefit the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Last person signed up is Jim Thiel.
Good evening. I want to thank the Planning Commission for your endurance in this whole thing.
Could you introduce yourself?
My name's Jim Thiel.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank the Planning Commission for your endurance today. You guys showed a lot of spunk. I'm not a native of Colorado Springs, but I have lived here over 55 years. When I moved here with my folks in 1971, what is now Austin Bluffs and Academy was the edge of town. I really do appreciate all the opinions I've heard today. I respect those as we go along. My career in Colorado Springs has been as an electrician and now as a small business owner for the last 30 years. I went to East Junior High School, and I'm a proud graduate of Wasson High School. As you can imagine, there's been a lot of growth in Colorado Springs over the last 50 years. That growth has provided a great career in living for myself and my family. In fact, my first day as an electrical apprentice was on the Maztac site in 1980, which is now the proposed Taurus data center. Yes, Colorado Springs is a beautiful place to live. It was beautiful in 1971, and it is a beautiful area today. My opinion is that the Taurus data center will not detract from the beauty of our city, but will fill a hole by occupying a building that has been mostly vacant for 20 years. The project will provide hundreds of high-paying jobs for the construction workers on the site, and then there will be ongoing jobs to maintain the servers housed in as technology evolves. These jobs will be high-paying jobs, adding to the economy of Colorado Springs. As a side note, these construction jobs are somewhat insulated from AI, and are a great source of careers for those of you who wish to pursue a career not affected by AI. My current residence is adjacent to Ute Valley Park, so I'm well within the 3-mile radius. My neighborhood and the park are filled with abundant wildlife.
Sir,
That
sorry,
it?
your time is up. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, it appears that that is all the folks that have signed up to speak on this matter in favor of the application and in opposition to the appeal. Given that we have 2 hours and 30 minutes remaining, if there is anyone that does still want to speak in favor, I will ask you to come and sign up, but I think we may have exhausted our list. Is there anyone in the audience? Okay, great. Which means that we will, and look, I'm only 3 minutes off. I said 6:15. We will take our dinner break here, but before we do, I just want to address a couple of things that came up throughout the day today, honestly, but even just in kind of the last discussions. And just clarify a little bit the limits of the Planning Commission's authority in this proceeding. We've heard a lot today about moratoriums, and we are not a legislative body that can decide whether Colorado Springs should allow data centers, generally speaking. We are not able to impose moratoriums as a Planning Commission. Our responsibility is much narrower, and we must review this particular appeal under the Unified Development Code and determine whether the administrative decision met the applicable criteria. So we may, and you will see later as we discuss, evaluate evidence and determine whether the code was applied, and we can either affirm, reverse, modify, or remand that decision as allowed by city code. What we cannot do is impose a citywide moratorium. We cannot prohibit data centers at large throughout the city. We cannot create new standards or rewrite any zoning regulations that may apply to data centers during this hearing. So I just want to clarify that and let you make sure that everyone understands what our decision-making powers are and also what they are not. And so whatever decision is made today, whether it's to affirm the appeal or to deny the appeal, if that is adverse to anyone, I will read the appeal instructions before we begin later, is appealable to City Council, which may have more powers available to them than we have. So I just want to make that clear to you all. When we hear about moratoriums, it's not something that we can do, even if that was something that members of this body would want to do. So thank you, and with that, we'll give you 45 minutes to go find some dinner, and we'll see you back here around 7 p.m. Thanks. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring us back to order. So hopefully if there's anyone outside, if you can hear my voice, we are going to restart. It's 7:01, so thank you for your patience. I hope you got a break. At this time, we are going to move into appellant and applicant rebuttal. Each party, if you will have 25 minutes maximum to do rebuttal from public comment and other comments that they heard today. So if the appellant team would like to make their way up, you will go first. And again, as they make their way up, they'll have 25 minutes, the applicant will have 25 minutes, and then we'll move into commissioner deliberation after that.
Back yet? The man who spoke second, who's one of the appellants, is not back yet.
Okay, do you
want
want
he was supposed to go first. Is it okay if we take a pause, or do you want me to go first?
Why don't, yeah, can we, yeah, what do you think his timing is to return?
I have absolutely no idea. You said 7, it's 7:02.
It's 7:02. Maybe 7:03 now. I'll give you a couple.
My husband's a Marine.
Yeah, we can wait like 2 minutes and then you can start, or if you want to start and he can jump in at the end, but.
So you're okay if we wait?
2 minutes to 7:05? Yeah.
I don't have his contact information.
Okay. All right, we'll give him 2 more minutes.
Okay.
Focus in the camera so we can see everybody. I didn't take anybody's spot. I wonder if the camera caught me with John. No, my face was saying things. I was just listening to this.
Okay, patience as we work through a technical request and waiting for a speaker potentially.
You're first.
And Solange, do you all have the clock ready when we are ready? The timer clock, do you have it ready when? Okay.
All right.
All right, give us just 1 moment so we can start your timer. Okay. Oh, not 5, 25. You have 5. Oh. Okay. I was not aware of the breakdown in time. Okay, your 5 minutes begins.
Thank you so much for working with me in that earlier glitch. Thank you for your time here, City Commission Board. I'm telling you, when I look at you, I don't see strangers. I will not point out who looks like one of my closest friends' mothers, Who looks like one of my relatives? Who looks like someone that'd be a cinephile that thinks thoughts on thoughts on thoughts and finds things in movies that were once forgot? Some that care about kids and some who know that their life was well lived and will write a story that will not bore no one. There's more in store to this story of the Springs, and that's why now my heart does sing. This is on the fly, the rap, I know why, because this is not just me making a cry. There's a poetic justice that we will see, that we are authors of our reality. Spider-Man is someone we all can understand. We're not just no one. We're like Bonnie Tyler. We need a hero, and it can be anyone, woman or man. I'm asking the City Council to reach into your heart. You've heard from the start that infrasound plays a dire part. You can't take it away by a single sound barrier. What's bad is the symptoms are even scarier. What people feel is more than surreal, because then it makes the surrounding area have no appeal. Garden of the Gods, that is what's truly real. When I'm there, it is serene. I don't even care about words people could speak that are obscene. I can find peace, release, and that's true. A data center, does that only bring Mr. Green to you too? Everything is written, everything is stated. Radon in their name, they're Raiden. They do what they're taken. When you look into names, William Dafoe is always the villain. He's Dafoe. That's the reason why when you see him on screen, you're chilling. This may seem dramatic or theatric, but it's so you'll remember it too. That everything is in plain sight, so is me and so are all of you. The answer in your heart, you gotta listen true. Morality is an intuition. It is a distinct vision beyond this moment. You are writers of the future, and you are moving on through it. It is pain what you've been through today. You've had to sit and deal with others say. I've never heard you had a single rebuttal when others call you out. I don't hear any of you scream or shout, but yet you know why this noise is all around. People have woken up, and no answer has been found, except for take a break. Let's wait it out, weight the scale right, and then maybe it'll work now. By using a C-weighted scale, we can tell a better tale, one where we can understand better the sequence of what is really the true appeal. Do we want silence? Do we want to try it? Do we want to let this wait out and see if it can be a better chance? Because I think we can. When you listen to the voices on both of your sides, you wonder who's the devil and who's along for you on a better ride. I do not believe Mr. Green is a good shepherd. I ask you not to be sheep. Show him the only sheep here have long horns. Let him see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought one of our speakers this morning was going to give us a song, but that was very entertaining and very informative. Thank you. Reset the clock then, I assume? Okay. All right.
I'm sorry, I didn't
know. No, I was checking to make sure that we reset the timer for, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So 20 minutes for the appellant group? Okay.
And the slide you had up was the correct one. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
So first, this is from the city's own file page for AR DPA 00-00177, the document list. 3 drawing sets uploaded on February 18th, 2026. That's the entire file. No staff report, no approval letter, no conditions, no minutes, no notice. The status field reads unknown. The city describes this as an amendment to a development plan, not the original. Council asks you to find that the original permit was approved administratively, carried on, no conditions, and designated a data center. Any and every document that would answer these questions, who decided it, when was the original, it's absent from the file. The city's own status field says unknown. This is what we're asking for. Remand it and rule on it properly. If you look at the 2-day gap here between May 27th and May 29th. So on May 8th, their slide said office space and parking reference requested. Then we move along to May 27th, third submittal. This is where that sheet M201 entered the plan set. May 29th, their slide updated sound study to address the DBC, the 5th update. That was the revision that the city weighed with their own analysis. But here's the problem. The study was revised 2 days after the sheet entered the record, but it was still modeled on 36 chillers and 30 generators. Nobody reconciled them, not in 2 days and not in the 8 weeks since. If correcting it is a new modification, the sheet is material to your decision. If it is immaterial, there's no reason not to correct it and that it hasn't been corrected. Either way, you're asked tonight to affirm a plan the city says it cannot fix without starting over. We heard Jason say that we cannot fit 72 chillers and 60 generators on this site. So he has just testified that the approved plan is wrong. Either the plan means what it says, 72 chillers and 60 generators are approved, we saw a picture of it, but the noise study is inaccurate because the noise study analyzed 36 and 30, or if he's right, we have approved a plan set depicting a facility that cannot be built. Either way, we have to reverse or remand and solve that conflict. Second, in section 7.5.516B2, it's the wrong decision maker. We have maintained from the beginning, a major modification to the permit or approval may only be approved by the decision-making body that approved the original permit or approval, using the same procedure and used for the original permit or approval. The provision names no body. It asks one question: who approved the original and by what procedure? We have not determined that, so we cannot determine the validity of Mr. Sexton's decision without knowing if he had the authority in our code to do so administratively. We had Radin's counsel say that a data center was a permitted use since 2010 on the amendment date to the original plan, which we assert was at a minimum 2000, if not years before, decades before. But here's the rub. The term data center did not exist in the code until October 1st, 2012. That's 2 years after 2010. She's right. Now, as I brought up in my own presentation, data center is a permitted use in a business park, and it became permitted in a PIP. We don't dispute that, we dispute when. A data center is a facility that houses large capacity data storage servers which may contain minimal office space necessary for employees to maintain and operate the facility. Ordinance 1265 wrote the definition. It inserted as item 14 with every commercial use below it renumbered on the face of the ordinance. The same day, City Council added a use table row, making it permitted in PIP 1. 2 years earlier was when we had A2MN10 that Council maintains was the original document. That sheet could not designate a use that the code did not contain. 12 years earlier than that, in 2000, we had ARDP 0000177. No mention of data centers, no code. The parking proves it. As I stated, originally 602 spaces, and then every subsequent modification, we went to 10, we went to 6, because parking is determined by what the building use is. The city's own verb, the approval letter says, this modification allows the establishment of a data center use in the existing industrial building. An establishment is something new. We ordained and established this Constitution of the United States. Establishment is the beginning. The June 15th memorandum says the same. Council says it has been designated for 16 years or possibly 26. The approval says it's being established now. As for noise, wrong limit, wrong equipment, wrong characterization. Every applicant document recites 55 daytime and 50 nighttime. Each omits the periodic noise reduction under City Code Section 9.8.106 and CRS Section 25-12-1033. It's a reduction of 5 decibels for periodic noises. Their own utility document puts them inside the periodic standard. The site will steadily use 75, only to instantly ramp up to 100, and will spike to 100 at least every few days. That's not a constant noise. That's periodicity, which our code recognizes has a unique impact. The city's independent review, you wanted to evaluate whether the data they put forward was accurate, validate the noise report produced by DLAA. Primary predicted scenario is 34 chillers running at 75% and no generators. They didn't model the foliage. Hankered environmental memorandum to the planning director showed, first, that they were using half the generated power and the noise, and second, that their initial report did not put in all of the factors that are required by the code. I'm not nearly as interesting to listen to as the people who spoke so emotionally about how beautiful, how important Garden of the Gods is, but we're here about the code. And the code was not enforced, it was not addressed, it was skipped. They never modeled the 72 chillers on the approved sheet. Neither did anyone else at any load in any scenario. Condition 8 and the development agreement. Condition 8 of the June 11th approval, a development agreement, shall be finalized no later than July 16th, 2026, covering optimal parameters and performance measures. For example, surrounding permissible noise. What this means, the permissible noise was not determined on June 11th when the approval was made. Their slide confirms it. It was signed on July 16th, 35 days after the decision maker. It was not before the decision maker. The review is on the record that existed. Under the case of Northern LaPorte Gravel, you cannot make an approval on something 45 days after your approval was made. We ask you to continue this item until the development plan is corrected through the process the code requires. If you decline to continue it, we ask you to reverse the June 11th decision or remand it with the direction that the modification be re-reviewed on a corrected and internally consistent plan set with the load and the equipment reconciled, the studies re-performed for what was actually approved, and the section 7.5.516D criteria applied to that configuration. Another thing that we have found, which ties in more with the 3 hours of comments we heard today, section 7.5.409, which is the public health, safety, and welfare, was completely omitted. We cannot address the validity of a fact that was never even considered. The validity of an ordinance. How does something apply when there's nothing to apply it to? We're not asking you to decide what anyone intended. We're telling you the record does not establish what was approved. Radin's counsel said that it's my burden. She's mistaken. This is administrative review. This is a quasi-judicial decision. Under 7.5.415, the standard is what the code says. It's not what a reviewing court would apply later. You are the experts at the application of your code. You need to see if the evidence was there and if the code was correctly applied. That's all the information that was present at the time. The burden is backwards. The applicant sought a discretionary approval. It was the applicant's obligation to put before the decision maker a record supporting every finding the code requires. What the applicant put before him was a plan set stating 72 chillers and 100 megawatts, but studies analyzing 36 chillers and 50. That is not appellants failing to prove an error. That is the applicant failing to establish an entitlement. And then I was a bit mystified by Jason's comments today. We never have to flush or replace the water. It's a one-time use. I'm thinking these are magical chillers. I know the radiator of my car is a contained system. Sometimes it leaks. Sometimes it has to be flushed. I would like him to show me where is the document that states that is true. He said it at the podium, But that was not in the record that you approved this magical, mystical, one-off water system. The record contains no cooling system maintenance plan, no water treatment or glycol specification, and no makeup water analysis. The city didn't find it either. Condition 5 of your June 11th approval defers 5 Colorado Springs utilities and wastewater items to construction drawing submittal. The water questions were not answered on the decision date. They were postponed. That is a pretty significant gap in the record to approve a project of this magnitude. The volume also is tied to an unstated equipment count. Council's letter puts the initial charge at approximately 200,000 gallons. Is that a closed loop serving 72 chillers or 36? Or some still undetermined item that we have yet to learn about? Testimony tonight, again, is not in the record. It was not in the record for approval by Mr. Sexton. If there's a document establishing that this system never requires replacement, blowdown, or treatment, council can identify it. We haven't found one, and city zone approval deferred the utility water items rather than resolving them. CSU speaks to power adequacy. It was interesting that Jason said we've never had a power shortage. He's not from here. On Monday, 6,000 houses in northwest Colorado Springs lost power. But I will speak to utilities holding a completed large load study for this address. It did not say no record exists. It said that the records cannot be released. I thought we owned Colorado Springs utilities. I would think that we, the people of Colorado Springs, have a right to know how much power is there. It was not before the Planning Commission. Section 7.5.515 D1K required a utility adequacy determination. They claim a clean record. They deny that 300 megawatts was ever contemplated. By analogy, I'm going to tell you about a project of Radon that I found out about in Alabama. Radon RE LLC and an affiliate are named defendants in a pending class action alleging same-day land transfers, raising an apparent basis from about $20 million to about $90 million, that removing a prior office building eliminated the grandfathered office use right. In this case also, they're eliminating a bunch of auxiliary buildings and putting up a power station and a chilling station. And that a 300 megawatt data center should have had fuller public approval and noise nuisance claims within roughly 1,000 feet. So this is a very, very similar case to what we have here. I state this as a caution. It's also a case of Radon in Kansas City. A Lambda AI factory project with Radon and named partner announced a $500 million build with materials indicating several billion. Wow, lots of money. Developers thought about $570 million in state and local subsidies for projected 12 full-time jobs. Jason said there's 5 for this one. I'm not sure. Is that a maintenance man and a security guard working 24/7 shifts? I don't know. Partners entered arbitration. The panel rejected those claims, and in the end, Radon withdrew their request for subsidies. So, the figure of 300 megawatts is the same figure in Radon's own document to Colorado Springs utilities, up to 300 megawatts critical power. That is a documentary parallel about scale. It needs no litigation. It mentions none. After all of this, the approved set still contains a sheet the applicant calls a blunder and the city declines to correct. It was interesting when we were trying, oh, sorry, the wrong page. So our problem is, on the approved sheet, we have mechanical drawing 201. I learned what the M means today, with 72 chillers, 60 generators, which are 30 double stacked. So I'm not quite sure how you can have 30, but you couldn't stack 30 on top. But Jason claims it's impossible, and he has magical chillers, so maybe it is impossible. I don't know. 76 CDUs at 1 megawatt, 50 CRAH, a number of things that I don't fully understand. But the first sound study submitted by them reviewed 36 chillers, 30 generators at 50 megawatts. Then hankered 43 dBA versus the 42 dBA of DLAA with 34 chillers at 75%. No accounting for the 100% spike that they acknowledge will happen. Noise limits 55 during the day, 50 at night stated, with the reduction for the section 9.8.106 periodic reduction, it should be 45 dBA at night. The parking standard dropping from 602 to 10 to 6 shows the continued modification of use. Ordinances adopted by the City Council, perhaps that's the original document when City Council decided what was a data center. I don't know, 1265 and 1266 introduced on September 11th, 2012, passed September 25th, 2012. 2 years after, they claim it was in the design code. Our approvals relied on the first approval of April of 2000, the second one of June of 2010, both before the data center was determined and both more likely to be the original than an amendment down the road. I don't know if AR stands for administrative approval requested, amendment requested, or an assault rifle. Again, married to a Marine. But I do know, absolutely, that's not an original document. So key dates. We had the application on March 12th, 2026. A third submittal, May 27th. A revision on May 29th. And here's something interesting. On June 3rd, the fire department disapproved this building. But somehow, by June 11th, it was okay. The only thing the fire department ruled on was access to the building for firefighting safety. There was no acknowledgement and no discussion of hundreds of thousands of gallons of diesel fuel and other chemicals on the property. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Do you have any questions? Because Dan said you wanted us to stay up here. That's why we have the whole team to ask questions, or is that later?
I think, oh, that sounded really loud, sorry. I think we're gonna do applicant rebuttal and then come back around for questions, just so we get both voices, and then we'll do questions. Does that sound, commissioners? Agreement? Yes. Okay. Yeah. So if you all want to take your seats in the audience, and then we can flip flop again. So. Okay, I think we are ready for you when you are ready.
Thank you to the commissioners, thank you to the city staff, and thank you to the community. I know this has been a long day, but I think it really shows the dedication to process and to hear from the community as we have really tried to demonstrate along the way. As a reminder, my name is Caitlin Quander, and I'm Land Use Counsel for the applicant, Radin. So today we heard public comment and really authentic emotional concerns on hyperscale data centers, AI, and conservation of the environment. And these are policy discussions happening nationally and at the state level and at the local level. And these are conversations that this city and its citizens can choose to have at a broader level. But this review and this project are different and specific. This is not a rezoning with broader criteria. Some of the criteria mentioned by the appellant, those are not applicable here. This is not a referendum on data centers. This is the adaptive reuse of an existing industrial building in an industrial corridor that has existed for 30 years. It has been zoned to expressly allow for data center as a permitted use for that same period of time. As I touched on at the beginning of the day, there are really two sets of criteria that we look at here. The first are the criteria that your city planning department and the manager reviewed when they were reviewing the major modification of the development plan. I'm going to touch on those again to bring us back to those criteria. The first is that the modification may only be approved by the same decision-making body using the same procedures as the original approval. Here, the original development plan was administratively approved, AR does mean administrative review, in 2010 by city staff. It has since been amended over time, and that is really what is also before you here, a major modification of that development plan. Because it was approved administratively, it is appropriate to also approve it administratively. Certainly, under your code, it allows for an appeal, but that decision can be made by your planning manager and was. The second of the criteria is that the modification of the development plan complies with the provisions of the UDC and all applicable city regulations. We start with the fact that the data center is defined as a light industry use in your code. It is expressly permitted and named as a use by right in the BP zone district. That is what this property is zoned. And so that in and of itself complies with the provisions of the UDC. This property has been used in a similar or even more intensive use over the last 30 years. And this modification does not change that use of the property. It's been designated as a data center for the last 16 years in city documents. As was mentioned during public comment earlier today, there are existing data centers in Colorado Springs. There are 14 existing data centers in this city, some in the close vicinity. And the community may not know about that, but they do exist. They have existed for a very long time for hospitals, for universities, for large corporate headquarters. So those do exist in the community. I think the conversation we're really hearing today and nationally is that about the really large hyperscale data centers, right? And that is a conversation to be had. That is not what this project is, right? This is an infill, adaptive reuse of an existing industrial building. And it has specific regulations around the amount of megawatts that it can use. So with that, we believe that, and with the lengthy review that city staff went through in reviewing the development plan and the major modification for that the provisions of the UDC and the city regulations are met. The third criteria is that the modification is consistent with any conditions in the approval or permit proposed to be modified. As staff described, the original development plan did not have any conditions, so this is kind of an irrelevant criteria. There's not a condition to judge it against, but it is an allowed use. Now, there are conditions of approval in the current staff approval. So you have that in your materials, and you can see the conditions. And that's pretty common with a development plan, right? This is kind of the initial site plan stage. There are future stages, so construction documents would be a next stage, right? Further review and work with Colorado Springs Utility. So you see those in the approval from city staff, is that there are these further stages. There are additional reviews that have to take place by the fire department at the construction document level, by wastewater at that level. And so those would and must take place. Fourth, the modification of the development plan does not create more adverse impacts on surrounding properties than the development approval or permit proposed to be modified. Again, this modification does not change the use of the property. It's been designated as a data center for the last 16 years. What this modification does do, and Radon has really been focused over the last 6 months engaging with the community, is to really work to mitigate those, to include mitigation measures to address any impacts or perceived impacts that the community has raised. So you see some additional things included in that development plan which are not required, but the community was concerned about sound and concerned about visual impact, so a sound wall was added. They were very concerned about the location of the generators, and so Radon went back to the drawing board and said, you know, if we move this around, we can put them to the north of the building, and that would make a really big difference to this community. We will put the generators on the north, the building will completely block them, and then you have the community. So there were a number of measures taken to ensure that this project has mitigated any of those concerns. And fifth, the modification is consistent with the Colorado Springs Comprehensive Plan. So to start, Plan 2019, as you certainly know, the citizens come together, the Planning Commission, staff, and City Council, and you vision your city plan. And that's what Plan COS is. And that was done in 2019. And at that time, the city said that they do need industrial development in their city, and that this is a location that is appropriate for it. It historically has been in this Garden of the Gods industrial park, and it should remain and be encouraged there. And the plan itself specifically says and names data centers as examples of desirable development in that specific area. And further, the plan talks about adaptive reuse of existing buildings. This is exactly that. So today, with the appeals, as you know, the planning manager approved using those 5 criteria, and so now it was appealed, and that's what your code process allows for. And so now the criteria before you are those 3. The appellants have alleged, and this is what you have to judge it on, was the planning manager's decision contrary to the express language of the UDC? Was the decision an error, or was it clearly contrary to law? We believe that based on the extensive staff report, the applicant materials, the iterations of rounds of review and comment, and the various letters and additional supplements that we've submitted into the record, the city staff decision was proper, diligent, and consistent with city code. So we do request that you uphold the planning manager's decision today. Now, I do want to touch on a few points that were raised during public comment and questions, and also by the appellants. So we heard, and even just now with the appellants, this kind of continued confusion around what is the energy usage and what is the planned number of generators and chillers. And so I want to be very, very clear and state for the record and the specifics in the development plan what those are. So part of the misinformation and confusion is that based on a core request, all of these documents have been provided which deal with very early stage diligence, right? When Radon was initially exploring things. And at that time, they did talk about higher megawatt. As that diligence continued on, Colorado Springs Utilities said, we have 50 megawatts. And that's what this plan is developed as. Every single page in the development plan describes 30 generators, 36 chiller yards, and 50 megawatts. And that is what the sound study is based on. So I appreciate the confusion and some past records and information, but what is before you in the development plan is that. There was also discussion about this M201 sheet, and so let me speak to that. As you know, there were 4 rounds of submittals of the development plan, which is a common process, right? You submit, you get comments, you resubmit addressing those comments. And in the 3rd round of submittal, the city said, could you provide us with a document that shows the office square footage? Because we need to confirm parking calculations. So the consultant pulled a page and provided it for that purpose because it showed the office square footage. It also, unfortunately, was an older document, and it included some equipment that was not correct for what was in the development plan. But what's important for you to know is that the development plan includes specific sheets. These are sheets 4, 5, 6, 9, 11, and 12 that all are exactly the same and all identify 30 generators, 36 chillers, and other equipment. And those are the sheets that contain the equipment and information that was relevant to the city's review. Those were the basis of the city's analysis and approval. So to avoid confusion in the record, we did update a version of sheet M201 so that it shows the same office square footage, but correct equipment, and that has been provided to staff and has been provided into your packets so that you can see it. It's certainly up to this planning commission, but we would support if you wanted to include a condition of approval that substitutes that page to avoid any confusion with those kind of past references. A few other items to follow up on. Different jobs numbers have been tossed around today, and it has been said that Jason has said certain numbers. The numbers that are in the economic impact report and that have been used by Radon are 450 to 700 construction jobs and 60 to 100 permanent jobs. And those will be running on 2 shifts because it's 24 hours. So those are the jobs that this project proposes and anticipates. The next item that I want to touch on is parking, and I know that can be a little confusing. So it used to be in the code that all of the parking was based on square footage of everything. And so there was a very high number back in 2010. But your code now bases it on office square footage. And so the requirement of the city for parking is 10 spaces. On site, in the development plan, 19 spaces are shown. And what I want to be really clear about is right across the street, or right across a walkway, I should say, is 742 spaces, which are part of this property. They can be used, and they can be used by the public, because I don't think we're going to need 742 spaces. But parking should not be a concern. There is certainly enough parking. It meets the city's requirements, but there is much, much more. So I want to be very clear about what's in the development plan there. So to conclude, thank you for the time. Thank you for your consideration. We believe that the planning staff did a very detailed, thorough job, asked a lot of tough questions, and that the development plan the modification of the development plan that they approved was thoroughly vetted. We ask that you uphold that decision, and thank you for your time tonight. We're certainly available for questions.
Thank you so much. Okay, we are going to release you all back into the audience if you wish, and I think we're going to turn to commissioners for questions, and I think we're going to start with any questions that we may have for city staff, city attorney's office, our jurisdictional bodies, city fire, etc. Do you want to take a break? I think we'll just give the applicant time to recess, and it sounds like maybe we'll take a quick little break to gather our thoughts. Or maybe we'll just gather our thoughts here. We're going to gather our thoughts here. Okay. All right, give us just a couple of moments to kind of get organized, and we will start our questions. Trevor, is that okay?
No, the one I gave you. Okay. I gave you that one. That was a different one. She said she wanted one of these, so I gave her. That was well, I need all of yours. They're from Olympic store. We sell these. Very last. Perfect. You can have mine back.
Okay. Oh. All right. Are you? Okay. Maybe it is on. Okay. Great. Thank you for that. Max, team, are you guys ready? Yep. Okay. Great. Great. Okay. Well, thank you for that. I think we just wanted to get a little bit more organized here, but we are ready to go. And again, I think we're going to try to organize our questions for city staff and jurisdictional bodies, and then to the appellant, and then to the applicant, kind of keeping the same order and trying to maintain some order of questions. But as these things sometimes go, our questions may kind of get popcorn a bit around to different folks, but that's our sense. All right. Commissioner Case, I think that you had some things you had asked to speak first, and we're going to try to raise hands and call on, and then make sure you say your name as you speak. Oh, I'm sorry, actually, right, hold on, Ryan. I think our city attorney's office has actually a couple of comments first, and then we'll dive into our questions. Sorry.
Trevor Gloss for the City Attorney's Office. I was asked to speak briefly on the process, just so everyone is aware. This appeal tonight is heard according to code. 75415 is the provision, if anyone's curious, although it's come up a number of times so far tonight. Per that appeal, appellants appeal based on certain criteria in that code section. And then the Planning Commission reviews the appeals, generally limited to those items that are appealed in those documents. There is something called a de novo review, which the appellant brought up, which is basically looking at the major modification, the underlying approval as a whole, and acting on that. However, the commission standard process is just to limit the review to the appealed items, and that is what they represented they were doing here today. If they wanted to change it, they would need a vote to do so at this point, but the standard process they were going to follow is the limit to the appeal criteria and the appeal review. The appeal criteria look at three specific things: whether the decision was contrary to the express language of the UDC, whether the decision is erroneous, or whether the decision is clearly contrary to law. So to the extent that that relates back to the UDC for the original modification criteria, that is what you consider. And the appellant touched on a number of the original, basically said that the decision is contrary to the express language of the UDC for the major modification in a couple ways. I believe just for frame of reference, one of the major modification criteria is that it does not create more adverse impacts on surrounding properties. So, for example, that is one of the things that they appealed on and one of the things that the commission can look at and consider. For one of the items that's come up a lot, the Commissioner Hensler already commented on it, but the moratoriums, unfortunately, this body does have no authority on moratoriums as a legislative item for City Council, and City Council is the only body that can vote or approve or work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Trevor, did you want to go over the appeal instructions? Not the motion instructions, I'm sorry.
So for the commission's knowledge, there are 3 or 4 basic motions that can be made tonight. The commission can approve all of the appeals. They can approve some of the appeals and deny other appeals. They can deny all appeals, or they can remand the issue back to the planning department for another decision. And in the case of remand, that doesn't kill it. It just sends it back to planning department to make certain modifications, and then once final approval is made, the appeal option becomes an option again. I mentioned that a minute ago, but yes, they can make a motion to consider this de novo if they do so. That is within their discretion.
Yes.
Commissioner Willoughby, for the record, I just have a question. If we were to make a motion to remand, does that come with recommendations of what the expectation is, or literally the motion is to remand with nothing else?
The commission will generally provide certain guidance. You can just say, look, we heard all this public comment. This is what we want you to consider. This is how we interpret the criteria. If you want to get more detailed, you can as well.
Any other clarifying points? Go ahead.
Commissioner Case, for the record, just a question about the overall decision-making body for the original approval of the document.
Can you pause that question one moment?
Sure.
Okay. Yep. Before we move on to questions, is there any appetite from our membership to change our criteria to the point made by Ms. Gale to a de novo vote versus the original appeal instruction vote?
I believe the answer to the point that Commissioner Case, sorry, this is Commissioner Cecil for the record. I think my decision on whether to support a de novo motion is going to be based on the answer to the originating decision.
Perfect. Actually. That makes sense. Then, Commissioner Case, carry on with your question.
Commissioner Case, for the record. So yeah, going back to the major modification to permit or approval may only be approved by the decision-making body that approved the original permit or approval using the same procedure used to the original permit or approval. My question is in regard to that document specifically and how that was used and how that decision-making body was chosen for the city.
Pursuant to Chapter 7 of the City Code, UDC, the Planning Department and the Planning Commission have the authority to interpret the UDC. The Planning Department has consistently interpreted that provision to look at the original, the very first approval. So in this case, the very first development plan approval was administrative, and that is how they have operated. The appellants are basically advocating for a different interpretation of that same language.
Commissioner Cecil, for the record, could you provide the case number and date of that original approval, please? Either city staff or...
Yeah, sorry, I do not have that in hand. I believe Mr. Sexton may, or we can, I'm sure they can dig it up.
Yeah, so what we have for the initial application that is the basis for the major modification was an ARDP 00-00177. That was reviewed and ultimately the approval date is April of 2020. That application, as noted also by the applicant, applicant's counsel, I should say, does carry the prefix of AR at the beginning, which is an indication that it is an administrative review. During or under old code, the designation for a hearing body decision would have been a CPC at that time. So this was an administrative decision of this application.
If you'll just give us a moment, I've got the record up. I'm just trying to review it. I'm sorry, I have a follow-up question for you, Mr. Sexton. Looking at that file, that ends in 177. This appears to be an amendment to a development plan, but when was where was the development plan approved?
Where was the development plan? Sorry.
Yeah, the initial development plan approval.
So so the history of the property has a slew of various applications, both as an administrative level and as a public hearing level. The administrative decision that was done under that ARDP 2000-177, that was the original development plan in its latest iteration for the site and the uses on the site. Now there were prior uses that had prior applications and prior decisions. Similarly, in the in-betweening period of 2000 and today, there were actually conditional uses that were approved on the property, which related to a temporary tent structure. There were non-use variances that were approved on the property that related to shared parking agreements. So there's deviation within the amendment structure from that original approval at various times, and some instances based on the current code at the time, it was elevated up to a different hearing body. But ultimately, the original was that AR at an administrative level.
Okay, thank you. Still Commissioner Cecil. So that development plan that was initially approved, when having a minor amendment made to it, would be able to be approved at a staff level, but that does not, in my reading of the code, necessitate that future major amendments would not have to return to the original development plan's approving body. So when was the development plan originally approved, and by whom?
Say that one more time.
When was the original development plan, not the minor modification, the original development plan approved, and by what body?
So are you referring to uses or operations of the site prior to 2000? Because there were different decisions and different applications prior. There was as an example, in 1995, there was a special permit that was issued, and that was rendered by council. But that was not a true reflection of final entitlement for the property in its current state and operation today. It was a different iteration.
When would, or are you maintaining that an administrative review modifying a development plan that was previously approved by a body is the thing that establishes its current use? This case ending in 177 is the thing? There's not a case before that was heard by City Planning Commission or City Council that served in the capacity of a development plan that was being amended or anything?
No.
So what was being amended in the application ARDPA 00-00177? What was being modified?
But that's not a modification application. The record file number for that root parent structure is an original DP application. If there was an amendment to a plan under the file number, we would have that root parent structure with an A, with a dash and an A, a number after it, and then an indication of whether it's an MN as a minor, an MJ as a major, and the date or year in which it was acted upon.
So what I'm able to pull up through the LUR records right now, it does not have, or does not just end with 77. What I'm able to view online only shows these minor amendments.
Correct. So prior to 2024, the digital records for this and many other properties is sparse because the current LDRS system that manages those documents and entitlement approvals did not go into effect until 2004. So as modifications have occurred post 2004, they have been digitized and you have a more accurate or consistent record.
I think at this point, based on the information that's available, Commissioner Hensler, I do not feel that it has adequately been demonstrated what the underlying approval all entailed, and would prefer to consider applying the criteria for the appeal de novo, and I would like to move as such.
Okay, thank you. Given that, does the commission understand the motion that's on the table? Okay. Yeah. Yes. Trevor, would you give a clarification between the two options so we can look for a second on this motion?
Sure. So a de novo review looks at the major modification criteria as a whole. That will be, sorry, just pulling up the code section. Those will be in 7.5.516 D1, and there are 4 basic criteria. If you do a de novo review, you look at each of those criteria and you determine whether they have been met, and that will be the decision of the commission. If you don't do a de novo review and you limit it to the appeal, you just look at what was in the appeals, those particular items by the 5 appellants.
Does that help with clarification? Okay. So, Commissioner Cecil, I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Willoughby. Okay. Commissioner Cecil, if you would restate your motion in clarity, and we will seek a second. If there's not a second, then that motion would fail, and we would go back to reviewing this on the appeal criteria. If that motion were to receive a second and be voted on, then we would move forward with the vote as de novo, for example. Okay.
All right.
Does that make sense, folks? Yes? Okay.
This is Commissioner Cecil. I would like to move that we consider item 4A, the appeal of the administrative decision approving the development plan modification for corporate ridge filing number 1, lot 4, establishing a data center use as in the existing industrial building and site improvement on approximately 21.96 acre site, BP, located at 1565 High Tech Way, de novo.
Do we have a second for that?
I'll second.
Okay. Solange, can you do a roll call vote, please?
Sorry, just one point for clarification.
Yes, please, sir.
Because we have an 8-person board and there's the potential for tie votes, if there is a tie vote of 4-4, that means the motion fails. So
Okay.
just a
Thank you for the clarification. We'll be talking about that later, too. Okay, Solange?
Commissioner Giuliano?
Aye.
Commissioner Willoughby?
Nay.
Commissioner Case?
Nay.
Oh, wrong commissioner. No.
Okay, I could.
Commissioner Case, nay.
Commissioner Engel?
Nay.
Was that an A or a nay?
Nay.
Nay. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Cecil?
Aye.
Commissioner Slattery?
Nay.
Commissioner Robbins?
Nay.
Chair Hensler?
Nay.
The motion fails.
Okay. Thank you for the conversation and the consideration. We will restart our questioning, and keeping in mind that our charge here is to consider the appeal criteria as presented in staff packet and other documents to us today, and not considering per se the original criteria as we would have in a de novo vote. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay. Okay. Mr. Case, did you have additional comments or questions? Okay. Let's continue on then, sir.
Commissioner Case, for the record, for city staff, whoever would like to answer it, in regarding to how the third-party consultant was selected for the noise study review.
It's Kevin Walker, Planning Director. We felt that there was a need for a third party to take a look at this, and this was a consultant that we have used in the past, and so it was decided that was the consultant that we could use to do this, to basically audit the study that had been submitted.
This is Chair Hensler. Follow-up question to that. What methods did city staff employ to create any sense of distance between city staff and the consultant for that independent review?
Well, we have a contract that says we wanted him to perform an audit on the study that had been submitted. We were not in the middle of delivering him all of the data. That was delivered directly from the other consultant, as well as the engineering team from the applicant. So the city staff was not in the middle of delivering information other than confirming that this was the development plan that had been submitted.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yep. Other questions for Mr. Walker while we have him, maybe pertaining to that issue or any others? Okay. All right. Questions? Mr. Case, did you have anything else? Ms. Slattery?
Thank you, Chair Hensler. I think I see Mr. English on the stage and maybe some fellow CSUs. I have some questions for CSU, so I'd like to jump there if that's appropriate, Chair.
Do you want to tell us what your question is first, and then we can figure out who to answer?
Can we pause that for 1 second? It sounds like Mr. Walker might be needed back up first. Maybe we'll stay in this lane for one more line of questioning.
Did the final administrative decision that was made analyze the approved configuration of 36 chillers and 30 generators, or was it based on the original M201 with 72 chiller units?
There are 36 chillers and 30 generators. That's what the studies, that's what the plan showed, and that's what the study was.
Were there any studies done that assumed a different number of chillers?
There's never been a different number of chillers.
And the disputed M201 sheet with 72 chillers was not included or analyzed as part of the administrative decision made by staff. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say that. What I would say, the plan was submitted. The way we read the plan was that it was a 50 megawatt plan, and that's what was indicated on that sheet. That sheet was primarily submitted so that the staff could calculate the amount of office space that was going to be required, which would then generate how much parking was needed to be required. It was never part of the plan in terms of how many megawatts and how much was going to be or how much energy was going to be used in the plan. It's always been 50 megawatts. It's always been 36 chillers. Always been 30 generators, and it was never reviewed as anything different.
Thank you for that. And I'm not sure if this is the right question for you or for Trevor or Mr. Gloss, but still Commissioner Cecil here. Could you speak to what utility issues are within land use criteria presently before the commission and which are reserved for CSU or later permitting?
So Trevor Gloss with the City Attorney's Office. CSU will be able to speak to that better. I will say that in this situation, we are limited to the criteria. The criteria do not specifically speak to CSU. They are a reviewing agency. They have their own criteria and their own things they look at when issuing recommendations and noting what needs to be done, but it's not necessarily directly in the major modification criteria.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Slattery.
Thank you. First question, there's been a lot of numbers thrown out about what this power usage is, right, through, I think, the lifespan of the inquiry in the process. So where did this 300 megawatt come from? What is this project entitled to? What is permitted with this application? I'll start there. I have a bad habit of asking too many questions at once.
Commissioner Slattery, Brian, for the record, Brian English, Development Projects Manager with Colorado Springs Utilities. Depending on the nature of the questions that the Commission asks, either myself or my colleague, Jared Miller, will provide responses. As far as the 300 megawatts go, I recall late last year, this Project Taurus received a rapid response designation from the City of Colorado Springs. There was a preliminary or kickoff meeting with the applicant and other city staff, and at that time, certain preliminary plans or information were provided to the attendees, including Springs Utilities. So it's not uncommon to receive preliminary plan sets that provide for the projected utility demands that the facility is anticipated to have. But certainly as that evolved and Radon started working more directly with utilities and determining what the site capabilities were, that number did decrease over time relative to the available transmission and distribution capacity to the site for electric service.
Thank you. So permitted with this application is a 50 megawatt cap. Is that correct, based on infrastructure to get power to the facility?
Good evening, Jared Miller, Colorado Springs Utilities, Manager of Strategic Customer Relations. So in my area, we take care of both prospective large customers and current large customers, just for context there. So yes, this prospective customer, Project Taurus, has been evaluated as a 50 megawatt customer all throughout. That's what we have discussed it as Mr. English said as well. We've seen it as 50 megawatts, and that's how we have evaluated it consistently.
Okay. Is there expansion possibility down the road?
The expansion capability down the road would have to engage with a new large load study, a whole new expansion of that to study the site, study the available generation, and completely start a new project over to kind of evaluate those kind of things. We have large load study protocol parameters that would that any customer can engage with anytime there's expansion plans, but it would start in completely over again.
Okay, and then I guess this question maybe goes back to either our attorney's office or planning department. If there was an expansion down the road, does that trigger any development review or public hearing by this or other bodies?
It would require another development plan application.
Okay.
Could you repeat that?
It would require another development plan application.
Be a modification or a new development plan application?
Depends on what it is they're proposing.
This is Chair Hensler. So to reiterate and understand what you're saying, the current modification at 50 megawatts if they were to apply for or seek 100, 200, 300, some of the other numbers that we've heard, that would require a new application. And depending on the merits of that particular application and what the number increase was or the differences from what's said currently been approved, would trigger either a major, a minor, or a new development plan.
That's right, and it would depend it would depend at least partially on what was being built on the ground. Expansion of the number of chillers, expansion of the generators, any other improvements on the physical site plan. Okay. So it's not really, we're not really able to determine that. It could be any of those.
Sure. Still Commissioner Hensler here. It's been a long day. I just lost my train of thought. I'm sure that's happened to no one else in this room ever. But this was my question. So despite all of the kind of testimony we've heard today of we saw this number, we saw that number, these numbers have been, these numbers are printed somewhere, staff and your, as Director of Planning, statement is that it is the 30, the 36, and the 50 megawatts, and anything above, beyond, or different at all, even less than that, would require a different application or a different process.
Yes.
Thank you.
I've got more. Do you want to go? I've got more for CSU if you're.
I do as well, but you first.
Okay, come on back. Okay. Water is a huge issue in our community and in Colorado. Some of the concerns expressed by members of the public today were not just of the 200,000 gallon closed loop system, but ongoing needs, and then specifically to water usage from the generation of that electricity. Could you speak to water usage on generating 50 megawatts of electricity? What is the consumption in generating that? How does that relate to our current system and capacities? And will there be additional water usage to serve this client?
What I can speak to is this facility has been evaluated for water use through a study, and the current facilities and the capabilities can serve this customer's request for water. As far as the generation of water, did you want to talk to that, the generation side?
Again, for the record, Brian English, Development Projects Manager with Colorado Springs Utilities. So our two fossil fuel fired plants, both Nixon, which is coal, and Front Range, which are located south of Colorado Springs. Colorado Springs Utilities has rights to a series of water wells that provide water resources for the purposes of generation. To my knowledge, that water does not factor in to what we call our reliably met demand, or the volume of water that we can deliver to our current customer base and the citizens of Colorado Springs. So that number is 95,000 acre feet a year. For reference, an acre foot of water is about 325,852 gallons. On average, that can serve 3 to 4 homes a year. Our existing usage, which is a 5-year weather normalized rolling average for the period of 2021 through 2025, is a little over 70,000 gallons per year. 70,000 acre feet a year. So right now we have about a 25,000 acre foot a year gap between our existing usage and our reliably met demand, or the amount of water that we can provide to our customers. So again, when you look at the fact that the wells that provide for the cooling operation at those two generation facilities do not factor into that, obviously the impact is expected to be less. And certainly with some of the regulatory environment we're in, we are having to work towards developing more renewable energy in the solar and the wind turbine and hydrological space. So that typically requires less water for the generation operation itself.
I think it's also helpful to note that because of a large load, this is a large load prospective customer we're looking at here. this would entail a market purchase. So this is a separate purchase specifically for a large load customer. That generation very well would be outside of our service territory. So in a large purchase, we go to the market, we secure a short-term contract, pass that contract cost on to the large load customer. So to answer that question, the generation very well may come from outside of our service territory.
I got maybe a backup question for you. Commissioner Robbins here, sorry. I have a backup question for you. What do you have for Plan B in regards to the water? Because we're experiencing the drought situation. The city continues to grow. We continue to dedicate water to other projects, other homes, and other communities. If something goes awry, what's your plan?
I would answer that by saying a lot what Mr. English talked about as far as the planning that's in place right now, that we're at the 77% capacity level for that, the level that we have right now for serving the entire city. And so we have those things in place. You also mentioned just kind of those plans to continue to grow that amount as far as the available water capacity. And so we're monitoring those things. We have plans in place just to continue to monitor those things. Each of our should there be, you've seen these levels of water, this water level does not meet the criteria as a large load user. Doesn't meet the criteria for that. But when we do have a large load user, it's a full study of resources. It's an evaluation of long-term considerations and things like that nature. So there's plans there to monitor it, that when we have a large load user to come in, it's a full analysis there, in addition to all the extra resources that we have to secure more water resources.
So you're saying that they're a large load electrical user, but not a large load water user, is that
correct?
Correct. And then with the new, I think, regulations within CSU, state of the utilities, other public forums where they were discussing these items what is the shared, the network you're participating in, and the share, can you talk about that a little bit? Because it sounds like we would be outsourcing and marking up, purchasing the power from other communities and marking it up for this user specifically. Can you talk about the origin of the large load regulations, and then also that infrastructure that's coming into place to be able to serve that?
Okay, there were a couple things there. Let me address both of the things that you mentioned. There's large load criteria for all services, right? Electric, gas, water, wastewater. So anytime a current customer has expansion plans that trigger one of those levels per service, then we would do a large load study. It would be a large load process. New prospective customers, like Project Taurus, when they bring in criteria, we evaluate all the same thresholds for large load for services. Which I believe what you're talking about is our regional transmission organization, Southwest Power Pool, right? That's our, as a member utility into the Southwest Power Pool, we now have the partnership there for generation and transmission as well. In the studies that we do, electric large load studies, we perform a study, and also Southwest Power Pool performs a study for generation and transmission. So it's a comprehensive study looking at the electric generation, transmission, and distribution.
And that Southwest Power Pool is
to that large load study and maybe some of the details, is there any carbon offsetting with that, with large load users and things of that nature?
So let me clarify the large load study as well, because this has come up in a number of core requests and things. The large load study for this site was conducted by the current customer. This is the customer that we have right now who engaged in a large load study. The reason we have not released or discussed that, because this is the customer information. We have customer information for a variety of different residential, business customers, and things like that. We protect customer information. This was a paid customers study on the location of the facility. And so that is the part that is has given us all the information we need to know about that facility. Now, to your point about what's in the large load studies as far as carbon or renewable, the large load studies for electric look at, like as I said, mentioned before, generation, transmission, distribution. It's equipment-based infrastructure. It's the ability to serve the entire grid, and what would it take to serve a large load, which includes transmission upgrades, system protection devices, anything like that, transformers or anything like that. What does it take to serve the load? In addition to generation, how do we serve it with the actual, electricity and the resource that comes through all of the equipment and infrastructure? So it's a comprehensive study that looks at all of those things.
Thank you. Commissioner Willoughby?
Yeah, Commissioner Willoughby, can you speak to when you, or if you would get involved again at a development plan level? Equipment is often very conceptual, and as construction documents progress, the equipment gets more defined. Is there a point in time that you would reassess, or you would take on doing a large load study as that equipment gets defined? If you swapped out equipment, it might use substantially more water than a conceptual piece that was originally shown on the development plan.
Yeah, where we're at in the process with the prospective customer of Radon right now is very early on in the process. There's a number of steps as if it potentially continues on that evaluate far more details as far as their need, their loads, and kind of the specifics of what it looks like to serve, and the sizing, right sizing, things like that. So there's existing infrastructure at this site right now. A further evaluation, once we get to that place, looks at their actual documented load requirements, requests, and it right sizes all the equipment and things like that. It's the same process that we will have with our industrial pretreatment, our wastewater. What chemicals, what things are being put into the wastewater system. It's a full evaluation with all the specifics and details with our wastewater engineers, our environmental engineers, to look at the specifics. So there's a number of processes that still have to take place that give us far more details and information than we have right now.
Okay, thank you. One follow-up, this Chair Hensler, one follow-up question on that, or continuing on that vein. We've heard a lot of questions around the burden to ratepayers, to the citizens, to other utility users. We also heard from the applicant today that they have, unlike I get charged for everything that I use, and hopefully with summer air conditioning, not too much, but they are charged at a certain level, a budgeted amount that they have to pay for. Can you describe that a little bit? And can you describe maybe a little bit how, are those rates at a premium that if they are not using it, or if it's at a higher percentage of premium than what a ratepayer resident might use, and maybe try to address some of those concerns that we've heard today?
Sure. Yeah. Our electric large load tariff, as we've heard about today, is a tariff specifically for a large power user. Right? It's and Radon Project Taurus would fit into that tariff. So it's a tariff that basically, as I mentioned, it's a short-term purchase power contract, right, that passes the cost of that on. It's a 10-year agreement that basically says not only is there a short-term contract, but for the short-term contract, there's also what we call a resource adequacy charge. So it pays us for the future generation that would require to serve this customer. It also it pays us inside of that rate for the future infrastructure. So it's a built-in tariff to rate that charges for a short term in addition to the investment for the long term. And so inside of that 10-year contract is where those things happen. The electric large load rate also requires 36 months of collateral down, and I got my sheet here to go through some of the more specifics.
Sure. While you grab that kind of, I think that kind of harkens back, this is still Chair Hensler, harkens back to Commissioner Robbins' questions about Plan B. So it sounds like, and if you could confirm, along with the rates itself, that for that period of time, if our generation within Colorado Springs Utilities is somehow not sufficient or beyond sufficient to meet all users currently, plus a large load user like this data center, that's when you're gonna go buy power just to serve them so that all of us can still turn on our air conditioning when we get home on a hot summer day.
Right.
Am I understanding that correctly?
So allow me
and
to
then
get-
they get a tariff, which you're gonna tell me how much that costs.
Yeah,
Right.
so the tariff, I'll get to both of those. The nature
Sorry,
of what you're
what's the
asking for
question?
is how we separate and differentiate, so we're not putting large investments on the back of our residential business
Yes, because I
customers
think
and
that's the
things.
concern we're
Right.
hearing, is that the city's gonna approve this data center, and then my rates are gonna go up, or my neighbor's power is gonna go out. We've heard that a lot of those concerns, and so, yes, what's that differentiation? Yes.
So every component that it takes to serve a large load, generation, transmission upgrades, distribution upgrades, collateral, 10-year contract, making sure we have time to recoup those costs, 36 months of, 36 months of collateral investment there. In addition to, let's see, I think that's, yeah, those are the main components of it, is the full package of being able to separate all of the needs of a large load customer. And again, it could be a customer expansion, it could be a new prospective customer, away from residential, putting it onto our neighbors and residential customers, small business customers and things like that. It's the separation of all that kind of stuff put together in a specific contract.
One more follow-up question, still Chair Hensler. What happens after 10 years?
After 10 years, so they stay on the electric large load rate, but then what those two individual charges that I mentioned, the resource adequacy, the system support, that is the future investment. After 10 years, they will have sufficed to make the investment to us that we need to serve their load. Those two charges just roll into our electric cost adjustment, our electric cost, which is the normal charges in our rates right now. So they just pay their bill? They go into paying a normal bill.
Okay. I have one final question on electric, and then I'll pass off to my fellow commissioners, still Chair Hensler. In your opinion, does the addition of this large load user, that's the right word, large load user, strain our system beyond capacity? Does it create any risks in the system that would be a concern for this body?
The study that we performed for the current business owner adequately surveyed the entire transmission, generation, distribution, grid, the infrastructure, the upgrades, all that would be required. And there's no additional upgrades, there's no additional infrastructure that would be needed. And then therefore the addition of the short-term market purchase and passing all of those costs on inside of our electric large load tariff gives adequate, ability for us to serve this in a responsible way, in a manner in which we're passing all the costs on to the large load customer, protects the rest of the rate base. It's a really good way of handling this situation.
Okay, thank you very much. I think those are all my questions in this particular lane for this particular moment. Commissioner Cecil, do I see you going for anybody else? Would yours still be along the lines of electric?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna keep on with electric before we change back to water, I think.
I imagine that at some point, everything kind of comes back down to how I'm billed by Colorado Springs Utilities, which is by kilowatt hour, is how residential customers are billed, and I know that's gone up to like 14 cents per kilowatt hour. What does a large load customer pay per kilowatt hour for an industrial user?
It's a good question. Unfortunately, because the market purchase will vary. When we go out to the market and secure a short-term contract and bring that in, pass that on to the customer, that's going to be the major component to pass on in the electric large load tariff, in addition to the resource adequacy fee and the support that I talked about too. So I'm not able to answer that right now because we have not made a market purchase. We have not secured a contract for Project Taurus for rate-in. We have not entered into a large load service agreement at this time.
Would it be more or less than a residential customer pays? per kilowatt hour?
Because of the market purchase, that's unfortunately where I'm not going to be able to make a comparison for you on that, right? I mean, it really depends upon the megawatt purchases that you know, if we'd be going out to secure a significantly large load out there. I'm not able to speak to kind of what's the prices on the market right now. Sorry,
All right.
I don't have that answer
So
for you.
I'm understanding we'd have to go out to the market to purchase it because it's greater than the capacity that we can generate ourselves at Colorado Springs Utilities, right?
Can you say that again?
Is it correct that the reason we would need to go out and purchase in the market because the capacity needed by this facility would take our overall local use above what we can generate?
Yeah, what we've deemed in a large load customer is that the ability to serve a large load customer is significant, and therefore we're going to go to the market and pass that on directly. It's not normal growth, right? This isn't a small business that's expanding out and that kind of stuff. So we're securing that separately and passing that on.
And so am I understanding then correctly that even though we'll be bringing more energy transmission-wise into our area, that we do not at this point anticipate that there will need to be any new substations, transmission facilities, or distribution lines in order to get that power to this facility?
Correct. Because of, as we talked about, because of the industrial corridor, because that site was built on industrial corridor, those power use levels are, it can handle that.
And I think my last one will be, how do we how does CSU as our utility budget for other potential large loads in development, and where this intersects with those perhaps needing to leverage the same industrial corridor transmission lines? How does future development get broken up or passed on? I'm speaking on behalf of some of my peers that are doing resource planning and things like that. I will say this. There's a growth that's projected into our future planning. It's a normal growth rate, right? So these large loads, that's why we have mechanisms that we would pass that on. There's significant investments that are required, and therefore we're separating those out. We have normal growth planned in our long-term budgets and things like that. When it is a large step increases like these loads, when you think about a 50 megawatts or some of the other prospects that we have, significant large loads, that's why we have a mechanism like this, so that we can handle those without having to burden our normal growth inside of our rates and our budgets and things like that to go for. So that's why we've carved out a rate just like this, a tariff just like this, that allows us to serve our community, to continue to foster growth, to provide economic development support and things like that, without having to burden it in the rates. I would just then state that I think it would behoove us to make sure that we are including in that the indirect cost of additional water consumption to cool for generation, should it ever have to burden our local facilities.
Thank you, Commissioner Cecil. Commissioner Slattery, did you have some questions?
I did, and I think I understood it a little bit differently, or maybe the same as that. Our current 77%, our usage of 77% of our current capacity is a comfortable buffer to have that other, 23% of cushion for future growth that this would eat into, which is why we're outsourcing the additional large load power. Is that correct? Right? It's
the 77% represents what our total load is, what our demand is of the community, right? 77% of the whole.
Sure.
So we have more ability to serve right there. And this load is not a large load, right? This is The infrastructure can serve it. It's in a planning model. It's covered. It's good. Because it's not a significant increase to water usage. It's not
We're
going to move the
still talking about
needle.
electricity right now.
What's that?
We're still talking about electricity.
Oh, okay. So you're
Yes.
talking about for the water associated with generation.
I'm going to move on to water. I just wanted to wrap up electrical. Sorry if that was confusing.
Oh, okay. So yes, the purpose of the electric large load rate tariff is to go out and purchase this large load.
So
It by nature will just be outside of our service territory to impact our water.
So you have a rate, so you don't know what that rate is. You have a rate, you apply a markup on that, I would assume, 5% or 10, or whatever your markup is to the rate that you are paying, that the customer would then pay, plus the tariffs for future infrastructure.
Right.
That goes into a different capital fund, is that correct? Right?
The resource adequacy fee, the long-term parts of the rate.
The resource adequacy fee.
Yes.
So, the 17 kilowatts, or 14 cents per kilowatt, right? They don't have that number, but I don't know if you are willing to disclose what the premium markup and what I should have wrote down your words, the tariff, the long-term stabilization tariff is, right? So it's unknown X with a premium markup, if I'm correct, and then tariff costs.
Those two future growth related components in the electric large load tariff are a per kilowatt per day addition in there. Those are the long-term ones that we're talking about.
And so this large load tariff, when did this come into place? Has this been in place a while? Is it new? As
this was January 1, 2026.
Okay, so this is a new mechanism by which CSU, who previously was not open to these large consumption users, is it safe to say it's a mechanism by which you could provide a service without applying risk to our demand capacity?
It's a risk mitigation mechanism that we can protect residential and other customers in addition to continuing to foster economic development, large loads.
Sure.
So it provides what we feel is both.
Thank you. Okay, I feel satisfied on electrical.
Okay. Chair Hensler here. I think that I want to, I certainly had a lot of questions, and I think we all do, about utilities, because I think this is a big part of the conversation, a lot of the stuff that we've heard today. But I also do want to remind us of the criteria of which we are considering, which is the appeal criteria, and if the appeal criteria, the administrative decision was applied properly, or if the appeal criteria are met, which doesn't necessarily go into some of the deep dives that we are going into. I don't want to stop good conversation, because I think this is very helpful, but I also just want to remind us of the criteria of which we are considering tonight. So with that, just as a recommendation or reminder, any other questions on utilities or anything back to city staff as it pertains to the 4 appeal criteria?
Yeah, I still have some, and I guess it would apply to the compatibility criteria, right? So there was a lot of concern about PSAPs and glycol and what happens and what are the processes, right? Because that, water quality affects all of us. So moving on to water and wastewater. Okay. Glycol in the wastewater, what are processes? So that I'm going to combine that with water maintenance processes. I don't know if you're familiar, if you're the right person, and Mr. English, or maybe that is for the applicant themselves. Maintenance process on these closed loop systems, and then what happens if there's a spill, glycol, what are the requirements of CSU for preventing wastewater contamination. I have, toured other manufacturing facilities and such. They have, deionizers and different really sophisticated systems to treat their own water before it goes back into the system. What are the requirements for this facility?
As far as processes inside the walls, that's obviously probably a question for Ray.
For them,
what I can say
sure.
from Colorado Springs Utilities perspective. So we have in our industrial pre-treatment standards, right? We have an environmental and wastewater group that evaluates both large loads and the contaminants in the manufacturing process outputs and things of that nature. So we already have customers that are on an agreement of some sort in our service territory. When we identify a contaminant that is problematic, that we're going to measure, that we're concerned about, there's an agreement, levels are established, and that would be the case in this situation as well. As I mentioned before, it's just not a process we've gotten to yet, but we have forms filled out, documents, agreements that are settled, and ongoing monitoring and enforcement of contaminants that we've deemed problematic for the wastewater system.
Sure, I understand that, right? This is an early development plan stage. None of the construction documents and details have been submitted yet. Could you just explain to us, what is the process for glycol and these closed-loop systems and other customers that we're serving? Is there monitoring of wastewater coming out or potential leaks? How are those things mitigated?
The most specific that I can get you, just being on the customer side of it, is because I've seen these agreements. I know the agreements are being established. We monitor them, and there is enforcement and checkups. Do you got more on that, Brian?
For the record, Brian English, Development Projects Manager. So obviously, as Jared mentioned, we're early in the process, but anytime there's potential constituents of concern in the water that are going to be potentially discharged into Springs Utilities wastewater collection system, they have to complete an industrial pretreatment questionnaire to identify those constituents. I think in the case of the closed loop system, we have to evaluate whether or not they're proposing any way of flushing that. Are they proposing connection to the wastewater system? Are they looking at a different method of maintenance, or, like I said, flushing that over time? Do they plan to transport the water off-site somewhere else and not even discharge it into our system? Those are unanswered questions at this point, but things that we will look at. And certainly if it is a significant industrial user and there are constituents of concern, and if that's particularly glycol in this case, and they are proposing connection, we have to evaluate what the concentration is. Is it allowable? Is there any pretreatment that has to be done before they can safely discharge it into our system to ensure that we're meeting all the regulatory requirements that we're subject to as the service provider? Or does it exceed that level and they have to figure out another method of disposing of that if there is any type of draining or flushing of that system? So, and if we do end up, getting to the point that there's sufficient pretreatment and they are discharging it, we do sampling at sites to just verify that the appropriate discharge levels are being met. And of course, as Jared mentioned, there may be specific levels of requirements that we will apply or that the customer must follow in order for us to allow them to discharge that into the wastewater system. So all part of the process a little further down the road, but there is more rigorous evaluation of that to ensure that we're not, as the provider, creating an environmental risk or doing any harm to our customers. It's certainly important to us as that wastewater gets transported to our treatment facilities that it doesn't disrupt the treatment process that can be very sensitive. So it's important that we get it right and that we're working with the customer to ensure that they're meeting our expectations as well as the environmental and regulatory requirements.
Thank you. And for our understanding, at what point in the process is that a mandatory step?
We would be when they apply for service. And obviously I would think at this point, we're gonna look at that really heavily. If this project moves forward at the construction drawing. There's a number of utility construction drawings that they would have to submit. Obviously, I think some of that is mentioned in the conditions, that there are forthcoming utility construction documents for water and wastewater that we will have to review and approve. We would also look at the plumbing plans just to ensure, plumbing's not necessarily within our purview, but are they showing something on the plan that proposes a connection to the wastewater collection system as it relates to the closed loop system that we need to be aware of, that we need to run through our industrial pretreatment team and program to ensure that they're evaluating it and that proper protections are in place to avoid any type of negative system or environmental impact.
Okay. Along the same lines, and this would, I think, pertain more to the development plan stage, perhaps, with the exterior use of all of the diesel and DEF fluid as part of the generator system. Is there protection? Are there protections in place or requirements for potential spillage of those backup generators?
I think that would be more maybe within SWENT or Stormwater Enterprises purview as it relates to any on-site stormwater facilities or drains. Colorado Springs Utilities does not administer or have any purview over the stormwater system. It's a separate enterprise of the city of Colorado Springs.
Okay, we'll see who can answer that. And that is my CSU list, so
okay.
down the row.
All right. This Chair Hensler, any other commissioners with questions for CSU at this time? Okay. Don't go too far, though.
Right.
Yeah,
I did want to add one more thing.
Can you state your name one more time?
I'm sorry, what? Oh, Jared Miller, Colorado Springs Utilities. Yes, thank you. On the glycol real quick. So yes, there are agreements in place. I just want to say that, our environmental team, our wastewater environmental folks, we have agreements. We are watching glycol. We know there are other data centers in our service territory, and glycol is a part of their closed loop systems. So it's not a chemical and a compound that's unfamiliar to us. There are other areas where we are monitoring that exact chemical.
Thank you. Thank you. Before we move on to any other questions, it is 8:53, and it has come to my attention that our ASL sign language interpreters will need to be leaving us around 9 p.m. I don't believe there's anyone who is actively, and we do have closed captioning online for those that are listening online, but I would like to take a moment to thank these two individuals who have signed all day long. I can't imagine how tired your hands are, so thank you for being here and providing this service. Okay, sorry, Jared. Other questions for Colorado Springs Utilities? Okay, any other questions for city staff while we have them, or for, who else do we have from the city? Is that? Okay, all right, sounds like Commissioner Slattery has questions for city staff. Okay.
I guess I'll do the ask it, and then whoever decides that's their most appropriate respondent. Okay, there were some questions about this 30-foot wall, which was requested through the community process as an accessory use structure. Is that denoted on the development plans? Is that, it seems like adding, can we talk about that and
certainly. What specific question do you have?
Well, I guess I'm trying to understand the wall's use and designation as an accessory structure, and having it on the plan. Then tell me about its use on the plan, and if having it as an accessory use is compliant with our current criteria.
So yes, so the current proposed 30-foot screen wall, 30-foot tall screen wall along the southern edge of the existing asphalt that's developed on site Just also to clarify in that component, because I know it came up in prior conversations, there was some concern or question of whether that wall is located within established easements and no-build areas. In staff's review of the Corporate Ridge subdivision filing, the location of the wall is outside of all established utility easements or drainage easements that would prohibit such structures from being erected there. So it does fall outside of that. The structure exceeds the 7-foot height limit, which triggers a building permit per city code. But still, as an accessory structure, it follows standard setback requirements for the base zone in terms of where its placement can be allowed.
So it is with, it does adhere to the 100-foot setback?
So
from property line?
The 100-foot setback that you were speaking to.
100-foot setback, maybe it's from residential.
Yeah, so again, remember, we're looking at property line, and the actual property line for this south is actually south of the creek and the channel. It's not, as I think has been somewhat discussed, north of that channel.
Okay.
There is that trail there that is within an easement. The drainage is within an easement. So it meets all the applicable setbacks.
Thank you. That makes more sense. I would like to move on, if nobody else wants to jump in, on sheet M201.
Okay, one point. There's been a couple requests for a quick break. We've been here for about 2 hours, and I think we need a potty break. Sorry, I'm a mom. So can we hold those questions for like, I can't see my clock, 8 minutes, coming back at 05, being very quick. I know it's late, and we want to not be here any later than you all do, but we also have folks that need to take a quick break. So we're going to take 8 minutes. And